Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And we are getting to that time of the week, y'all, where I'm running ragged. I am running ragged. And oh boy. It's something. It's something. That sub 3 hours sleep multiple days in a row starts to get to you. Starts to get to you after a little bit. But that's okay. We're here for trial day 12 in the trial of Alec Murdaugh, the alleged double homicider accused of murdering his wife and his son. By all accounts, a man who loved his family. That's according to witness testimony. By all accounts, a man who loved his family, but apparently decided to kill them. Have I checked up on Kurt? No. No. Why would I check up on Kurt? Kurt's a grown ass man. He drank a decent amount for money, which we're all dumb enough to do from time to time. But I'm sure that Kurt is just fine. He'll be invited onto the show today, so we'll find out if he's alive, if he replies to me. But a lot of people were asking me and like Jeff, make sure Kurt's okay. It's like, calm down. We'll see. Kurt's a big boy. He can handle his liquor. I've seen that man drink me down plenty of times. One specific time, I told him he could win. He didn't have to prove anything to me. Let's see. Sending out the invites to everybody. Let's see what else we got. Bronca has got it. He'll be back. He'll be in eventually. Whoops. That we got. That one. I think that's everybody. Is that everybody? I think so. Okay. Now I'm always a little bit behind the 8 ball. These early mornings after a late night. Last night I had a fantastic show with Flawedzilla. Dude is legit. Seems like a good dude, fun to talk to. Has gone through a lot of life, and yeah, I just had a real good time talking to him. We had a lot of fun. We got to some serious subjects. We had some silly stuff, which is kind of how you got to do it these days, because you can get wrapped up in all the serious stuff all the time, and it's constantly going to just weigh on you and press in and make you think that the world is a shit place. You know what? Even when the world's a shit place, we're not always in the shit part of it. So it's good to remember that and to have some jokes and have some good laughs. So you may want to check that out. The full stream is up on Rumble. If you want just a little preview of our discussion, you can go ahead and check out the one on YouTube. The first hour and 15 minutes or so is up on YouTube, and then the whole thing which was a little over 3 hours. How long was that? Was it 4 hours? It was 4 hours for the whole show last night. I was like, oh yeah. I told him, I'm like, hey dude, yeah, I probably let's keep it down to 3 hours because I'm really tired and I gotta get, trial, got a local stream after and all that stuff. And then of course we go to 4 hours because it's just good conversation. And I know I'm gonna answer this. I'm gonna have to answer this 100 times today. Just 100 times. Yes, I've seen what's going on with Project Veritas. Yes, it appears that there's a coup attempt to remove James O'Keefe from the board of Project Veritas, or from the management of Project Veritas. Yes, it would be the dumbest thing in the world. Yes, it would destroy the integrity and the brand of Project Veritas entirely. No, they are not worth anything without James O'Keefe at the helm. And importantly, that doesn't mean that there aren't good people in Project Veritas and a lot of talent, but he seems to have the vision, the direction, the drive, the poise, and the journalistic fucking testicles to actually to make investigative journalism what it used to be. So I've seen it all. I can't imagine he's gonna, but I'll reach out to James. I have talked to him. I'll reach out to him and see if he would do an interview with me sometime. I'd love to interview him, but he's in the midst of this right now, so I don't know if he will. But we'll have to see. Okay. But I'm 100% on James O'Keefe's side. And the people trying to oust him are trying to destroy Project Veritas from within. Period. There's no other way around it. About it. It's different circumstances, but it's like Breitbart without Andrew Breitbart. I mean, what is it? What is it? There's the vision. There's the vision, and then you acquire talent to accomplish the vision. But without the vision, all the talent in the world is useless. And you know it'll happen if James O'Keefe is removed from Project Veritas. It will become a stale right-wing rag with clickbait titles. The investigative journalism will get progressively less impressive. And it will become just an ad shilling farmhouse. Like, that's it. It'll be boring, useless, and flaccid. And I hope that if they do oust O'Keefe, I hope that he starts a new company, and I hope that he poaches all of the talent from Veritas. He knows where it is, and he continues doing what he's doing. I think he's one of the most critical voices in American journalism right now. And to see them doing this is insane. It's very disheartening. Kevin Klaus says Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island is now a 15-minute city. Can you help me flee the country? I don't know what a 15-minute city is. Whoa, we got some chats coming in early. Oh, guys, can I show you something real quick? So here's give you a rare peek behind the curtain at the YouTube studio. So this is your YouTube studio page. When you're live streaming, you got your concurrent viewers, likes, revenue so far. Your super chats are here, all that good stuff, all this important stuff. Got this new blue pop-up box. Look at this. Now would be a good time to insert ads. Creators earn more money inserting ads the more viewers are watching. Give it a try. They want me to put ads in the middle of the show while I'm live. What kind of cuntery is this? Fuck you, YouTube. God, every day. So every day when I start the show, I have to go in and do these settings, right? So you've got to make everything up here. Oh, yes, I'm entertainment Well, I'll take it. And then, you got your live chat replay, subscribers only, slow mode at 10 seconds, all of that stuff. Then I go to monetization. Oh, fuck, I didn't do it today. Every day, I missed this step, but every day I got to go in and disable this shit. I hate them. I hate ads on live streams. I hate it. It is so abjectly terrible. So anyway, just so you guys know, that is one thing that I've tried to be extremely consistent on. I do go back and re-enable them for the replays sometimes when they're monetized. What's up, Andrew?
Hey.
You on, brother? Sorry, I didn't mean to catch you off guard.
No, I jumped on a little. I'm just a little out of sorts this morning, but I'm caught up now.
Oh, good timing. Yeah, I try to make sure I always disable those ads. Hate the idea that they're gonna run an ad and then, because I don't have like control over them. They just run them.
Anything before the jury comes.
Yeah, sorry, Alyssa.
Where's the witness? If you'll come and resume the stand, please.
All right, so we are back at the vehicle telemetry witness from the FBI.
Cross-examination. You may bring the jury.
And if you do not remember what happened at the end of the day yesterday, the defense on cross-examination had requested to introduce the quote-unquote full report from this witness because he had a abrogated version of the report for whatever reason, probably just for ease. Like that would be the presumption. Like there's a lot of extra data, and so they drill it down to their core points. They're trying to introduce the full report because clearly they think there's something in the full report that will cast doubt on some of his testimony. That would be again, we would presume competent legal work would suggest that would be the reason to do this, whatever that may be. But they had trouble actually procuring the full report by the end of the day yesterday. It looked like they ran into some tech issues, so the judge dismissed the court a little bit early. And so now that's where we should be resuming when the jury arrives with the questioning around the full report and whatever contradictory sort of information they think will be in there.
That sounds about right.
Noah White says, love your shows. My wife just started a YouTube channel about making food. People should check out her stuff at Forged Arbor. She only has one short now, but we'll be building on that. Hey, go get it, man. Give her all the encouragement and support you can. It's a cool thing to make stuff and have people watch it. It's something.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's something weird.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Day 14. Cross-examination continues. You may proceed.
Do we know if the defense has the OnStar data directly from OnStar? Almost guarantee you they don't.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. And this will be very brief, I believe, but just very briefly, yesterday we covered that it was difficult to download the information from the vehicle because it was encrypted by the manufacturer, correct?
Yes, the encryption was done by the manufacturer.
And you essentially had to reverse engineer the device using a test vehicle.
That's correct.
And looks like you got a lot of good data out of it, but there's some of it that isn't quite clear. Like we said, that we didn't exactly know what necessarily would trigger something like a system startup.
Correct.
But some of the other ones would be pretty obvious, like engine on obviously means somebody cranked the car.
Yeah, the engine was turned on at that point.
Okay. I'm not going to go through that spreadsheet again. I just wanted to clarify that. And how long did this process take you, this reverse engineering process?
Our whole analysis took just about 1 year.
Wow. It's a long time to.
It's a hard effort.
Will you be able to reuse this work on other 2021 Chevy Suburbans?
Some of the tools we developed will be reusable.
And I asked before, and I guess it's no one reached out to the manufacturer for assistance in this process?
Our group did not.
Do you know why? I mean, I think yesterday you said in the past there wasn't, they weren't very helpful, but it seems like the worst they could do is say no. Do you know why it was decided to not reach out?
For our unit, I believe that our attempt is to get the data ourselves without outside assistance. In many cases, we end up finding data that even the manufacturer doesn't know is there.
Except you didn't find data that should be there.
I think a technical issue was resolved, and I'm going to show you a printout that has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 90, and I believe you've had a chance to review this.
Yes, sir. I've reviewed this material.
And you recognize it?
Yes, this is from our results.
And what is this?
This is a list of events that were recorded from the vehicle. There was a category we called events that just listed times that something interacted or something occurred with the vehicle.
And on this printout, the only event, I guess, listed here are iPhones or something called Richard's iPhone earlier on connecting to the vehicle. Is that correct?
I see from the first page here, yeah, there's one that's labeled iPhone with a Bluetooth MAC address, and it's a device connection timestamp.
If you've seen this before in your review, and you can look at it now. Do you see is this pretty much all device connections, phones connecting to the Bluetooth in the car?
Yes, I see other Bluetooth devices connecting as well.
And is it, just to be clear on this, the only phone connecting in the month of June, at least, is one named iPhone that has a phone number ending in 1227. Is that correct?
The phone number itself is not listed on this page. It is the Bluetooth MAC address that it's identified by.
Is the under connected devices right above the word events where it says iPhone and there's a MAC address, is the IMSI number that's listed there 803-942-1227? Is that the phone number?
That's for the iPhone, correct.
Okay.
so there is actually a phone number.
Connecting in June.
Yeah, the phone
That appears to be the only one that connected in June.
Yes.
phone number's not listed. Well, except for this phone number, right? Well, yeah, that one.
Is this something that you also had to reverse engineer out of the vehicle?
Yes, all of the data we found was unknown prior to taking a look at the test vehicle.
And the event that we're
I think he
looking
just
at
wanted a
here,
Suburban.
device connection, that is the phone connecting to the Bluetooth in the vehicle so that, you could use it for whatever goes over the Bluetooth connection, whether it's phone calls or apps or whatever, depending on.
Yeah, and it indicates a connection event from the Bluetooth to the vehicle's infotainment system.
And up here in connected devices, does this indicate that this iPhone was, I guess, paired to the vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. And so in your experience, if your phone is paired to your vehicle and Bluetooth is on and it connects, that typically happens automatically when you get in and turn it on, your phone is with you?
Yeah, if there's a device that is registered.
Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Not already.
Paired
From you,
to the
China.
vehicle, it will automatically connect location data recovered from the OnStar module.
And do you recall, was there any location data 2021?
There was no location data recovered on June 7th.
And in fact, there wasn't any for June 6th or June 8th either. Is that
I'd
correct?
have to verify those dates, but in its essence, on the day of interest in June 7th, there was no location data.
And location data.
Your Honor, apologize, I forgot to please move Defendant's Exhibit 90 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Well, that's it.
Man, I think they could have gone harder on him.
Thank you, sir.
I think they
And they
should
could
have.
have attacked the integrity of the data he did retrieve, but maybe it's just not harmful to them.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's nothing there. There's no location data. So, I just think it would have been good to do a refresh of the fact that there's no the reliability is in question because it doesn't collect all the data. I think that would have
Do
been
you
good.
swear from the name testimony you give today to be the truth, the whole truth,
Yesterday
and
you
nothing but the
said-
truth, so help you God?
No, they didn't do
Please
redirect.
proceed and state your name and spell the last name. Yeah.
Oh, Chris Wilson. Right? I think that's him, the best friend.
Yep.
My name is James Christopher Wilson, Wilson. I go by Chris.
Good morning, Mr. Wilson.
Good morning.
If you would, tell the jury just a little bit about yourself, where you grew up, where you went to school, and what you do for a living, please.
Well, as I said a moment ago, my name is Chris Wilson. I grew up in Bamberg, about 35, 40 minutes west of here. Graduated school there, went to school up in Spartanburg for college. Came back to Columbia to go to law school at USC. Finished law school in 1994, worked for a judge in Greenville for 1 year, and then moved back to Bamberg where I grew up to practice law, and I've been practicing law there since 1995.
Are you going to have a solo practice in a firm?
Right now, it's me and one associate. I've had my own firm since 1998, and there have been varying
Yeah, we've heard this guy's testimony
associates
before
that have worked
on camera.
with me, or at one time I had a couple partners, and one partner left, and then one partner moved, and so we split up as a result of that. But I've had my own practice since '98 with different people coming and going.
And what's the name of the practice?
Right now, it's Wilson Law Group.
Wilson Law Group?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what kind of legal work you do, please.
I do all kind of cases, but over the last 10 to 15 years, I've primarily concentrated on just personal injury cases. People that are injured in wrecks or hurt at work, tractor trailer wrecks, especially a lot of those, just personal injury cases.
Do you know the defendant?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for the jury?
Yes, sir. Redhead with the glasses over there between Mr. Griffin and Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Yes.
Tell me how you came to know the
That
defendant.
handsome guy over there.
I've known Alex since we were in high school. I think I was a year younger than him, but Bamberg and Hampton are only about 30 miles apart. And so we had several mutual friends, people that I was closer to back then, but got to know and be around him some then. We had played some ball against each other, and I think even played on the same ball team one summer. So I knew him a little bit through high school, but not much. Didn't keep in touch at all when we were in college. Started law school at the same time together, and became really close friends through law school. Lived together a little bit of that time. Finished law school. I moved to Greenville. He moved to Beaufort, and we would keep in touch some, but we were a little bit separated. And then when I moved back to Bamberg and he ultimately moved back to Hampton, we got much, much closer. Our wives had known each other through college, and so they became closer friends. Our kids grew up together. We just spent a lot of time together personally, and then he and I did a number of cases together. We worked professionally together.
Did y'all become close friends over the years?
Yes, sir.
Best friends?
Yes, sir. I considered him to be one of my best, if not my best friend. Yes, sir.
Did you get to know his family?
Very much. Not just his wife, not just Maggie, not just Paul, but, Buster and his parents, his in-laws, his brothers and sisters, his mom and daddy. I mean, the whole family. And they knew my family, or he knew my family.
Y'all did things together socially?
Yes, sir. We had kids the same age. Our kids are close. We did a lot of things together, and we worked together.
Up until about June of 2021, did you talk to the defendant almost every day?
Yes, sir. I didn't see Alec all the time, not every day, maybe not even once a week, but we talk by phone probably pretty much every day. Several times a day sometimes. Sometimes just about, Gamecocks and football and baseball and whatever. Sometimes about kids, sometimes about business, sometimes about cases we were working on. Just all kind of stuff.
Did you feel like you knew him pretty well?
I did.
You mentioned y'all worked some cases together. How many cases together did you work over the years?
Well, my firm, when I first started out by myself, was smaller. I didn't have a lot of resources. I was just getting started. His firm was bigger with a lot more resources and a lot more lawyers. They handled some bigger cases that I really wasn't capable of handling together on my own. And so when it first started out, I was associating him and his firm a lot more often, probably over the course of, these last 20 years, probably 25 or 30 cases. But it slowed down. I mean, as my firm got bigger and I became more experienced and could handle a lot more things on my own, it was less and less often that I would associate his firm. But if I ever felt like it could benefit my client with either the type of case that I was handling or where the case was going to be brought to have his firm involved, I would call Alec.
How many times do you think you worked a case with him or shared a case with him over the years?
Probably 30, maybe more.
When did that start, do you think?
I opened my own. I didn't do it any until I opened my own office in 98. And I don't remember exactly when he moved back to Hampton from Beaufort, but it was probably starting in the early 2000s or somewhere thereabouts.
And were all of these plaintiff's cases where y'all are representing a plaintiff who had had some alleged injuries or something like that, or suffered some sort of harm?
Yes, sir. I mean, there may have been, one or two here or there that was something different than a personal injury case, but almost everything was personal injury cases.
And were all these cases worked on contingency?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain to the jury what a contingency is, how a lawyer gets paid with a contingency type case?
Sure. A contingency fee is basically the attorney and the client enter into an agreement on the front end of the case. When the client retains the attorney, there are no attorney's fees up front. There's no prepayment. There's no hourly billing arrangement. Basically, the attorney has an interest in the case, so that when the case resolves, the attorney receives as a fee a portion of the recovery. Generally, it's a third, sometimes 40%, depending on whether suit has to be filed or what type of case it is. But basically, the lawyer is taking all the risk in pursuing the case. If it doesn't work out well, the lawyer doesn't get paid for their time, and generally the lawyer fronts all the cost in pursuing the case for court fees, depositions, experts, all of that type stuff. And so at the end, if there's a recovery, the attorney's repaid their fee contingent on a successful outcome and repaid whatever costs are advanced in the case.
Those costs and expenses, the cost of litigating the case, hiring an expert, travel, taking depositions,
Gets
court
expensive.
costs, things like that.
Yes, it gets very expensive.
Do those come out of the lawyer's 33% or 40% of the recovery, or are those recovered separately from the lawyer's fees?
Separately and in addition to the fee.
In the
Yes.
cases that you've worked with Alec over the years, was he with PMPED during those cases?
Yes, sir. I don't believe I associated him on any cases when he was in Beaufort. It was not until he returned to Hampton.
If you are in your firm and Alec is in his firm and y'all are sharing a case and ultimately you're successful, there's a settlement, there's a trial verdict, and you get a recovery, how do you go about splitting that fee?
All of that's agreed to up on the front at the beginning of the case. So for instance, a client comes in and hires me for whatever reason, whatever type case. If I look at it and decide that I could use some help, either because there's a lawyer that knows that area of law better than I do, or maybe they're more local to the case, or maybe I just need some extra manpower, whatever it is. When I associate that lawyer and his firm, we make an agreement at the beginning as to what the fee split will be, and the client approves that and signs off on it. It's generally 50-50 on almost all the cases. I think on every case I ever worked with this firm, it was a 50-50 split on the fees.
In those cases that you worked with Alec over the years up until one at the end, did your office typically handle the disbursement of the fees when the settlement money came in?
Yes, sir. I mean, I've gone back through all my files, and with the exception of one or two cases that I think were a little bit different than normal. His firm had part of the family who had lost a loved one, and I had part of the family that had lost a loved one. And instead of them having a dispute about who was going to control and handle the case, we decided to work together, and so the firms worked together. And everything may have gone through them on those cases, but on cases that I associated his firm on, that I went to them to bring them into the case, I would generally handle the disbursements. Yes, sir.
All right, and when we say handle the disbursements, does that mean your office would handle actually cutting the checks to the client as well as to his firm for their share of the lawyer's fees, as well as their share of any expenses to be reimbursed?
Yes, sir. When the money would come in, whether it was by a settlement or a verdict that had been paid, the money would come to my office and it would have to sit in my account for the appropriate amount of time. And then when checks were ready to be written, I would write the checks to his firm for their fees and for their cost, to my firm for my fees and my cost, to any medical bills or liens or anything had to be paid, and to the client for their money.
And you would write the checks for his share of the fees to the firm, is that correct?
Yes, sir. To PMPED, Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Dietrich, and Elsraw.
Law firm formerly known as
Skim Inc.
When you would write those checks to his firm, would there be one check or two? Would you put the fees and his share of reimbursed costs in one check together, or would you write two separate checks?
Starting out, I think we would include, not just for his firm, but for my firm, fees and costs would be in the same check. And then, more than 10 years ago or so, and maybe even longer than that, we started doing it in two separate checks just to keep the accounting of it easier, to keep up with what part of payment was fees and what part of the payment was cost. So, over the last 15 years, it's been two checks.
Do you have a staff member who helps you? It's kind of your main staff member that might handle some of these disbursements?
I have several different staff people that help me handle cases and disbursements. I have a bookkeeper that
Why aren't you
keeps up
fancy?
with the checking accounts and writes all the checks that I instruct her to write, and then I'm the only person with signatory authority. And I have a staff member that helps me work cases and actually helps me put together disbursement sheets and check medical lien balances and who's owed what money and those type things.
And who is that person you're referring to?
Vicky is the person that helps me do all of that.
Did you ever call to work a case with the defendant involving Mack Trucks?
Yes, sir. I contacted Ellick and his firm to get involved and work with me and another lawyer on a case involving Mack Trucks.
All right, and tell the jury just a little bit about the case without getting into too much detail. What kind of case was it?
Sure. So lawyer contacted me about a wreck that a client of his had been involved in. A drive shaft out of a Mack truck had fallen into the interstate as the vehicles were traveling down the road. This gentleman's vehicle, along with a bunch of other vehicles, hit this drive shaft, and he was injured. And so this lawyer, it was a trucking case when he first contacted me and looked at it, and that's a lot of what I do. So he called me for some help with that.
Okay. And so you got involved in this particular case?
I did.
As you looked at the particular case, did you decide to involve the defendant?
I did. Very quickly after looking at it, this other lawyer and I both realized that this case was probably a products liability case, that the drive shaft shouldn't have just fallen out of the truck for no reason like that, and that there might be something to do with a defect in the truck. And we found some information about a recall or a potential recall, and I knew that's what Ellick and his firm specialized in, those type cases. So I called him and asked him to get involved. We were pushing some deadlines to bring in all the parties that we needed to. So it was important to get somebody involved in it fast and knew what they were doing.
And did he agree to get in on this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Products liability
So
on
you
a
got three
commercial
attorneys
truck
in there who
manufacturer
can
is
split the fee,
money,
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
millions of dollars.
Tell the jury again,
potentially.
without getting too much into the weeds, tell the jury a little bit about how the litigation went. Did y'all ultimately try the case and kind of set up how y'all ultimately got to that point?
Sure. So we actually brought two cases. We brought one case for the wife of the gentleman that was injured in the wreck for what are called loss of consortium claims. That generally is just the loss of a spouse, their loss of the services of their other spouse. Maybe that spouse can't do all the things around home they used to do, or they can't be quite the husband or the wife that they were before.
Can't blow her back.
So we
out
brought
anymore.
a claim for the wife for
Your
loss of
jaw doesn't
consortium,
open quite as
and we
far
brought
anymore.
a separate case for the husband for his personal injuries. Not to get too technical, but the wife's case, Mack Trucks didn't answer the papers like they were supposed to. And so they went into default on that case, and that put them in a really bad spot.
What a dream.
On the husband's case, they answered the papers and initially contested the case. But after getting Alec and his firm involved in the case, we started doing discovery, which means we were asking for a bunch of documentation and things. And I'm not sure that they just didn't want us looking any further. And so they reached out to us, and we had communications with them about ways to try to pursue the case outside of the traditional going through all of that and going to a jury trial. COVID had hit, and so things were slowed up in the court. And ultimately, we reached an agreement to try both of those cases together in front of a judge without a jury. Both parties waived any rights to appeal. Mack Trucks admitted liability, and we agreed to waive punitive damages. I think that's the structure we tried it under.
Let me ask you two quick questions about that. You said that COVID had hit, and like the rest of the world, that had slowed up everything in court, correct?
Very much.
And, you know, think some things were moving, but because things were slowed up in court, that might slow up the ability to get verdicts and settlements and that sort of thing. To some extent, COVID had an effect on everybody. Is that
Objection
correct?
leading.
All right. And then you mentioned in this particular case, you ultimately agreed for both parties to waive the right to appeal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did that have the effect of meaning that whatever verdict was issued, it wouldn't be tied up in the courts for a long time? The money would go ahead and be paid?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all eventually try that case in front of a judge instead of a jury?
We did in January of 2021, first
January.
couple weeks.
And did the defendant try that case with you?
He did.
And did y'all ultimately get a verdict?
We did. We got verdicts in both cases.
I wonder if the defense tested
And you
Magnum
remember how
all
much
for
those verdicts
COVID.
were?
Combined, they were $5.5 million. I believe it was $4 million on the husband's case. He had passed away, I believe, within about 4, 5, or 6 months of us going to trial. So I think it was $4 million on behalf of his estate.
Should have held
for his
off.
injuries and what that had cost for him. And then I believe it was $1.5 million on the wife's loss of consortium.
Who did the closing argument in that case?
Alec
For
did.
y'all's side?
Alec did.
The defendant did?
Yes, sir.
Did he get emotional in closing?
He did.
Did he spend much time with the husband in that case?
I don't think Alec had spent a lot of time with the gentleman. He had been kind of sick towards the end. And I don't know that Alec had spent a lot of time with him. He had spent a lot of time with the wife, and especially throughout that week in trial. I mean, it was an emotional case. They had serious loss.
Closing argument, that's when the lawyer gets up and sort of summarizes the case to the judge or the jury, depending on what kind of case it is.
Yes, sir. Honestly, you do more than summarize. You argue.
You argue.
Yeah, you put your heart into it, and you tell the judge or the jury why it is you hope and think they do what you're asking them to do.
You said the verdict was how much in total?
5.5 million combined.
And what does that mean the fees were going to be for the 3 lawyers involved in this case?
I don't remember the exact split for everybody. I know that my fee was going to be like $791,000, and the fee payable to Alec's firm was going to be $792,000.
And do you recall?
And I
when
don't
y'all-
remember the third attorney right off the top of my head.
Do you remember when you received that $5.5 million into your trust account?
Yes, sir.
Not
Part
bad.
of it came in by wire, but it was a smaller part. And I want to say that was we tried it in the first part of January. The judge didn't issue a ruling right on the spot. It took a couple weeks for him to issue his ruling, which is normal. And then within a couple weeks of that, after some back and forth with Mack Truck's attorney about whether they were going to file any kind of post-trial motions, or they could have tried to file an appeal and see where it went. Even though we had an agreement up front, we were worried that they might get around that. But anyway, after a couple weeks of back and forth and a wire was sent for part of the money, right, probably middle of February, and then shortly after that, a check arrived for the rest of the money.
Do you remember when that was?
I don't remember exactly. I want to say the last few days of, no, it's probably the last few days of February, somewhere around in there. 2021.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Checks always go through the firm. They never go straight to the client, folks. The firm would never get their money.
Right. Yeah. Here's $5 million. We need you
For
to
the
give us
record, I
back
just want to object to
3
this
million,
line of
two and a half
questioning
million of
under
that,
404,
or whatever.
403, and to this exhibit. I do not have any additional objections other than those that were previously made.
I don't know what the exhibit is.
Sure.
The general objection to the
This
theft
is,
testimony.
Just a text, but it's related to the in-camera matters that have been addressed.
What do you think of Alex lawyers? I mean, they're doing a pretty competent job. I have some stylistic differences. Again, I think they could have gone harder on that last guy's testimony, but maybe it wouldn't have been very beneficial in their mind. It's not like they dropped the ball.
As admitted into evidence as States 450, and see if you recognize that document, please.
We're still in the state's case in chief, so they're literally on defense here.
Yeah, and they have to react to what the state's bringing. And interestingly, I mean, the state really isn't bringing
Yeah,
much.
so this looks like a snapshot of a text string that I would have provided that is just communication between me and Alec.
All right. And in the middle of that particular text, that particular page, there's some text. And do you see
Admit
the
their
date on
entire
that?
text conversation under the rule of
March
completeness.
10th.
Years.
This would be 2021.
All right. And that's a text from the defendant, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It looks like we had been talking about getting together to play golf. And then he texted me, you want me to read it?
Go ahead and read that to the jury, what your text conversation right there is.
March 10th, I need to get checked today. If it's just too much for you, I will deal with it.
All right. And what's your response?
I'm working on it.
So that's March 10th of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
May I have the Elmo, please?
I should probably read some of these.
Text a little bit. So does that
Rick
text
Mc-
help you kind of get an idea of roughly when the disbursement check came in on the Mack truck case?
Yes, sir. So by our rules, the Supreme Court, any check that's of a certain size has to be in your trust account for at least 10 days before you can disperse. And this was a sizable check, so I was going to wait more than 10 days just to make sure there weren't any problems. So if that's March the 10th, like I said, those checks, the final amount of that money would have come in sometime, towards the end of February. Because I think I waited 12 to 15 days, as I recall.
You said it's a sizable amount of money. This was a pretty big recovery, correct?
Yes, sir.
Got to make sure the check doesn't
I imagine
actually
you
bounce.
contacted the other attorney
That's
and you contacted the defendant to say, hey, got the money in.
I did.
Did you when you contacted the defendant about that, what, if anything, did he say?
Great news, good. I told him that I was going to sit on it a little bit longer than normal to disperse, just because if it had all come in a wire, I could have dispersed immediately because those are considered received funds. But with it being a check, I wanted to wait. And so I let both of them know that I had received the money and that I wasn't going to do it on the 10th day, but that I would do it shortly thereafter.
Did the defendant ask you to do anything when it came time to dispersing his firm's share of the funds?
He did, yes, sir.
All right, tell me about that conversation.
When it came time to disperse the checks, and I was calling him and the other lawyer to let them know that I'd have the checks ready, I guess somewhere around March 10th, Alec told me that he was going to put the monies into an annuity, that he was going to put his fees in an annuity. He called it a structure, but in essence, he explained he was going to put those monies into an annuity, and that the checks needed to be made payable directly to him instead of to his firm so that he could do that.
Okay. And did he explain to you why he was going to do that?
He had just indicated that he was putting money away. He indicated he was concerned about the boat case, and that he was going to put some monies in an annuity or into a structure.
You say he was concerned about the boat case. What exactly what was he concerned about? What did he tell you he was concerned about?
He was concerned about his exposure in the boat case.
In a civil lawsuit.
Yes, sir.
And you were aware that the defendant had been sued civilly in the boat accident case?
Yeah, I didn't know if he had been sued himself, but I knew there was a lawsuit going on involving, and I believe I did know that he was himself sued at that time. Yes, sir.
So this was different than how you normally did things, correct?
Very much.
Did he have any further explanation to you as to why this would be okay? Why this was all right to do?
He told me that he had already cleared it with the partners in his firm. I mean, he was a partner himself with the authority to do things for the firm, but he told me he had already cleared it with his partners in the firm, and that that they were going to put the monies on the books, and that they would be accounted for at the end of the year whenever they did their year-end settle up, that he would already be accounted for as having been paid these monies already.
Looking back at this exhibit that's now up on the screen. On March 10th, exhibit 450, he says, "I need to get the check today." Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he tell you any more about why he needed to get the check today?
I spoke to him on the phone that day, and he just asked me if the checks were going to be ready that day. As I recall, I was on the road. I wasn't sure I was going to make it back to the office or not. My bookkeeper was getting the checks ready, and I spoke to him on the phone and told him that if I got back in time to sign the checks, I'd have them ready that day. He told me he'd like to get them that day. Yes, sir.
He told you that he had already cleared this with the partners. They were okay with him getting this money right now instead of having to wait till the end of the year.
He told me that the partners were aware that the monies were being paid to him, that he was going to put them into annuities, and that they would be accounted for on the books of the firm as already having been credited as paid towards him.
Did you believe the defendant when he told you these things?
Yes, sir. I didn't have any reason not to.
Your best friend?
Yes, sir.
Did you trust him?
I did.
So he's trustworthy?
Didn't set off any red flags to you at this point?
No, sir. And I've known him for 30 plus years and didn't have any reason not to trust him.
Did you
really know him?
ultimately initially write a couple of fee checks?
I did, yes, sir. I think I wrote one check in the gentleman's case and one check in the lady's case. And then the gentleman's check was rewritten into two checks. These were, when I say these checks, I'm talking about fees that were paid.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 345. You said the total fees that we're going to go to Alec in this case were how much?
$792,000
And he asked you to write the checks out to who?
to him,
Him directly,
Richard Alexander Murdaugh,
instead of what?
instead of PMPED or the law firm.
Which would be the normal practice.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 345 and see if you recognize this document. States 345.
I do.
All right, what is that?
So this is a check that was initially written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire for $600,000 on March 10th, 2021. This says fees on the bottom. This would be the fees on the gentleman's case for payable to his firm, which Alec told me to write to him. This check was voided and rewritten into two separate checks.
All right.
It's marked void.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would move to admit States 345 into evidence.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional objections to that.
What's interesting is, of course, in a normal case, these dollar amounts are all motive for murder, but none of those dollar amounts relate to the murders in any way. I mean,
This check is.
you'd easily see someone getting iced over 600 grand.
$600,000.
All right, and again, there were two cases, so there were going to be two separate checks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. This was just the fees on the gentleman's case.
And that was going to be how much total?
Total was $792,
But this one is
$600,
and then the one for the other one,
$192.
192. Okay. All right, and so you initially write this check. Did you deliver this to the defendant, or what happened?
I didn't deliver any of the checks. I believe he had somebody pick them up that day from his office, a runner or something like that. But no, so this check was voided out, and we rewrote two separate checks made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Why did you do that? Why did you void this one for 600 and then write two separate checks?
When I called Alec and told him, or when we were talking and I told him I thought the checks would be ready, he instructed me that he was doing three separate annuities, and so it would need to be in three checks, and that this check would need to be made out in two different checks that totaled $600,000.
A bunch of different annuities, huh?
Yes, sir. It wasn't all going into the same annuity or the same place.
I guess in this case, though, the clients got their money.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the one. I mean, this is the one where this guy's got motive because this guy didn't. I think he got 600K back, but he's out like 192, if I remember right, from in camera.
Right.
Not that I think that
So
this
you
guy
recut,
had Maggie and
into
Paul
two
killed or
checks,
anything.
Is that
but-
correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 346 and see if you recognize that set of documents, please.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, just flip through it real quick.
Can't even tell you what they are.
We'll just flip through it first.
Yes, sir, I recognize all of this.
All right, and tell the jury what those are, please.
So the top document is the $192,000 check dated March 10th, 2021, made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. And on the bottom, it says fees. That would have been the fees on the ladies' loss of consortium case.
Okay.
The back of it, the rest of it's just the back of the check. Looks like it's endorsed Bank of America deposit only. A signature that looks like Alec, but it's kind of scribbled and says Bank of America.
Okay.
The next page is a check for $225,000 dated March 10th, 2021, payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. And on the bottom, it says fees. This would be part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check. Same type of endorsement paperwork on the back. And then the third check is a check dated March 10th, 2021 for $375,000 made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire. And on the bottom, it says fees. And that would be the second part of the rewrite of that $600,000 check for the fees in the gentleman's case.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit States 346 into evidence.
We don't have any additional objections, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 347. See if you recognize those two documents, please.
I do.
All right, tell me what those are.
So these are two checks from my firm made payable to Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsworth, and Dietrich. The memo part is redacted, but I know what these are. So these were cost reimbursement checks in both of these cases. One check for the gentleman's case and one check for the wife's case. They're dated May 13th of 2021, made payable to the law firm. One of them is for $14,619.13, and one of them is for the same amount except for 14 cents.
All right, tell me the date on those expense
It bears
checks,
mentioning
please.
that this guy
May
would
13th
know
of 2021.
that writing that
Maybe
check
I
to
could
Alec
and
personally
let's
is
give
not the
remind
way to
jury
do it.
What the date of the fee checks are, particularly after they were recut at the
And he
defendant's
says he has no
request.
reason to
March 10th of
distrust him,
2021.
but he also knows that that's not
put
the
these
way
up on the screen
that
real
it
quick.
goes. That's not how he gets paid.
Your Honor, I'll move in States 347, please.
No objection.
They're admitted.
All right, we're at States 346, and this is the check for $192,000. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Divining rod
Date
says,
is March 10th, is that right?
damn it.
Yes, sir. That's the day that all three lawyers' checks were cut to be paid.
Same day that that text the jury's seen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Next page, this is the check for how much?
$225,000.
And that's part of the 600K,
Yes, sir.
same date?
Yes, sir. March the 10th.
And that's your signature on there?
It is.
Going back to the first one, you said that looks like whose handwriting?
Yes, sir.
Whose?
Alex.
Right there on the second check on the back. That looks like whose handwriting to you?
I mean, the top left of it looks like Alex's signature.
Okay. And then finally, this last check, that's the 375, this part of the 600,000.
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature right there on the check?
It is.
And the same date?
Yes, sir. March 10th.
And you recognize that signature at all?
I mean, it looks like Alex, but I mean,
Best as you can see on the
best I can tell. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. What those particular checks? What did you? Once those were cut, the defendant's been texting you about it. What did you do once you recut them?
I think, as I said a little earlier, at some point in time, we were having a phone conversation, and I told him that I was on the road, that if I got back and was able to sign them, I'd let him know. And I ultimately did make it back to the office, I believe, that day, was able to get the check signed, and either called him and said they're ready, and he said, I'll send somebody up to get them, or maybe I called him as I was going back to the office, but before I actually signed them, and said, hey, I will be back to sign them, and they'll be ready. And he said, well, I'm going to send somebody up to get them. And so they would have come up. I think he had a runner come up that day that would have picked up a package that had those checks. I don't remember exactly for sure, but generally it's going to be those checks, a cover letter, and a package that has a partial disbursement sheet. Our client had signed off on allowing the fees to go ahead and be paid. Then, while we were waiting on some liens to resolve themselves, some costs to come in, and some things like that. So our client had signed off on a partial settlement statement, and I would have provided that.
The voided check we saw before, and these checks all have the same date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, they do.
All right. And do you recall anything about that? Did you call him up and say, hey, great news, I got it taken care of? He said, wait. How did that go down?
I don't remember. I don't remember how many different conversations we had that day, whether it was over, one conversation or two conversations. I don't remember. But at some point, he instructed me that the $600,000 check needed to be made into separate checks.
He sent somebody to pick
I
them up.
didn't mean to cut you off. We talk a lot every day. And so we probably had multiple conversations that day. But at some point, he instructed me to do that.
He's one of your best friends.
Yes, sir, very much.
And you trusted him, but did you really know him?
Not just my best friend, Mr. Wars. I mean, our families were close. I mean, our kids, our wives, we're close.
You had friendship with Maggie too.
Yes, sir. Very much.
You had friendship with Paul too.
Yes, sir.
You had friendship with Buster too.
Yes, sir. Haven't been able to have that since. Not like it was, but yes, sir. Hope to one day. But,
Why not with Buster?
yes, sir.
Buster didn't steal your money. I mean, this has got to be rough. Your best friend steals like $200K from you. It's crazy.
Why didn't you disperse the fee checks the same day? Do you recall?
The fee checks were
I'm
dispersed.
sorry. My bad.
Cost
The
checks.
expense checks, the cost checks.
Yes, sir. We were still waiting on some costs to come in, and we had several experts in that case, and it's not abnormal to have costs that come in after a settlement or after a verdict that you reach. Sometimes you're taking depositions up to the last minute. Sometimes you have experts that are working. They're going to send you their bill for their trial time. And so a lot of times those costs will come in. I think our client had authorized us to hold some money back in escrow for an expected cost. And so we had a lot of bills that were coming in even into late April.
You mentioned that the defendant had said something about his exposure in the boat accident lawsuit as a reason for structuring these fees.
Yes, sir.
Did he say any more about that?
Not in that conversation. When he asked me to write the checks directly to him, we had some other conversations, and I don't remember if they were before this or after this. I think they were after, but I don't remember for sure, where he had just said that there was, some fights going on between insurance companies.
When the defendant asked you to do this unusual step and write the fees direct to him, and you said you trusted him, correct?
Yes, sir.
What was your general perception of his law practice, of his wealth, of his financial security, knowing him as well as you did? What was your perception of that?
Big firm, big reputation. Alec had a big reputation. I thought he made a whole lot more money than I did. Everything I knew from the way his partners treated him, the type of cases I saw him working on with them, the type of cases I knew he worked on with me, that he was, one of the biggest dogs in that firm, one of the biggest producers they had. Seemed to own a lot of things, do a lot of things, spend money, didn't ever seem to have problems. And I knew I was associating him and his firm on very good cases throughout the years, and I knew other lawyers that were. It just seemed like they were doing very well, and that he specifically was doing very well.
And is that perception that you had of him one of the reasons why you trusted him, that there was no shenanigans going on?
I don't know that that's the main reason. I trusted him because I knew him and had dealt with him personally and professionally for a long time. But I had no idea if he was having money problems. I mean, I would have never suspected that his asking me to write checks to him had anything to do with money problems on his behalf. Nothing gave that appearance.
He didn't tell you about his Fabergé egg
That could have
collection
factored
filled with
into the back, but
cocaine?
mostly it's just I knew the guy and I trusted him. And he wasn't asking me to do anything that raised any flags with me. He told me he had cleared it with his firm and with his partners. I didn't have any reason to doubt that.
I'm going to put States 347 up on the screen. And what are these again?
That's a cost reimbursement check in one of those cases. I can't tell you which one it is.
All right. And then if we go 2 pages back, this is the other check.
Yes, sir. In the other case, cost reimbursement.
All right. And those are the same amount.
1 penny difference. I think Alec sent me the cost total, and I just split them evenly between the 2 cases.
And what's the date on that check, those checks?
May 13th of 2021, which I believe would be the time, obviously, we wrote the checks, and they would have been mailed to his office shortly thereafter.
And you said that there was a reason why these came a couple months later?
Yes,
So
sir.
we're waiting for some information?
Waiting on costs to finalize up. Instead of writing multiple checks as costs came in, we just kind of wait sometimes till the final bill's received.
Is that your signature on these checks?
Yes, sir.
And those would have been mailed to Alex Law Firm, correct?
That's the general practice, yes, sir, is we mail them to the firm. And I don't know any reason why these wouldn't have been done differently.
In May of 2021, did your office, after these checks were mailed, did your office receive any communication from the defendant's law firm?
My paralegal, Vicky, received an email from Alec's paralegal, Annette.
And tell me about that. What was the communication? It was received from Annette.
Yes, sir, from Annette Griswold, Alec's paralegal.
All right. Your paralegal, Vicky, received a communication from Annette Griswold, the defendant's paralegal.
Yes, sir. Vicky got an email from Annette that said, hey, we got the, something to the effect of, hey, we received the cost checks, either why no fee checks or where are the fee checks.
Okay. And did Vicky respond to that?
She did.
What did she respond?
She responded to Annette that the reason the fee checks weren't included is because they had already been paid to Alec, that he had already received the fee checks.
Was that on about May 19th, 2021?
I'd have to look at the email, but I believe so. Yes, sir.
Did Vicky raise any issue with you at this point? Did you know anything about it at this point?
No, sir. I was preparing. I was in trial the following week in Hampton, actually all week long, and I was preparing for that. Vicky sent that email back. She didn't notify me about that actually until all this blew up, and I turned all that over to SLED after we found it, after all this blew up in September.
Moving into late May 2021, did this matter that Annette was raising with your firm come to your attention?
It did.
And tell
And
me.
it wasn't late May. It was the first part of June.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 348, and let's take a look at that real quick before we move on.
Sure.
Finding Rod says this is for last night.
I do.
So tell me what that is.
I thought he'd
So
make him
this is
look
the-
at it for a minute.
This is an email string that begins on May the 27th from Jeannie Seckinger, which is the bookkeeper or accountant in Alex Law Firm. And it's an email from Jeannie to Annette Griswold, Alex Paralegal, on May the 27th, where she telling Annette that she got the expense checks and it didn't match their records, that Alec thought he had more outstanding costs, but can't say what, and was asking Annette to reach out to my office, to Vicky, to get some more information. And then it looks like Annette forwarded that email to Vicky on May the 27th. Vicky was on vacation and did not come back in until the following week. It looks like she emailed her again on June 2nd. Vicky might have come back in on like June the 1st, or I think May the 31st was Memorial Day, a Monday. And so June the 1st would have been when Vicky came back in. So Annette emailed her again on June the 2nd and asked for some information. And then Vicky emailed her back and said, since this involves documents she didn't deal with, which was bookkeeping stuff that she didn't deal with, she would forward it to me.
And so that happened on what day?
June the 2nd,
Of what year?
2021.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 348 in the evidence.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
Admit it.
All right, and so this is going to the bottom. This is the email from Jeannie to Annette. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then that gets sent from Annette to Vicky on May 27th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then she gets back from vacation, and then she responds on June 2nd, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does she say?
She's going to forward that to me. And she did. She CC'd me up in the email string.
All right. And did you have a conversation with Vicky at that time about this issue?
I did.
What'd you tell Vicky, or what was y'all's conversation?
She said, I've gotten this email from them asking about the cost in this case. What do you want me to do? And I said, tell them that you'll forward it to me and I'll deal with it.
Around this time, had you had any conversation from any other partners in PMPD, the defendant's law firm?
As best I recall, Mr. Waters, I was in Hampton the entire week before, and I was working out of their office. I was trying a case down there like the week of May the 24th, and I was working out of Alex Firm's office. Lee Cope approached me and said, hey, I need to talk with you about this back truck case. Has all the money been dispersed? I said, Lee, it hadn't all been dispersed. We've got some liens, some medical liens we're waiting on to deal with. We've got some costs that we're waiting on to come in, and it all hadn't been dispersed, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to check on it. And I was stuck in trial through Friday of that, or through Thursday of that week.
Did you reach out to the defendant after Lee had that conversation with you?
I reached out to him after I got this email.
All right. And tell me what your conversation was with him when you reached out to him, having received this email from Vicky asking about these fees.
I called Alec. I said, Alec, I got this email from your firm. They're asking about issues with costs, that you think you've got more costs that are owed to you. I put down on the settlement statement and wrote checks for the amount of costs that you gave me. But if there are more costs outstanding, just figure out what they are, because we've been holding some money back and I think at that point we were waiting on a medical lien to resolve, and I don't think the client will have a problem paying the cost out of what we're holding back.
Did you have any discussion about the disbursement of the fees at that point?
I did. I said,
And tell me about that.
I said, Alec, this is the case that you asked me to write the fee checks directly to you. Is everything all right? And he said, yeah, everything's fine. I just need to make sure my partners know that this is the same case, that you wrote the checks to me and that it's already on the books.
Did you believe him?
Yes, sir.
Did it work?
After you had that conversation with the defendant, did you do anything else, or did you think it was handled? Because you had spoken to your best friend, Alec Murdaugh.
He told me it was taken care of. He told me he had talked with his partners about it. I didn't think there was any other problem. I didn't do anything else.
A couple weeks later, did you have another conversation with him about the same issue?
Yes, sir. This would have been after June the 7th. Yes, sir.
Oh, come on.
And it might have been more than a couple weeks because I didn't ask him anything after Paul and Maggie. I didn't want to. I asked him if everything was all right, and he said it was fine.
When you got that email forwarded to you from Vicky on June the 2nd, did you call Alec that day?
I think it was, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I think it was that day.
Thereabouts?
Yes, sir.
Really do wonder where the money went. Where all his income went. Well, I guess I can read this. Divining Rod says, this is for last night, particularly the Sesame Street video and Floodzilla. Shout out to the video Hi Ren. Seriously, one of the greatest songs I've ever experienced. Thanks as always, brother. Hey, you're welcome.
June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
It's my pleasure.
Is that a Monday?
Yes, sir.
Gamecocks had played some baseball that weekend. You'd
Yes, sir.
seen the defendant?
I'd seen him and Maggie and Buster, my wife and I, and our children. Had been with him and Maggie and Buster the weekend before Saturday. Yes, sir.
On Monday, June 7th, 2021, what was your day like just during the day?
Went to work. I was in the office most of the day. I think I had something scheduled that it canceled out. And ate lunch with a friend. And I live in Columbia, even though I practice in Bamberg. Kind of later in the day, I ran by the pharmacy, picked something up, and then headed to Columbia and stopped to pick something up at the store on the way home.
Went home,
Yes, sir.
normal evening?
Yes, sir.
Remember what you were doing that evening?
Just hanging out with my wife and, I don't remember how many of our kids were home. I think just our youngest, just watching TV.
Watching TV.
Yes, sir.
Watching TV.
I was kind of late getting home, so.
This prosecutor
wasn't a whole lot of
really
the evening left.
plays up the vocal dynamics on his questioning. What were you doing that night? Just watching TV, the family, nothing wrong, everything normal in the world. You couldn't expect anybody was going to die that night. You know, you just come on, man. Just ask the questions.
That evening, did the defendant call you?
Yes, sir, he did.
About what time did he call you?
I don't remember exactly. I turned my phone records over, but I think it was around 9:20, 9:15, 9:20.
Before we talk about that, I'm going to show you States 451. Do you recognize that?
I do. Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is my phone log that I turned over to SLED.
Does that reflect calls from Alec Murdaugh on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Tell me,
To and from, yes, sir.
tell me what you were doing when they first received a call from Alec Murdaugh that night.
I remember my wife and I were sitting on the back porch. We have a TV on the back porch. We were sitting back there on the couch talking, watching The Bachelor. Can't believe I was watching that.
We all can. We all
Phone
can.
rang. It was Alec. I had actually stepped off the porch, and the pool pump is on the side of the porch, and I was trying to mess with something with the pool pump. Sounded like it was running funky, and so the phone rang, and it was Alec, and I answered the phone.
What did he say?
Said, hey, hey, Bo is normally how he would greet you. Hey, Bo. And I don't remember if he said, what are you doing or what? I pretty quickly told him, hey, I've got my hands in the middle of this pool pump messing up. Can I call you right back?
Did you sound normal to you?
Sounded normal. Yes, sir.
So you said, hey, I'm busy right now. Let me call you back.
I did. Yes, sir.
And what did he say?
Said, that's fine. No problem.
And having that exhibit, and Your Honor, I apologize, I'd move. States
Was this the night of the
451
death?
in evidence at this
I
time.
think so.
Submit it.
And having a chance to look at your phone records there, what time was that first call?
Looks like it was at 9:11 p.m.
Hashtag never forget.
Incoming from his cell phone.
All right, so you got off,
2-minute phone call.
2-minute phone call.
Yes, sir.
So you got off the phone. What happened next?
I finished trying to fix the pool pump, called Alec back,
All right. And what time was that?
9:20 p.m.
Tell me about that conversation. Tell the jury about that conversation.
Called Alec back. I generally say, hey, Bo, too. And, hey, Bo, calling you back. He said, hey, I'm about to get to my mom's house. Can we talk a little bit later? I told him, sure. There were a couple of things I needed to talk with him about, cases that one case that we were working on and one case that I had going on. I wanted a little advice, ask him how his mama was doing. And I asked him how his daddy was doing because I knew his dad was getting a lot worse. We had talked about that over the weekend at the baseball game in Columbia. And I think we had talked on the phone on Sunday also. So he said, can I call you back or can we talk later? And I said, sure.
You said his daddy was getting worse. Had he called you that day, Monday at all, to give you any updates to your recollection?
I don't think we talked earlier in the day on that Monday, but we had talked on that Saturday before and on that Sunday before. And so I knew his father was getting worse. And I think I knew that he was either going to or had already gone to the hospital.
So that second call, was that also very brief? He said, hey, I'm at my mama's.
3 minutes.
So what happened after that? You still watching TV?
Still watching TV. Yes, sir.
Did you talk to the defendant again?
I did. He, I believe, texted me sometime later that evening. And I think the text was something, are you still up or still up? Something like that.
All right, stand by for me real quick.
Sure.
Booty call. Hey, girl.
Changwa says our favorite pink anime rabbit, Pipkin Pippa, is hit 150,000 subs. Can we get a toast? I'm not doing the liquor today because, again, Pro Vigil Day. But to Pipkin Pippa, 150,000 to the most based, pinkest, rabbitest VTuber out there. I will never understand your industry, lady, or why anybody pays attention to VTubers. But if there was one
We'll show you
that I
what's
would
been
watch, it
marked
would be
as,
you.
States 452 and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir. This is a snapshot of text communications between me and Alec that I snapshot and provided.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move States 452 into evidence.
No objection.
Submit it.
452. This is a screenshot of the text that you, of your text that you provided. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And we see down at the bottom, is that a text? Who is that text from?
That's from Alec to me at 9:52 on June the 7th. It says, call me if you up.
Okay. Did you receive that text? Were you still awake at that point?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And what did you do?
Picked up the phone and gave him a call.
Okay. And tell me about that conversation.
Um,
Call it one time or two times?
no, I called, the first time I called, he didn't answer, which is kind of normal with Alec sometimes. Sometimes he wouldn't answer because he was either on the phone or sometimes he was just in bad service, I think, and couldn't get a call to go through. So I'm pretty persistent. I call right back. So I called him, I didn't get an answer, and then I called him back. And that was at 9:50, according to these records, 9:52 is when I tried to call and didn't get an answer. And I called back at 9:53 and said, hey, Alec, I got your text calling you back. How's your mama? You know, and he said, you know, she's, you know, doing about like normal, I think. I mean, she'd been doing poorly for years. And I told him I needed to talk to him. We had a case we were working on that involved a piece of equipment that had malfunctioned. And the company had preserved the equipment, but they weren't going to preserve it too much longer. We needed to get it inspected. And they were kind of pushing on us about when the inspection was going to occur. And I said, hey, we need to talk about this and get this squared away so we don't miss the chance to inspect this equipment. And I need to talk to you about some motions or something I've got upcoming that I need a little help on. And he said, hey, that's cool, but I'm about to get back home. Can we talk tomorrow? And I said, sure, fine.
That was some total of what he had to say was he's about to get home to Moselle and can we talk tomorrow? Correct?
Yes, sir.
We put States 451 up on the screen. Right here, is that your writing right there?
That's my handwriting. Yes, sir.
And that says Alex M. And those are the defendant's calls. Is that right?
The bottom one is him calling me and me telling him I'm on the pool pump. The next one is me calling him back and telling me he's about to get to his mama's. And then the next one up here is me trying to call him after that text that he didn't answer. And then the top one is me calling him back after he didn't answer and talking to him for those couple minutes.
All right. And then that one in the middle, that's just a irrelevant conversation with some other person.
Just a friend of mine who I told his name was probably coming out today. So I told him that he was on my phone.
We did scratch out his number.
That's right. Yes, sir.
Now we did.
Yes, sir. I felt like his name would probably come up today, and he should know that.
Just go about your evening after that? Did you just go about your evening after that?
Pretty shortly after that, I went on to bed. My wife stayed up, but I went on to bed shortly after that.
How'd you find out?
I was asleep.
Ooh, this is gonna get rough.
My phone's always kind of sit beside the bed. I could hear it buzzing, but I really wasn't paying any attention. My wife comes in kind of, just hysterical. She says, you got to wake up. You got to wake up. And I don't remember if she was on the phone with Randy's wife or Randy himself. She's trying to tell me what's going on, and I'm looking at my phone, and I've got a text from a person I knew in Hampton that's texting me saying, hey, give me a call. I got to tell you something before you hear it somewhere else. It was a person that was in the county government down there that I knew that was just trying to get word to me before I heard it somewhere else. My wife, I don't even tell, I don't think I respond to that person or her text immediately. My wife is telling me what's going on. I just told her, I said, I'll get some clothes. I got to go to Moselle. We started trying to call our daughter right at about 11 o'clock. Started trying to call our children, tell them what was going on. I don't even know how much my wife and I spoke about it. I mean, she knew I was leaving. I got in the car, went straight to Moselle, grabbed some clothes and went straight to Moselle.
How long does that take?
From Columbia, about an hour and 40 minutes or so. I mean, I called some different people on the way that I thought needed to know. I mean, repeatedly tried to call my daughter. She was extremely close. She is and was extremely close to Buster and Paul. And, you know, we couldn't get her to answer, called her boyfriend, just repeatedly calling her. I think I talked to Randy on the way down, but I can't say for sure I did, but I know I talked to somebody in their family on the way down just to tell them I was on the way.
About what time did you get to Moselle?
About 1 o'clock in the morning.
Other family and friends were arriving then too?
Already had arrived, I believe. Yes, sir. I mean, when I got there, I went through the main gates. I could see, I don't know that I knew at that point that this had occurred at the kennels, but I could see that there was tons of activity there as I passed by to go to the main gate. And when I turned in the main gate, I was on the road headed up to the house. You don't go very far and you can turn right to go to the kennels. I almost was going to turn and go down to the kennels. And I think John, Marvin, and Randy were walking out and kind of waved off and said, go to the house.
Is that where you went?
Yes, sir.
Was the defendant there?
He was, yes, sir. Yeah,
You talked to him?
I did. I walked in, hugged his neck and cried. Didn't know what to say.
Hugged his neck and cried.
Yes, sir.
A lot of people there coming out to support him as you would expect, correct?
Yes, sir. There were a lot of the lawyers that he practices law with, several family members, you know, some friends of his that I knew. There were a lot of people already in the house. Yes, sir.
Did you stay there during the early morning hours as a friend, supporting your friend?
Yes, sir. Till 5:30 or so in the morning. 4:35. I don't know. I mean, everybody was shocked and destroyed. And I mean, times I felt like it stood still. So I don't know exactly what time it was, but sometime 4 or 5 o'clock that morning, everybody decided it would be best for Alec and Buster to go get some sleep, or at least try to, and not stay there that night. And so I went back to Bamberg and slept in my office.
Did you return to Moselle the next day after getting some sleep?
I did about 9 o'clock that next morning.
Were you there as much as you could be at Moselle or wherever you were needed over the next few days in the aftermath of all of this?
Yes, sir. I was there almost entirely the next 2 days.
At any point, did you ever have any conversation with the defendant about what he did that night?
Not really, no, sir.
What do you mean by not really?
I mean, I didn't ask him. I didn't want to know what he found. I didn't want him to have to describe that to me. I didn't want him to have to relive it. So I didn't ask him about it.
Didn't ask him.
No, sir.
It's only natural.
Yes, sir. I mean, I was there as a friend, supporting him and his family. I didn't need to know the details. I knew all I needed to know is that two people that I loved were gone.
Certainly we're going to ask him about the stupid issue with the fees in this time.
No, sir, not at all.
Objection leading.
Didn't know there was an issue with the fee. I mean, I did not know there was an issue with the fee at that time, so I didn't have anything to ask him.
Over the next few weeks, Did you do what you could do to be a supportive friend?
I did. Yes, sir. I mean, I tried to call him even more often. If I was anywhere close to Hampton, I tried to stop by and check on him. I tried to make him go places and do things. Not much, but I felt like he needed to get out. I was worried he was going to hurt himself. I was worried he's going to kill himself, just like I think a lot of people were, family and lawyers, his partners. And so I think we all talk regularly about keeping an eye on him, about being there for him.
After a few weeks go by, the shock starts to abate just a little bit.
It still hadn't abated.
Still hasn't abated, just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
At some point, does the defendant call you about those fees?
He does. Yes, sir.
You remember roughly when that was?
Sometime around the middle of July.
What does the defendant say to you?
He tells me that he has not been able to put the monies into the annuities like he thought he could, that he's messed it up, and that the monies need to be paid to his firm, and that that he needs to send the money back to me to run it through my trust account to write the checks to his firm directly.
You remember how that conversation came up?
I don't remember exactly how it came up, no, sir.
But he contacted you to say, hey, I messed up those annuities. I need to send the money back to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did he send the money back to you?
Not all of it, no, sir.
What did he send back to you?
600,000 of the 792.
And in what form did he send that money back to you?
It came in the 600,000 came in two separate wire transfers.
Tell me about those.
I don't remember the dates, but I think it was July 15, July 16, somewhere around in there. One came from Palmetto State Bank, and I think one came from Bank of America.
One for $350 and one for $250, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe that's right.
That was only $600,000, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had dispersed to him directly how much?
792,000.
Did you have a conversation with him about the fact that it was $192,000 short?
Yes, sir.
And what was that conversation?
Told me that he had already put the 192,000 away to where he wasn't going to be able to access it. I took it that he had already put it into the annuity and that it wasn't going to be available without some type of penalties or cost. And he said, I don't have the 192, but I'll be able to get it to you very shortly or soon. I don't remember if he said within a couple of days or a couple of weeks or what he said, but it was soon.
What did he want you to do, though, once this money came back in? Did he ask you to do anything?
To rewrite the checks payable for the fees to his firm.
Did he ask you to communicate with the firm at all?
He asked me when the money was back into the account, if I could send an email that I was holding those monies so that they would know those monies were in the trust account.
All right. But you're $192,000 short. So what was his discussion then?
He told me he didn't have the $192,000. And I mean, at that point, I know that I've got a trust account for which I'm responsible for. I've got money that's supposed to have been in my trust account payable to his firm for fees. That's my responsibility. And so I had to put $192,000 of my own money into my trust account to hold for the fees for his firm.
And how did you do that? How did you put $192,000 of your own money into your trust account to cover the defendant?
I wrote a check for myself and put it into my trust account.
And just quickly explain to the jury why you have to do that. What is it about a trust account that you have to do that if you're going to send that email to the firm?
Because I can't tell somebody I'm holding money in my trust account that I'm not holding in my trust account. I'm responsible for that trust account. Trust accounts are money that belong to someone else.
Quickest way to
that
lose
you're
your
holding
license.
in a fiduciary relationship, and you're responsible to make sure that those monies are held and dispersed appropriately. And at this point, I'm hearing that I haven't dispersed or paid those monies the way they're supposed to be paid.
At that point in time, did he ask you to cover that money, or was that just kind of a given that he was short?
I knew I had to, and I think he asked me to, but I knew that I had to.
So you get the 600,000 from the two wires, and you write 192,000 of your own money,
Yes, sir.
and then you send an email to the law firm. Is that right?
I sent an email to Alec,
To Alec?
yes, sir, that he tells me he's going to forward to his firm, which I, ultimately found out that he did forward to the bookkeeper and one of his partners.
I'm going to show you states 349. See if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is an email I sent on Monday, July the 19th, 2021 to Alec.
Is that the email you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. This time I've moved states 349 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
Can you read that email to the jury, please?
Sure. Alec, as discussed, I'm confirming that I am holding in trust $600,000 in the, and that's just redacted to take the gentleman's name out, the gentleman's case, and $192,000 in the, and that's redacted out to take out the wife's name. In the wife's case, which represent attorney's fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I am instructed by you or your firm regarding payment.
After you sent that email, did the firm contact you? Did you have to disperse the money, or did that just kind of end the matter?
Not until September the 3rd, when Lee Cope called me after they claimed that, after they say that they had discovered that Alec was stealing money.
Well, let's talk about the interim. But at that point in time, you sent that email and nobody's making any further inquiry at that point in time. Is that correct?
No, sir.
And that money's just sitting there,
Sitting in my trust account.
including your personal 192 that you wrote to cover Alec, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Did you ever have a conversation with Alec about when he was supposedly going to get you that money?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
I know we talked about it one time. I think it was at the August convention down in Hilton Head that most of the lawyers that do what we do attend. I had begged Alec to come down there and for Buster to come with him at least one day to play golf with some of us so they'd get out and do something so Buster could do something normal. And I think it was while we were playing golf that I just said, hey, where do we stand on you getting me repaid? He told me that, I knew that Maggie's estate would be tied up. And I figured that was a delay. He told me that he was, moving towards selling some property and that his father had obviously just passed and that there would be some money coming to him from his father's estate and that he was working on it and he was trying to do it as quickly as he could. He apologized for it taking longer than he said it would.
And he told you that he had tied up some money in structures or something like that, and that's why he couldn't get to it right then?
That's what he told me, why he couldn't get the 192,000, because that he had already put it into, the way I understood it, he had already put it into.
You didn't
the
say that.
annuity.
That's the way you
He couldn't
understood
get
it.
it back out. I think once you put those monies away, is my understanding.
He
is
just said
can't
he couldn't
pull
get
them
to
right
it
back
according
out.
to your
It's not like a
testimony.
checking account or a savings account where you can deposit and withdraw immediately.
But that's what he's explaining to you, right?
Yes, sir.
So that conversation you had with him at the trial lawyers conference playing golf, that was when, roughly?
First weekend in August. Actually, it'd probably be that we normally try to play golf on that Thursday, so whatever the first Thursday in August is.
Not long after that, did you have another conversation with him about the money that you had covered for him?
I did.
And roughly when was that?
Sometime shortly after that, middle of August, maybe, I called him up and said, I need to come see you and talk to you about something. And I went down and talked to him about this money. But it wasn't it was about the money. I needed to be repaid. I mean, that's a lot of money to me. And I wanted to be repaid.
$192,000. That's a lot of money.
Yes, sir.
A lot of money to anybody.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as State 350. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
So
What's the date on that first?
August 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move States 350 into evidence.
No additional objection.
It's admitted.
All right. Tell me about that document. What happened? What's your conversations related to that document?
At some point in time when I'm talking to Alec, I said, hey, I need to come see you in your office and talk with you about something. I don't even think I told him exactly what it was. He said, sure. So I went down and went in his office. I said, look, I hate to even talk to you about this and I hate to ask you this, but if something happens to you, you know, and I think I phrased it like if you get hit by a car or something happens and you die, I can't get repaid that money against your estate unless there's something in writing between us. I knew enough to know, enough of the law to know that you can't enforce an agreement with a person that's deceased against their estate unless you got some documentation of it. I said, boy, I hate to even ask you to do this. And I was worried that he was going to kill himself, you know, still at that point. And I was worried about what that would, mean, more so on a human personal level, but also what that would mean about me trying to get repaid. And I said, I hate to ask you to do this, but can we do this? And he said, sure, no problem. I mean, that's our agreement, and sure. And so we scratched out, he hand wrote it, 3 sentences, nothing formal or fancy.
Formal and fancy. Sounds like a cat food.
So I've seen a couple people saying, are millionaires quibbling over 200,000? There's a big stratification of what a millionaire is. You can be a millionaire and very quickly get cash poor, and $200,000 will do it real fast for a whole lot of them.
August the 17th. And I was in his office.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Well, it's good that we moved away from the murders and back to pure financial shenanigans again.
I'll stand for a moment.
American Dreamer says, can I get a prayer for my son, Alex, please? Doctors need more wisdom. Thanks, Nick. Absolutely. And I hope they find it. I don't know what's ailing your son, but I hope he gets the help that he needs. Michael Hedke, infotainment in truck reads park signal to lock functions as screen, would also read reverse for backup camera. It must not help the state's case. There's things they aren't including, like Windows status, as stated, could be read. Yeah, it's almost like if they got the information from OnStar, they would have had a more complete thing that they didn't have to reverse engineer from another vehicle for an entire year. I mean, it's just that's one of the most ridiculous pieces of testimony as well. We think we get better results when we do it ourselves. When you get the results and then compare them and look for the best one, I mean, that seems like the proper investigative method. Sure, maybe you want to develop these tools to use in a case, even this case, or look for something that's missing from the OnStar data. But what if OnStar has data that you're not grabbing? What if they have that data stored in some way that you don't understand or your tools don't get?
And time matters. A year delay. I mean, maybe if you talk to OnStar, you get the data right away.
Right. Lancelot 652 says, how nice of the judge to give us 2 trials in one, but can we get to anything spicy? I've seen more of a pulse in corpses in this trial. Rick Nikita says, I hate this person now. He's talking about the witness. I think I know why. Noah White. Noah White says, maybe one day I'll have a budget for super chats, but till then, this
Ladies
is
and
it.
gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for recess. Please do not discuss the case.
I don't like food, but my wife loves it and loves creating new foods. So check her out at Forged Ardor. New interesting foods for a healthy, tasty meal. William Strong says, I understand Alex stole a lot of money from a bunch of different people, but it seems it was only made possible by other people sucking at their job. And it's something that's pretty common when large amounts of money get moved in ways that don't make sense, is that someone didn't do what they're supposed to do. And you're finding that all over the place here. And maybe it was Alex' wit and charm and gregarious personality that convinced them to do it. But at the end of the day, all these people wrote checks that they knew they should not write. They made checks out.
Just out of a abundance of caution, before we got to this portion of the witness's testimony, as your Honor is aware from the in-camera proceedings, there is he has a confrontation with the defendant, and the defendant tells him some things that he. The witness here has a conversation with the defendant at his mother's porch after receiving word about what the law firm had found. From the in-camera testimony, the witnesses testified that the defendant, admits the financial misdeeds, says he had a drug issue, I think going to rehab, and some things like that. And that is, I believe, on the early afternoon of September 4th. And then not long after that, he hears that the defendant was shot on the side of the road. And so we've had some discussions about the drug issue. So before listening to that testimony, I alerted the defense and wanted to make sure that we had set our ground rules on that. And then, of course, the side of the road issue, which we've talked about earlier.
What ground rules did you set?
Your Honor sets the ground rules, and that's.
You take a break during questioning the witness to have a conference with counsel.
Well, I am seeking to admit that evidence, not only of what the defendant said about his drug use, but also to submit that not long after that, he heard about the side of the road incident. And I, out of abundance of caution, raised that issue, and I believe the defense was going to object, trying to give them the opportunity to do that in an in-camera setting.
All right.
Got a question?
For both of those, I think they are admissible. As first of all, again, we're not offering any drug use, and we've had some discussion about that yesterday. We're not offering any drug use for the purposes of what's improper under 404. In this particular instance, the defendant himself identifies that as a reason for these alleged misdeeds. So not only is it not 404, it's just part of the res geste of his statement, which is part of what's been admitted.
It was admitted yesterday, so we're beyond that issue as far as the court is concerned.
All right. And then as far as the side of the road,
particulars of which have not been disclosed, but the email from Mr. Murdaugh doing rehab was published by the defense.
yes, sir.
It doesn't explicitly
And
mention
then
rehab.
secondly, along with the side of the road, again, at this point in time, just going to be admitted that he heard about what had happened to the defendant. There are other circumstances that we talked about earlier that we would address at a later time about the side of the road, which we believe is admissible and admissible under 404. We could I don't know that we need to have an in-camera proceeding at this point in detail about that, but I just, because all he's going to say is he heard that happen. But I just wanted to, again, and out of a bunch of caution, we've gone this far. I just wanted to be, before I listened to anything along those lines, just wanted to alert the defense and give them a chance to object.
All right. Mr. Griffin?
Yeah, we do object, Your Honor. First, he's not the proper witness to be testifying about what happened on the side of the road. He just hears it secondhand, so any information he has is just hearsay. In the in-camera hearing, he also provided his opinion that Alec must have tried to commit suicide, and that's improper. So first it's hearsay, but more importantly, Your Honor, it is a bridge too far.
I'm surprised they didn't object to the
under the narrow exception that you've offered.
Comment, honestly,
that they're offering this evidence of financial crimes that he that it's a motive for this alleged murder that he committed. And so the fact that whether it was an assisted suicide or they want to go further and say it's part of the same scheme and that it's a sympathy ploy, which the court hasn't ruled upon, and we don't think it meets the standard there, and it violates Rule 403. So for all those reasons, we object to it coming into evidence.
I'll allow it.
Do you want to proffer what Attorney Wilson is going to say about it?
I believe during his prior testimony in the in-camera hearing, and I certainly can do that, he
I
testified.
recall his prior testimony.
Yes, sir. And
Which did not involve anything about a roadside shooting.
well, and so I'll go ahead and proffer, Your Honor. So, Mr. Wilson, kind of jumping ahead, you had a confrontation with the defendant on September 4th when you drove to Hampton County to have a meeting with him on the porch of Alameda. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And pull the mic forward to you a
Yes.
little bit. And without getting into all that detail, after that conversation, he made some admissions to you at that time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just very quickly tell the court what he said.
He admitted or said that he had a drug problem for 20 plus years and that he was going to rehab. And then he said he admitted he had been stealing money.
Did he say anything about the 192 with you? Did he have a phrase he used for that?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
You don't have to proffer this portion. You're indicating you're trying to go beyond this into something else.
What time did this, yes, sir, thank you, Your Honor. What time did this conversation take place roughly?
Late morning, just before lunch.
All right. And that's on September 4th?
Saturday, September 4th. Yes, sir.
After that confrontation, did you leave?
I did.
And where did you go?
I went through Hardee's in Hampton, grabbed a bite of lunch at the drive-through, and then drove back towards Columbia.
Did you hear about anything relating to the defendant within a couple hours?
I did. I got a phone call from Lee Cope. Might have been Randy, but I think it was Lee Cope that called me and said Alec had been shot in the head and was being helicoptered. I thought he said to Savannah Hospital. I know he said to the hospital in a helicopter.
That's as far as this witness would go.
And I've sustained the objection as to this portion of the testimony. I agree with the defense. It's hearsay and if it's and he's not the appropriate witness to testify on this issue.
Thank you, Your Honor. So obviously, yeah, all right. And you're a lawyer. You understand where to stop.
Yes, sir.
All right.
We'll take a recess for about 10 minutes.
Well, he sustained an objection. That was nice.
Only 72,000 hours into this trial.
It is a pretty big one. So he's not going to admit the drug testimony.
No, it's the roadside shooting testimony. He has no trouble with the drug stuff, with the rehab stuff. I don't know why, because he says, well, I let that in yesterday with the email that, or the text that Alex sent from rehab to his staff apologizing. But that text never explicitly says rehab, just says I'm getting better every day. I mean, you have to infer rehab, but the judge is going to let that in. This upcoming testimony from Wilson about rehab. What the judge doesn't want Wilson to testify is Wilson hearing about the roadside shooting, because he just heard about it. So that's all hearsay.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. Also, the roadside shooting to me does not belong in this case. Like at all. I'm not sure what the roadside shooting 6 months later has to do with the murder. And I know people are like, wow, he's guilty over the murder, whatever. It's like, okay, no, there's a whole bunch of bad that happens between the murder and that 6 months for Alec that could pile up. And it does not show a motive for murder. It doesn't show he's suicidal at the time of the murder or anything like that. Quite the contrary. He would have had every opportunity to have himself off prior to that. I guess the counter argument would be, well, he had to set up proper insurance and a plausible way for him to die without suiciding so that Buster could benefit or something like that. But none of that seems to be in evidence in any way. So getting me to admit any evidence of the 6 month later suicide is tough. It's very tough. But
yeah, so Steve Gosney just sent me some case law on this from State v. Cartwright, a 2018, looks like South Carolina Supreme Court decision. And one of the conditions for a suicide attempt being admissible is that there's an unmistakable nexus by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience. And we certainly don't have that here.
Right. No,
Thanks, Steve.
I think maybe they could link the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience on the financial crimes in that trial. That might be more possible. Well, yeah, maybe there. I just don't see it for the murders. I see a better argument for the financial crimes, but
yeah, I mean, we have a problem here. We don't even have clear evidence that he killed his family in the first place to be guilty over.
Right.
With the financial crimes, it's pretty apparent he did it.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm not hungover, folks. I don't have any reason to be hungover. I'm doing just fine.
Yeah.
I don't know how Kurt's doing today.
Yeah.
I hope he's doing okay.
Someone asked if I was still hungover from not yesterday, but the day before. And it was the crazy thing was I took a nap after that stream, woke up that night stone sober. Like that was, I felt fine. I didn't have a hangover at all. It was very pleasant actually not having one. Cause I thought I might. But yeah, it's, I haven't heard back from Kurt yet today. Hopefully he's sleeping. I don't know if he did anything after the show.
I managed to delay my return flight from Vegas on Monday morning, which is thank God for that. I was going to fly back with my wife, of course, but she had to leave early Monday morning. I was like, oh my God, we're going to be up to midnight, maybe later. I may as well just go straight from whatever the party is to the airport in the morning. But she's had to fly back a day early. So we can, I was able to adjust my flight as well.
Well, there you go. That's nice. You get to sleep it off a bit. Okay, real quick, I got to finish this one. Noah White says, maybe one day I'll have the budget for super chats, but till then, this is it. I don't like food, but my wife loves it and creating new food. So check her out at Forged Ardor. New interesting foods for a healthy tasting meal. William Strong says, I understand. Oh, wait, I read that one. Peter Wizachansky says, hey, Nick, I'm part of a nonprofit that works with young kids, teaching them the outdoors and God. We do one fundraiser, a clay shoot. Would you or Andrew like to be a sponsor? You got to email me information about it, man. I don't know.
Maybe I'll go shoot it. Where is it?
Yeah, I have no idea. I guess hit us up at email, and then we can look at it and make those decisions. Greg Candy says lots of talk about offsetting costs. Turns out I'm a cost offsetter. I hope this money helps offset your costs for the Vegas event. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make it because I have baseball practice. Oh, well, that'll be fun, I guess, baseball practice. But yes, no, the Vegas event is looking much less like a cost risk because of this venue. And I'm hoping I really hope to get it finalized today. That would make me really happy. So I could just announce it. That would be great. It's amazing what you can do when you just announce stuff. But no, things are looking very good for Vegas right now. But like I said, I went into this, with the understanding that I may take a hit on it anyway. It's not the point. So if worse comes to worse, I do have a backup, another venue. It just costs over twice as much. Let's see. I did think that vehicle testimony was completely underwhelming. I mean, from the state specifically, but I was a little underwhelmed by the defense too. I mean, I know they didn't need to focus on it There really wasn't anything there. I wish they would have told the jury more specifically that there wasn't anything there. That's my only criticism of it. And I think they got thrown off their flow by the tech issues yesterday.
Yeah, no excuse for that. I mean, that's not an excuse.
Right.
At the very least, they should have emphasized to the jury, asking the guys, so you don't have any location data. You got nothing in terms of location, right?
Yeah. And you said earlier that there are times that it just didn't pick up the data. It just it didn't pick up the data. Or maybe
one throwaway line from direct. So what's missing here? We don't have a park, not in park pair here. What happened? Oh, well, sometimes the computer just doesn't write the data. We don't know why. It's like, what?
And then you have the follow-up question. Wasn't it possible your software missed something in the data? But maybe if you draw too much of a specter on the incompleteness, you get to the point where the jury says, oh, there's something there, and it's just missing. I don't know, not really rational thinking, but jurors aren't always rational. Donna Loves Zumba says, what do you think are the chances of a hung jury? The same as they always are. You never know what you're going to get. Larry. But you need a couple. You need a hung jury is tough because typically one person will not hold out on a hung jury unless they're a very alpha type personality. They will hold out for a while, get some sort of compromise somewhere, and then they'll fold. That's how it usually goes. If you can get 2 to 3 jurors, who have some strong personality types or have a supportive personality type and one sort of alpha, you can actually get that hung jury. Then it becomes a little easier. But it's hard. It's hard for one person holding out against 11 when all of them want to go home. And by the time this trial's done, they're going to have been there for weeks. Well, I mean, they've already been there for weeks. So, I mean, they've been there for significant amounts of weeks. What's up, Joe?
So near as I could tell in this trial, we're at a place where the defense objected, it was sustained, and the court reporter, they have to they took a time out, a break for her to recover from her shock. She's like, wait, did you really say sustained? No, you said sustained? Like, that's why they had to take a break?
Yeah. Pretty good, man. I guess it's just because he had already, dismissed the jury for like a 15-minute recess. They got it resolved in a couple minutes. So just said, well, we'll take 10 more. Probably so he can go to the bathroom.
So I
assume he has his settings to dribble.
Hey, Steve Gosney sent me an interesting point. He said it's possible that part of this testimony, they asked transiently, I kind of missed it, about Maggie's phone. Had Maggie's phone connected to the Suburban at any time? Because if it didn't connect to the Suburban at this time, that would suggest the phone was not in the Suburban. In other words, he did not abscond with the phone himself and throw it into the trees.
Yeah, so the only phone that connected with the Suburban in any of the data that they had, though, was Alex, from what I gathered. So it might be that Maggie's phone was never even paired with the Suburban. Of course, we would know if they contacted OnStar and got the paired phone or paired devices list. Or maybe they did have that and the defense could have drilled down on the question a little bit better. Or the defense wants to leave it ambiguous so they can just, maybe Maggie's phone has never been connected, but they don't want the jury to know that it's never been connected. And they can just say, and Maggie's phone didn't even connect to the Suburban that night, which would be true, but possibly meaningless. So, lots of questions. But yeah, that is a good point. And the thing that I don't know, and you'd want an expert to help you out with, and the defense expert may do this actually. Wouldn't it be funny if the defense, requested the data from OnStar and they actually, but the prosecution would then have it. So but they might not want to introduce it. But yeah, if the defense expert explains that Maggie's phone had been paired and should have connected, that's one thing. But I don't know because we have 3 or 4 phones paired into our car. And if 2 of them are present, it connects to the most recent one, but it doesn't seem to connect to the other ones unless you manually change it. So I don't know if her phone would have connected if his was the primary anyway.
Right. I think on my car you can set a priority list.
Yeah. And I just don't know if there is some like back end connection that occurs, but it happens behind the scenes on that, or if it just doesn't connect once it grabs the one phone. I don't have the technical knowledge of that system. So what's up to Legal Vices viewers? How you guys doing? Welcome to the show.
I remember having viewers. Yeah, my strike was supposed to be over 4 hours ago, but I still can't post.
Does it say anything on your, because you're on your YouTube studio, it has the countdown timer. Does it say?
I don't see a timer. Where do I see a timer?
Okay, so you know when you pull up your YouTube studio on your dashboard in the top left, it has your active guideline strikes.
Yep.
Click on that.
Okay.
And then in that window, it should say X days remaining on one of the lines up near the top. Maybe it says hours. I don't know. I don't know how specific it gets.
No, I don't see that. No.
Do you want to share your screen or no?
I can. I'll share it right now. If I get this thing fixed, I'll try to fill in for you tomorrow in streaming the trial, because I know you're taking a day off tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
So I figure there's a void. I can help fill the void. Do my part for the world.
I'm also taking off Wednesday and Thursday of next week.
I'll fill that in there also.
Okay, so here we go. Let me yeah, expires. Oh, you're so yeah. Here, look. Go back to that. Click on active community guideline strikes. 1 of 3 community guideline strikes. You won't be able to do things like upload, post, or live stream for 1 week, 1 day left.
Why is there 1 day left when I got this notice? I got this notice
February 2nd.
February 2nd at 7 a.m.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it should have been today. I agree with you. But
well, anyway,
7 means 8 to YouTube sometimes.
I guess so. I guess so. If I do have access, I'll be streaming here. If I'm able to stream, I'll be streaming here on my channel. If I don't, Nate offered to allow me to stream through his channel. Do you think that he or I get in trouble for that?
Yes.
All right, so we won't do that.
I'd be very cautious with that.
All right. He offered, but I actually thought that as after I got off the phone with him, I was like, yeah, that could be a problem. That could really be a problem. All right. Well, if I'm able to stream tomorrow, I will be streaming the trial. And I certainly expect to be doing it next week. You say Wednesday, Thursday, or Tuesday, Wednesday? I know you were in the air.
Wednesday, Thursday. I checked.
All right. Sounds like fun. So
what about will you be able to do the whole thing? Because
well, tomorrow, I mean, I have to wrap up like at 5. So
right.
that's pretty much the whole thing. That's pretty much
okay. There you go. Kurt
What's
may
Wednesday,
also
Thursday?
be streaming it. I'm gonna be. I've got stuff going on both of those days.
Oh, next week.
I'll obviously invite Andrew and whomever to join as well.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, sounds good.
So, like I said, I think Kurt mentioned yesterday that he would also be streaming Friday. So if you want to talk to him and work that out, yeah. Either way, I'll direct people to wherever. Both and or either or.
You love us both. We get it. That's cool.
So
that's all cool.
I just want to make sure people have a place to continue watching this disaster.
And who wants to miss a second?
Oh, every riveting moment has me on the edge of my knife. Okay, they're back. Here we go. There's no audio yet. There were some subtitles, but no audio. Oh, the subtitles were probably from the talking heads that they had on. Mm-hmm. Harpootlian. So we're still on direct on this because I don't think the state hasn't passed the witness yet.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. When we left off, we were talking about the $192,000 that you had put in your trust account to cover the defendant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he had signed his promissory note up on the screen. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Before I move on real quick, I want to show you what's been previously admitted into evidence of States 313 and see if you recognize that.
I do, yes, sir.
And what is that?
Looks like the original of the $225,000 check payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire from my trust account dated March 10th, 2021 on this case.
All right, and that's your signature on there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Cuckage.
Oh, it's back. It wasn't there a second ago.
I don't know how you did that.
What?
It's a
Got you back
it's a
up.
banner?
He had
What did
asked
you
you to
do
send
to
that
it?
email. You sent
It's
the
one of the
email in
overlays.
July, and then you had those conversations in August that ultimately led to that promissory note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then nothing more going on with it. Does anything happen in early September related to this?
Yes, sir.
And what day was it?
Friday, September the 3rd.
Tell me what happened.
About 3:00 in that afternoon, I'm with a group of guys. I get a phone call from Lee Cope. I tell Lee that I can't really talk much because I'm in the middle of a crowd. He says Alex stealing money, that we found out Alex stealing money from the firm and from clients, and he's going to resign from the firm. And he wanted to know if I had the $792,000 in my trust account. I told him I did. He said, well, we're going to need to get that paid to us, and asked me not to say anything to anybody about any of it until the following Tuesday when they could issue a press release.
When you told him you had that $792,000 in your trust account, did that still include $192,000 that you had covered?
It did.
Okay. What happened next?
I talked to Lee very briefly again. He told me he was in the middle of trying to deal with all that they were dealing with, and he couldn't talk. That first phone call from him was like very brief, and then I think we talked again after I got away from the crowd. But he told me that he couldn't talk long, that they were in the middle of trying to deal with all that they were dealing with, and that we would talk later. And I mean, I had to kind of go back to the crowd that I was with and try to act as much as I could like normal, so that, you know, I mean, I think they realized that I'd stepped away and take a phone call that had bothered me. And I tried to pretend like things were as normal as they could be until I could get away from that crowd.
Did this shock you to hear this?
Yes, sir.
Is that something you expected to hear about your friend, the defendant?
Not at all. I mean, I didn't expect that to be the purpose of Lee's phone call to me when I took it.
What happened next? Did you attempt to call the defendant?
I think I texted him. I may have tried to call him after I got where I wasn't in the middle of a crowd of people. I think I may have called or texted him or both. And he texted me back something to the effect of that he couldn't talk right then. That I think he said he was meeting with probate attorneys or something to that effect, and that he couldn't talk right then and he would call later, or we could talk later.
When Lee Cope called you, did he say anything about this check that's up on the screen?
He did.
What did he say?
He said that they had found a check in Alex's office from my firm that was made payable directly to him. I don't remember exactly how he described it, but he said, we found a check. We found out that Alex stealing money from the clients and the firm, and we found a check from your office. And I need to know if you've got that $792,000 in your account. We're going to need to get that paid to us, and I need you not to say anything until Tuesday when we can issue a press release.
How long do you think after you got that call or those calls from Lee that you tried to reach out to your friend, the defendant?
It probably took me an hour, maybe two, to finish what we were doing and get to where I could, where I felt like I could reach out to him without being in the middle of other people.
And what was his response again?
Something to the effect of he couldn't talk right then, that he was, I think it was something to do with the fact of meeting with probate attorneys or something like that, and that he would talk to me later.
This is on September 3rd?
Friday, September the 3rd. The phone call from Lee was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon or so.
Did you talk to Alec later on that day?
That night, yes, sir.
And what was your conversation then?
I don't remember if he called me or I called him and was able to get him. And I said, Alec, I need to know what's going on. You know, Lee has called me about this and I need to talk to you, and it needs to be face to face. I need to know what's going on. And he was non-committal about meeting, said he had a number of things he had to deal with, and that he would try to meet with me the next day.
Stacey N asked why they're allowing all this
I was
hearsay.
at home. My wife
Because they're
was
party
there.
statements against their
You know, I mean,
interest.
I
That's pretty much anything Alex
was
says
talking
is
to
going to
him on
be
the
let
phone,
in.
but I wanted to talk to him face to face to find out what was going on.
It's an exception to hearsay.
Shocked, betrayed, mad. I mean, I don't know, numb. I didn't.
What happened the next morning? Was that Saturday?
Saturday morning, September the 4th,
What year?
2021.
Did you try to get in touch with the defendant?
I did. I woke up early that morning, told my wife, I mean, I had, you know, told her that evening that there was a problem. I didn't get into a lot of detail with her, just told her there was a problem. And woke up the next morning, told her I was going to drive down to Beaufort. I thought Alec was staying at his brother's house and I was going to drive down and talk to him. And so I got in the car and took off driving towards Okatee.
Were you trying to get in touch with him and
Called
not
him,
getting
called him a bunch.
not getting in touch with him?
No answer. No, sir.
So you just decided to go on down there and find him.
Yes, sir.
So you drive where?
I started driving down I-95 towards Okatee, and he called me before I was going to get off and go to John Marvin's place. But he got off. He called me.
Slow
before.
down. You say Okatee. What's Okatee?
I mean, that's what I call the area where his brother John Marvin lives. Might not be technically correct. That's what I call it.
But that's where you thought he was?
I was under the impression that's where he was staying. Yes, sir.
So you were just going to show up?
I was hoping that he would call me back on my way, but if not, I was just going to show up. Yes, sir.
And so what happened along the way?
He called me while I was on the road down there and told me that he was sorry he hadn't been able to take my calls and that he would meet me at his mother and father's house in Alameda.
Did that meeting ultimately happen?
It did.
About what time did that happen?
Kind of late mid-morning. I want to say around 11 o'clock or so, sometime before lunch.
Okay. And so tell me about that meeting.
I got there before he did. I think I waited in the car maybe out at the front of the driveway. And then when he pulled in, I followed him in. We got out, didn't say anything in the driveway. Went through the side door. I believe the caretaker was there. The lady that helped take care of, one of the ladies at least that helped take care of Miss Libby was there. She went kind of towards the back and he and I went out on the front porch.
Okay. What was your conversation with him on the front porch? About what time was this again?
I don't know the exact time. Sometime between 10:30 and noon, but I want to say it was around 11 o'clock or so. It was I was there for about 20 minutes.
All right. Tell me about the conversation that you had.
We went out on the front porch. We still hadn't said anything to each other than he said, let's go out on the front porch and talk. We went out on the front porch and I looked at him and I said, Alec, and I'm sure I said F or H or something. I said, what is going on? I need to know what's going on. Because I know about this thing that Lee's called me about, and I need to know if there's something else you've done that involves me that I don't know about. That's a problem for me. What is going on?
What does he say?
He didn't say anything. He broke down crying. Said, I can't talk.
Thought he didn't say anything.
I can't right this second, Chris. He walked inside and grabbed a handful of paper towels and came back out on the porch and said, I'm sorry. I've had a drug problem. I'm addicted to opioids. And I don't remember if he said 20 years or exactly how many years, but he said, I've been addicted to opioids for something like 20 years, I think is what he said. And, I don't remember exactly how the conversation went. There were parts where it was.
I knew I wasn't getting my money though.
Like we were screaming and hollering at each other and it never came to blows, but there were parts where it was heated and parts where it was silent and parts where it was probably calmer. He said he had a drug addiction And then he admitted he had been stealing money, you know,
From who?
he, from his law firm and from clients.
Did he say?
And
he
from, I mean, he didn't specifically spell any certain person out or any certain organization out, but he said, I've been stealing from the firm and from clients.
What did he say about that 192 with you? What was the phrase he used?
I mean, I have to cuss to say it. He said,
Go ahead and say it.
he said, I shit you up. I'm sorry. I've shit you up.
I still don't know what that
And
means.
shit a lot of people up.
I don't know what that means either. It's a weird expression. Maybe it's a South Carolina expression.
I asked him, how long has this been going on? Couldn't believe that I didn't know it. Never saw it. Never suspected it. Drugs or money.
And what did he say?
Just said it had been going on for a long time.
Did he say anything else in this conversation?
Just said he had been good about covering it up, especially the drugs. I mean, I didn't really ask much about I didn't know the extent of the client stuff. I knew about me.
That George
and
Michael
my
song, right?
$192,000. And in the phone
won't
call with
shit
Lee,
you up.
he had said that Alec had been stealing from the firm and from clients. But I didn't know about any specific clients or any specific cases. So we didn't talk about that. I didn't ask about that.
How'd the conversation end?
I don't remember exactly how it ended. I know I left. I don't remember. Like I said, I know we didn't come to blows, and we weren't screaming and hollering at each other when I left, and I wasn't screaming and hollering at him. I was angry.
Yeah, he looks like he wanted to kill him.
I didn't know how to feel. But at some point I left.
Where'd you go after that?
I started driving back to Columbia and just went through the drive-through at Hardee's in Hampton to grab something for lunch on the way out.
Since that conversation on September 4th.
This testimony
shortly
brought to you by
before noon,
Hardee's.
Have you had any conversation with the defendant since then?
I mean, I haven't had a
verbal
Hardee's in 20 years.
conversations. No, sir.
Did you ever get a text from him?
I've received 1 or 2 texts from him.
Now I'm hungry.
John Diaz 021 says, thanks for sitting in on these trials. Andrew, you and Nick make a great commentary team. The trial is much more interesting because of it.
It's true.
It's very kind. Thank you.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 351. See if you recognize this.
When I'm not here, this is where I watch it.
Yes, sir. It's a text I received from Alec on
When I am here, I'm watching Emily
September
Baker.
the 16th.
Yeah.
I responded on September the 17th.
Self-defense, get Hardee's.
Put States 351 up on the screen. That's the text you received from Alec.
Offer that in evidence.
Not my apologies, Your Honor. At this time, I offer States 351 in evidence.
Yes, sir.
No additional objections.
Submitted.
All right, now I'm going to put it up on the screen. Was that the text you received from the defendant?
It is, yes, sir.
Was that the usual number you have for him, or was that a different number?
What up, Jeff?
It's not the normal number. I don't know that I'd ever seen that number before.
Since that time, you haven't had any conversation with him?
I think he texted me maybe one other time, and I tried to respond with something as basic as what I said there, just trying to respond, but not really communicate. I think there may have been one other text very similar to that.
You ever get that $192,000 back?
No, sir.
Ouch.
And when you covered your friend and put that in your trust account, is it because you trusted him?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming there hasn't been a actual or metaphorical smoking gun yet.
You'd think
We
the
did
state would,
transiently talk about murder for a couple minutes.
you'd think the state would ask one of these witnesses at all some question relating to if they, like, somehow eliciting testimony that they thought that he was capable of murdering Paul and Maggie. Like, you'd think that there'd be one witness somewhere that they'd be able to get that out of. I know they're not going to get it out of everybody, but anybody. But they're afraid to ask anything about it because they know the answer will be
June
no.
7th, 2021. You're looking again at States 452. The defendant had texted you, call me if you up, correct?
Yes, sir.
And going back to 451, you called him once and he didn't answer, and then got that second call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. He texted me at 9:52. I called him at 9:52. 1 minute, there was no answer. And then I called back at 9:53.
And that was a 3-minute call, that second call?
I can't read on the sheet, but it was very short. I think it was 3 or 4 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes.
2 or 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes?
Yes, sir. Very short.
And you talked to him, I think you've testified, mentioned a couple things, and he said that he was where and he needed to go?
He said, I'm about to get back home. You know, service is always bad out here. Can we just talk tomorrow? Or he might have said, I'm about to get back to Moselle. I don't remember which phrase he used.
Thank you, Mr. Wellesley. Please answer any questions the defense has.
All right. I'm actually excited for this cross.
Did he love his wife and son?
Well, I mean, even paralegal, Meatloaf yesterday, she was, I know he stole millions of dollars from us, but I loved him.
Yeah, of course. You said he'd been doing this. He said he'd been doing this a long time, right? Like a real long time. He was covering it up real well, like a long time. None of this really came out until after the murders, did it? You didn't even know about the $192,000 until after the murders, did you? You didn't know there was a problem.
You said in answering
There wasn't a problem, was there?
Mr. Waters' questions on when you got to Moselle late night on the 7th or early morning on the 8th, he asked you something about, did you talk to Alec about the fee issue? And your response was, I did not know there was an issue with the fee. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There it is.
And you did not know that there was any issue with the fee on June 7th, 2021, correct?
No, sir.
Because there wasn't
The
an
only conversation you had with anyone about the fee before June 7th, 2021 from the law firm was with Lee Cope, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he just asked you something about, do you still have money from the Ferris case in your trust account?
He asked me if all the money had been dispersed from those cases.
And you told him it had not. And you told him truthfully it had not, correct?
Yes, sir. We were holding money back from medical liens, cost, a number of different things.
And you never had any follow-up questions by Mr. Cope before June 7th, right?
No, sir.
You did have a conversation with Alec, and he gave you some explanation. I forgot. What was the explanation he gave you?
After my paralegal, Vicky, forwarded me that email that she had received from their firm saying that there was an issue with the cost. I called Alec and said, hey, look, got this email that says there's a problem with cost, that you think you're owed more cost. No mention of fees. And if you're owed more cost, just let me know what they are and we'll get it worked out. We were holding money to deal with some things, and I didn't think the client would have any problem making sure all our costs got paid before the final amount of money was dispersed to the client. I said, hey, if there's a problem with cost, let me know. And he said, no, it's good. I said, hey, this is the case I dispersed directly to you on the fees. Is everything all right? He said, yeah, it's fine. The firm knows about it. I just got to make sure they know it's on the books already.
So he wasn't frantic, panic. There was no panic in his voice about the conversation about the fee you had?
Nothing that I heard or saw, no, sir.
So as far as you knew, as of June 7th, there's no issue with the fee, right?
I didn't know about any issue with fees prior to June the 7th or even after that.
And no one was demanding from you the Ferris fee money, the PMPED portion of the Ferris fee money
No, sir.
before June 7th. Right?
No, sir. I had not received any direct contact or request for payment of fees. My paralegal had already advised his paralegal that the fees had already been paid.
Okay. Now you said a number of times on your in your testimony that in June and July you were worried that Alec may kill himself.
We were worried that, I mean, he was distraught. He's destroyed and upset all the time and not eating, not sleeping, sometimes not seeming like he was just focused in and even there. And not just me. I mean, his law partners, his family. I talked to his brothers. I talked to his partners several times throughout the month of June and July, just about him and what we were worried about may happen or what he may do.
And the reason he was distraught was over the death of Maggie and Paul, right?
Yeah. Yes. I mean,
and at no point in time when you're thinking, I'm afraid he might hurt himself, you weren't thinking he had any involvement in June, July, during this period of time with the murders of Maggie and Paul.
no, sir.
Well, there's your question.
And that your thoughts were with him because he was a grieving husband and father.
Yeah, so my thoughts were with him, his whole family, and especially him and Buster.
And you reached out to him as much as you could.
Yes, sir.
Now, there did come a time when you were a little worried about your $192,000 and you asked him to sign this handwritten promissory note.
Yes, sir.
You testified about that. And you had a conversation about how he's going to get you paid, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that conversation.
Well, that conversation about how he was going to get me paid, I think, was prior to that. I don't think we talked about how I was going to get paid when he signed the $192,000. I just simply knew enough to know, or felt like I knew enough of probate law and law that if something happened to him, whether he did it to himself or something else happened to him, and I couldn't make a claim against his estate without that piece of paper. So I don't think we talked about payment or how he might get me paid that day. He had mentioned previously that he was trying to deal with Maggie's estate. He was trying to deal with his father's estate, and he had some property he thought was going to sell.
But he was telling you that he did not have the money at the time.
Yes, sir.
And that conversation was before the day of the promissory note, which I think is mid-August or something.
August 17th, I think it was.
And that he mentioned that Maggie's estate was tied up. His dad had died. You remember when his dad died?
Very vividly, yes, sir. Very much.
Yeah, it was
Thursday, June the 10th.
June the 10th. It's like 3 days after Maggie and Paul were murdered, right?
Yes, sir.
And that wasn't unexpected, was it? His dad had been seriously ill.
No, sir. I went by to see Mr. Randolph one of those days after June the 7th, but before June the 10th. My wife and I had gone down to see Buster and Alec, or she had come down while I was already there.
Yeah, wouldn't that buy Alec's time? Whatever time he would get from his
see Randolph, but
doesn't
see
make any sense. This is stupid.
And I guess he died within a day or so of you visiting with him.
So I think it was the next day.
But Alec thought he was going to get some money from his dad's estate that maybe didn't go through probate that would enable him to quickly pay you back.
That's what he said. Yes, sir. I don't think he said anything about it going directly through. He just said, I've got some money that'll be coming to me from my father's estate also.
So any transfer on death accounts or beneficiary accounts don't get probated. That's what they're talking about. You can get those dispersed pretty quickly with the death certificate.
Beneficiaries of life insurance policies, the benefits do not go through the estate.
Hey,
tied up in the estate.
There it is.
Enough to be dangerous, probably, but yes, sir.
Well, the point is, he never said to you, oh, I have this $1 million policy on Maggie's life. I have a $5 million policy on Maggie's life, or any life insurance that he was expecting to come into as a result of Maggie's death, right?
No, sir, not at all.
And after Maggie died and Paul died, he wasn't out spending lavishly with newfound money, was he?
No, sir, not that I saw.
In fact, he didn't even go to Moselle to stay a single night after Maggie and Paul were murdered. You know that?
I don't know that myself directly, but every time I spoke to him, he was either staying with his brothers or staying with his in-laws. I don't think he ever went back to Moselle.
Now, you've known Alec for
1985, 86, however long that is.
that's
37 years, I guess, if my math's right.
your math's better than mine.
38, something like
Right.
that.
And he said to you that he had had an opioid addiction for over 20 years.
I don't remember exactly the number of years, but I mean, I believe it was, he said, I've been addicted to opioids for about 20 years or more than 20 years.
Well, let's just say the last 5 years. So over the last 5 years, you've known him. If he was addicted to opioids, did you notice any change in his behavior?
Not a thing, not at all.
And you were around him and in a business capacity,
Yes, sir.
professional. You were sending him cases.
Yes, sir.
He was acting like the normal Alec that you've known since college,
Since law school.
since law school,
Yes, sir.
and nothing about his demeanor set red flags off to you as to, man, he must be on something today.
No, sir. I mean, I didn't see pill bottles when we would travel together for depositions or things like that. He didn't seem to be out of it. He seemed to be capable of handling the work that we were doing. You know, when we would socialize together, didn't see anything that indicated that he was addicted or had a drug problem or was using drugs.
And if he was addicted to drugs for the last 5 or 10 years, and he was, from your observation, was a loving husband and father,
Yes, sir.
and you didn't observe him engaging any erratic behavior around his wife and kids?
No, sir.
Trying to close off the state's sort of, you know, I don't know, umbra of suggesting that drug dealers are
Do you know
or drug
anything
users
about
are
the-
murderers.
From your
Well,
medical,
he's on drugs. That's why he killed him.
not from
He's
your legal
crazy.
career handling personal injury cases, do you know, when you learn information about building up tolerances to painkillers, patients and clients of yours who have built up tolerances?
Not really enough to talk about it much, or testify for sure.
Sure. So I'm going to go back, cover some ground you've already talked about.
Sure.
Law school, you and Alec were roommates at one point in time.
We
right?
were. Yes, sir.
And then he actually married Maggie while he was in law school, right?
He did.
Chris
And you
Christie.
married Dana
That's who he reminds
after
me
you
of.
graduated or while you're in law school as well?
Shortly after graduation.
And Maggie and Dana were sorority sisters at University of South Carolina?
They were.
You went to South Carolina Law School, but you were
Wofford
That-
College in Spartanburg.
Harvard
undergrad.
of the upstate, right?
Yes, sir.
And you became really good friends with Alec during law school.
Alec and I we were friends and hung out a lot, studied together, did some things like that first year. But we got to be much closer friends throughout that end of the first year of law school. We lived together second year, and he married Maggie into our third year of law school.
And then you married Dana, and y'all would do a lot of things together as couples, wouldn't you not?
Yes, sir.
And one thing y'all like to do is go to South Carolina football games.
Yes, sir.
And, Alec played for the University of South Carolina. You knew that.
Yes, sir.
And had a knee injury when he was playing.
I did know that. Yes, sir.
And then as you grow as married couples, you had children, he has children. Your oldest daughter was 1 year younger than Buster.
Yes, sir.
And then you have a son who's
2 years
a
younger
few
than
years
Paul.
younger than Paul, right?
Yes, sir.
And your daughter and Paul were really good friends,
Yes, sir.
and friends with Buster as well.
Yes, sir.
And
Our kids grew up together.
exactly,
Even our youngest, who's younger than their two, they all grew up together.
and you and Dana and your
Loving
kids,
family.
Maggie and Alec and Paul and Buster would vacation together when they were younger before kids started wanting to do things on their own, right?
Yes, sir. We would vacation together and go, on trips away while the kids were younger, and would follow you around. And as they got older, kind of doing their own things, those vacations kind of went by the wayside. But we would spend a lot of time down at Edisto Beach. We have a house down at Edisto, and they had a house at Edisto, and so a lot of our time together would be spent down there, or at Columbia at Carolina football games or things like that.
Right.
And my wife and Maggie were sorority sisters and became much closer friends through Alec and my friendship.
And I'll get on to that a little more. But and you did a lot of work with Alex. You weren't in the same law firm with him, but you worked on same cases or related cases a lot, right?
Yes, sir. More so in the beginning, but throughout the entire time I've known him, yes, sir.
And so just sort of some examples. So two people were in an automobile accident. One's a driver and one's a passenger. The same lawyer shouldn't represent both parties to the accident, right?
In most cases, yes, sir.
And so frequently you would send him the passenger or the driver or vice versa.
Sometimes it would be that, and sometimes it would just be straight, I represent somebody who's been injured in some way, and I need you to help me with that one person. But sometimes what you're talking about there about referring one of the two people out, it's called conflict of interest, or conflicting them out.
Right.
And Alec would conflict me cases sometimes, and I would conflict him cases sometimes.
And you had a lot of respect for his ability as a lawyer, right?
I wouldn't have associated him or sent people to him if I didn't.
And you wouldn't associate him on the Ferris case if you didn't think he could do a good job. Right?
Not at all.
And he did a really good job in the Ferris case, right?
Yes, sir. I mean, our result was our client was very satisfied with the result.
And Alec participated fully in the entire case. And I think Mr. Waters asked, he gave the closing argument to the judge. Right?
He did. I mean, we had to spend a lot of time getting ready for trial, even though it wasn't in front of a jury, which sometimes doesn't come with quite as many things to have to do. Even in front of a judge, it takes a lot of work to put a case together. And so we spent a lot of time getting ready for that trial, and even working the weekend before it started in Columbia out of a central location there.
And had you tried cases with Alec in the past?
I have.
Tried cases with Alec in front of the juries like this right here?
Yes, sir.
And I don't have to tell you, but doing what we're doing here, it can be very stressful, can it not?
It's very stressful. Yes, sir.
Long nights and get up early in the morning.
A lot of hours juggling a lot of things.
And did you ever, were around him during the stress of trial or cases where he just totally lost his faculties, just went off on the handle because he was on opioids? Did you ever see anything like that?
No, sir.
He was able to function in high stress situations, correct?
Yes, sir. I mean, sometimes getting Alec to
Good
focus
question.
Yeah, great
on the
question.
case and
Shows he
on
can
what
control
you were
himself,
trying to
didn't lose
accomplish
himself
was
and kill
difficult,
them.
But that was from all the way back in law school. That was from day one. But when he focused, he was extremely able to get it done.
And one witness described Alex normal as being fidgety.
Just sometimes not as focused as you'd like for him to be.
Was
He was taking phone calls and talking to this and looking at that and taking another phone call. And
Through that ADD.
sometimes you just say, look, man, we got to sit down and focus on this and get this taken care of.
Now, that brings me to another point. Would he always take a phone call if Maggie called him?
Always,
Would he always take a phone call if Paul called him?
always,
Would he always take a phone call if Buster called him?
always.
No matter what was going on?
Not when I was around him, if we were in court, he wouldn't take a phone call, but in depositions, he would sometimes get up and walk out and take calls. And if you were talking to him, trying to get a full conversation out with him in one breath was impossible because he was going to take a phone call.
Wow.
And you traveled around with him for business?
Yes, sir.
Did he,
Right back.
was he frequently talking to his wife and sons?
Yes, sir. Seemed to be.
You talked to him multiple times a day, right?
Yes, sir.
When you were with him, did you see him talking to Maggie, Paul, and Buster multiple times?
I mean, I could tell who he was talking to on the phone. We didn't have to travel as much together later in the last 3 or 4 or 5 years, just because we were working less cases. Sometimes we wouldn't have to go as many places for depositions and things. But yes, if we were traveling, I could tell he was talking to his family on the phone.
Right. Was it hard to get Alec to go on guy trips? Did he prefer to spend time with his family over guy trips?
He seemed to, yes, sir. I mean, most any trip that I think I've ever been on with Alec generally was family.
Right.
He's not the kind of guy that would take off and go spend the golfing weekend with us, or I think they like to spend their time hunting and fishing and doing things as a family.
And you, going back to this Ferris case that was tried in Columbia, do you remember Maggie coming up and staying with him during the trial?
I don't. I mean, I think she may have come up like that Sunday before we started the trial. I was staying at home in Columbia and he was staying in a hotel. So I think that's why I stayed in the hotel, because Maggie was coming. And we were in that point, I think we were just renting a house because we were between places and didn't have a lot of space. But I wouldn't want to testify to that under oath, but I think so.
Sure. You would go to lawyer conventions with Alec? I mean, you would go to the same conventions. And
Sure.
And you mentioned the trial lawyers, one at Hilton Head, first weekend of every August.
Yes, sir.
And before the trial events of June 7th, 2021, would he always go with Maggie and Paul and Buster?
Most all the lawyers that go to that convention bring their families along. It's a big time that everybody gets to know each other, know each other's family, and Maggie and Paul and Buster would always be there.
I only go to the ones where they're not allowed to bring the family.
Football season, South Carolina. Did he and
Some
Maggie
lawyers
have
tell their
season
families
tickets?
that.
Yes, sir.
Go
Oh, you
to
guys
games
can't come,
with his
sorry.
Family?
Yes, sir.
It's a
And you
golf
would
trip to
tailgate with-
Thailand.
Yes, sir. They would generally have a family tailgate that Miss Libby would put together. And then when she got sick, I don't remember who kind of took it over, but they always had a family tailgate. And if we weren't tailgating with them, we would always make it a point to stop by and at least speak.
And he had, they had season basketball tickets,
Yes, sir.
correct? And he and Maggie would go to just about every home basketball game
Yes, sir.
for the University of South Carolina men's basketball team.
Yes, sir.
Men's.
We had some pretty bad basketball teams over the years. Right?
They were actually pretty good, I think, in those years. But
Okay.
I think that was Final Four. Actually, I think Alec bought the tickets for the year after the Final Four when they tanked. So, yeah, you might not have seen the best basketball.
And then you went to baseball games together.
Yes, sir.
And
I don't know how much baseball we didn't do a lot of baseball ourselves, but I think they did some.
And we'll get to this, but the weekend before June 7th, it would be June 6th and June 5th, you actually went to the super regionals with Maggie and
All this goes to show
Alec
that
and Buster and
the jury, like,
his
how could
girlfriend
this man
Brooklyn,
possibly
you
have
and your
killed these
wife,
two
correct?
people?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
It was only on that Saturday that we were with
Here you go,
them,
State.
which would be June
Your
the 5th. They had
Try
come
it.
up for
Try and prove it.
weekend Carolina baseball tournament, and my wife and two of our children met up with them on Saturday and went and hung out at some mutual friends' place for a while before we all went to the ball game. Kind of separated and went to different seating areas at the ball game.
Would you agree that Alec's number one priority was his family?
Yes, sir. Appeared that way to me.
When I say his family, I'm talking about Maggie, Paul, and Buster.
His whole family, yes, sir.
And
Damn, if I'm ever accused of
you
murder,
mentioned
I want this guy on my
that you
team.
became good friends with Maggie's family, Mr. and Ms. Branstetter.
Yes, sir.
I want to be friends with this
Her sister
witness.
Marion.
That's what I meant. Yeah, I want this witness to be my friend.
Husband, Bart. I mean, I knew them and I was around them, but not so much friendly or close to them as with Maggie's mom and daddy.
He's going to nuke him from orbit on the
what was
financial
Alec's
crime.
relationship with Maggie's dad?
Seemed to have a very good relationship with them. Spent a lot of time together. they would come to Moselle or Maggie and Alec and their children would go visit them in Somerville. Or
He's painting
Papa
Alex
T would
as if
come
his
up
family is
sometimes
more
and
important to him than
try to
himself.
hunt or do things
And that's
like
the
that.
real
You
question
knew him as
here.
Papa T as
Who
well?
does Alex prioritize, himself
Or
or
do
his
you know Miss
family?
Brandstetter as?
Miss Kim. I think they called her grandma, but I called her Miss Kim.
And they vacationed at Edisto, Mr. and Miss Brandstetter with Alec and Maggie and Buster and Paul, right?
They would be at Edisto some, yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about Alec's relationship with Paul and Buster's friends?
Alec and Maggie both seemed to welcome. I mean, they were great to my children and seemed to welcome my children into their house and into their lives, and did the same for Paul and Buster's other friends.
And the and at Edisto was Alec and Maggie's home. Was that opened up to a lot of Paul and Buster's friends? They have a lot of people staying over, coming over and visiting.
You know, it seemed to be that way. I mean, I wasn't over there all the time when there were children or kids around, but sometimes, yes, sir. And my kids would say, or especially my daughter would say, I'm going over to hang out with Paul and or Buster at their place.
Right. And do you remember, sort of move forward, Memorial Day weekend of 2021?
I do.
Did you and your family go to Edisto that weekend?
We did.
And was Alec down there with Maggie and Paul and Buster and some of Paul's friends?
They were.
And do you remember getting together over at Alex, Maggie's home over that weekend?
Yeah, we got together Saturday evening, I believe it was. We got together to cook out over at their house Saturday evening with them and a bunch of other people.
And Maggie and Alex getting along as far as you knew?
Yes, sir.
Was it a fun time had by everyone, best you
Yes.
could tell?
Yes, sir. I think it was right around about Alex's birthday. We not only were cooking out like a big shrimp bog, but also having some cake and kind of a little birthday celebration.
Right. I want to play that right quick, Your Honor. I think it's Defendant's Exhibit 61 or 59, Doug? 61 is in evidence, Your Honor. Play it very briefly. Tell me if this is what you're referring to.
Yes, sir.
Apparently we don't have audio again. Just run it through. We don't have to have audio. Who is that?
It's Paul.
Probably the birthday video. Is that where?
Is that Alec?
Yes, sir.
And that's you.
Yes, sir.
And was that a typical family gathering? Was this something like really didn't happen very often?
No, the times that I was around them and their family, things were much like that.
So that was the weekend of Memorial Day weekend. And then the very next weekend was the Super Regional Baseball games in Columbia, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's when you met up with Maggie and Alec on Saturday at a tailgate with, y'all had a mutual friend, I think maybe whose son played
His
or?
son played for Carolina, yes, sir.
Right.
I think it was one of Maggie and Dana's sorority sisters, and a guy that Alec knew from college, but I don't know how they knew each other. And their son played first base for Carolina.
Okay. And
it was Maggie, Alec, Buster, and his girlfriend Brooke.
And you stayed, you maybe didn't see Alec and Maggie on Sunday, but I think y'all communicated, or, just about how poorly
We
South
talked,
Carolina
and
did.
my wife talked to Maggie. Saturday after we tailgated before the game, we all split and went our separate ways to go sit.
What a
in
misstep
different
by the
areas.
state bringing in
And I
all
don't
this
think we
financial
saw them
information.
after that
These
on
crosses
Saturday.
are
We were supposed to get
gutting
together on
the whole
Sunday.
murder narrative.
We
And
tried
still
to
the
get
state's
together on
case in chief.
Sunday, but didn't do
I-
so. And ended up going to.
Over the last 2 days, I have moved
But we talked or texted.
leaning
Dana.
towards my gut
Talked or
saying he
texted
probably
Maggie.
didn't kill those people.
Sure.
And I was
I
not there
believe
3 days ago. 3
You
days
testified
ago, I was
earlier
like, he
that
probably
during
killed
this
him, there's just no
weekend,
evidence. Now,
you had learned,
I
gotten an
think it's less
update
than
on Alec's
50-50 that he
dad and he
killed
wasn't
him.
doing so well.
Now.
Yes, sir. I know on Sunday, I talked to Alec.
And
when
these
they
are
were
people
going
who have reason to
home,
hate
when
him.
They were headed home.
Yeah.
And we were talking about just how the Gamecocks had, blown the chance to move forward. And
This guy's also a
talked about his
lawyer.
dad,
He knows how to bury
and
this
that's when he
guy.
told me things were getting much worse from Mr.
I bet this guy genuinely
I
does
kinda
not
already knew
believe
that
that
from the
that
days
Alec
of-
killed his family.
Leading up.
All
to
he would
that,
have to
I already
testify
knew
is, it always seemed to me
We
there
were
was some
talking
weird
about it before, but I
tension
remember that
between
Sunday,
Alex and Maggie.
him telling me things were really getting much worse.
And how would anyone know
And
other-
you knew
how to say
that with
otherwise?
common knowledge in the tight-knit legal community of Hampton and Colleton area?
I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I knew that, and people seem to know that. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Randolph was
Do you think he'll have the guts to ask that
beloved
question?
by
Do you
a
think he
lot of
killed him?
people, was he not?
Yes, sir.
And not just his immediate family, but the
What,
broader
the
legal.
defense?
And most people I knew
don't think
that
the
knew
defense would ask it
Randolph
that
seemed
way.
to respect and love him.
Maybe it's it doesn't seem like he would
Really,
want to kill them,
everybody
does it?
Right.
Maybe, but I think
Right.
we just leave it.
I'm saying it's a very weird, it's a very
And,
ballsy
and,
question.
and we know he died on June the 10th, right?
Thursday, June 10th. Yes, sir.
There's been, how's it going? You mentioned something, I just want to go back to the Ferris case and you and Alec and Mr. Ridgway, who were representing the plaintiffs, Ms. Ferris, or the estate, that you thought Mack Truck didn't want to produce some discovery and that leveraged y'all an ability to basically just have a damages hearing
Yes.
with the judge. Is that right?
Yeah, so we had some discovery we had asked for. They sought not to produce it. We had some motions to compel that were argued. I think we were successful in those. I mean, I can't say what they were thinking, but it felt like that we had an opportunity to structure a good chance for our client to get a good result because they didn't want us moving forward with some discovery.
And so in the Ferris case, you succeeded in getting an order to produce the information you sought, yet y'all worked out a different way to resolve the case. Is that right?
Just kind of not to get too deep into it, but just give you some context. This is like, there was only one prior reported case of something like this happening in the world that we could find, like in Australia or something.
Right.
And this was one of the only times that it had happened while the vehicle was actually in motion on a highway. I think it might have been the first time that it actually happened. So there was very little, there was very little chance we felt like that we were going to be able to make a punitive damage case out of it because there had not been a lot of prior instances for Mac to be on notice on. So for us to waive that didn't feel like we were giving up much. And I think they did not want us to discover some things because there might be other cases that were coming from that defect. This was very early on in the discovery of that defect and things starting to happen with it.
And moving back on track, I'm sorry for diverting, but
Sure.
on Monday, June the 10th, you didn't speak to Alec any during the day, as I understand it.
Monday would have been June 7th, but I don't remember.
I'm sorry,
That's
Monday,
okay.
June 7th.
Yeah, I don't remember speaking to him on that day, earlier in the day.
But you had some things you needed to talk to him about. And you mentioned a case where a potential product liability case,
Yes, sir.
and that whoever was holding the equipment wanted to, either you got to come inspect it or don't inspect it.
And they wanted us to go ahead and get it inspected so that they could put it back into operation. We needed to gather what we wanted from it so they could repair it and put it back in operation.
And so Alec calling you on Monday, June the 7th was not surprising, right?
No, sir.
I mean, because you could talk multiple times a day, you just hadn't talked this day.
Yes, sir.
And when and you would talk to him when he was traveling, to the office and back to Moselle frequently. I mean, wasn't the first time you'd ever talked to him when he left Moselle or coming back to Moselle.
I mean, I don't know where somebody is when I'm talking to him on the phone, but I mean, it oftentimes he would say, I'm, headed to Moselle or I'm leaving the office. I mean, it felt like a lot of times when he do the same thing I do, you make your phone calls while you're in the car because you're busy doing other stuff if you're at the office or wherever else.
But it was a little more than that. I mean, you knew that when he was coming up to Moselle, the phone would normally drop.
Phone service is bad out there. Yes, sir.
And you'd drop a call, would you not?
Yes, sir.
And you've been out in Moselle a lot, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
And calls get dropped out there frequently, do they not?
Yes, sir.
And you can frankly be in one part of the house and maybe have coverage and be in another part of the house and not have coverage, right?
I don't really know about parts of the house, but I mean, there'd be times that I'd be on the phone that I
It's
would
helping
drop
to
service
insulate his
and
alibi.
not be able to get on the internet or do things like that.
And
Just spotty.
And just driving around the rural areas, I guess you know some areas where there's just dead spots and you just know there's going to be a dead spot coming up.
Very much so.
And there were such spots on Moselle Road, were they not?
For me, when I was trying to use my phone, yes, sir.
Now you went over your phone bill to get times for phone calls and you went through them, but I want to go through some more detailed documents that are in evidence, reviewing your phone calls with Alec on the 7th and Defense Exhibit 60 is in evidence. And Doug, if you'll go to page 3078. And let me give you your copy of your Verizon bill. I guess Verizon, was that the service provider?
Yes, sir.
451. It's in evidence. I'm going to hand it to you and just compare along to some of this detailed information. And Doug, if you'll go down to the bottom entry, 9/12/14. You got that pulled up?
They haven't ruled out death penalty in this case, right? Like if he's guilty of first-degree murder, double homicide,
You see
he's
this and
eligible.
compare it to your phone bill, but it
hasn't been
says Alec
mentioned.
Murdaugh calls Chris Wilson.
Often they won't pursue it just
at
because it
9:12,
complicates the whole
14
trial process
seconds,
so much.
And it was a 42-second call.
But Steve would be the
Does that
expert.
sound about right? I don't know that your
I'm not
Verizon
aware of
bill
it
has-
not being
is
an
that-
issue here.
And it could be that this witness
accurate
doesn't
all
want
the
to seem
time.
fried, like literally.
Is this supposed to be June the 7th, Monday, June the 7th?
Yes, sir.
My phone.
Kurt says
bill
it's
that
not
I
a death
pulled and
penalty case.
Or my phone records that I pulled and provided to SLED.
They decided months ago
I
not to
had an
pursue it. There you
incoming
go.
Phone call from
Chat's like Wikipedia, but smarter.
phone number ending 1227, which is Alec's cell phone number at 9:11 p.m. that lasted 2 minutes.
Okay. And so some of these extraction data that's in evidence says the call was 42 seconds long. You think you talked to him for 2 minutes, or you may have been billed for 2 minutes, but when you got the call, you said, I'm fixing the pump. Can I call you back?
Yeah.
Was that a 2-minute call or is that a 45-second call?
Hey, Bo, how you doing? I'm doing all right.
So the way these guys
I
talk,
got my hands
that's
in the
not
middle
an
of this. Can I
hour-long
call
call.
you back? Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, probably shorter than 2 minutes. I don't know if that's the phone ringing and the talking.
Right.
I don't know how that works.
Okay. And then, but that was the call. And there was nothing about Alec's demeanor that alarmed you during that conversation, right?
No, sir.
He wasn't breathing heavy, was he?
No, sir.
He didn't sound panicky in any way, did he?
Not panicky, no, sir.
Just a regular conversation with Alec?
All conversations with Alec are a little bit scattered, but no, he didn't sound out of the ordinary.
All right. And then you call him back.
Well, that coincides
Around
with
9:20?
the lady that was
What's
saying
your
he's just always
Verizon bill
fidgety.
say?
9:20 p.m.
Yeah, it just sounds like he has
Phone
ADHD.
call from me that lasted 3 minutes.
All right. And if you'll go to page 3082 of Exhibit 60, and if you'll, Doug, pull up the call at 9:20 with Mr. Wilson.
By the way, Daisy on
So-
Rumble, I'll get your chat in a minute when we have a moment.
It
for
really
that one.
doesn't matter whether the Verizon bill says 2 to 3 minutes. This says 131 seconds, but this is you calling Alec back, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that call, he is got the same demeanor,
Yes, sir.
not breathing heavy,
No, sir.
not being frantic in any way.
No, sir.
Just
Not that I heard.
normal Alec.
Yes, sir.
And he tells you he just gets to his mom's, and that's how you end the call, right?
He says he's either getting to his mom or about to get to his mom's. I think he said, I'm about to get to my mom's. Let me
Okay.
call you when I'm leaving here.
All right.
Mr. Griffin, I thought he was leaving the office for whatever reason. I don't have any reason to know that. He didn't say that, but I just assumed he had kind of worked late at the office and was headed to check on his mom before he went home.
Okay.
He said, I'm about to get to my mom's. He didn't even say where he had been earlier or anything like that. Just, I'm about to get to my mom's.
Well,
Can I call you? Can I call you later?
would it strike you as odd that he'd be going to visit his mom at 9:20 in the evening?
No, sir. I know he visited his mom often. I thought it was mostly during the day, like he'd swing over there for lunch, check on his mom and dad, but it didn't strike me as out of the ordinary for him to go in the evening. I knew sometimes he would go later.
And were you aware that his dad had been put back in the hospital on that day?
Yes, sir. Or I knew he was. I don't know that I knew for sure he was. I know on that Sunday, Alec told me he was either his daddy was being taken to the hospital or was taken to the hospital that day.
And from your knowledge, how frequently would Alec go by and visit his mom and dad?
Almost every day.
Almost every day.
Yes, sir.
When he was in town.
Yes, sir.
And did Alec work odd hours, late hours?
He would usually be somebody that was working later in the evening than a lot of other people would be. Yes, sir.
This is great.
So
I don't think he got started as early as everybody else does.
Just shows how connected he is to his
So
whole
I
family.
guess from what you're testifying, his
This
demeanor
is great.
would have been in his communications with you on this phone call at 9:20, same as if would have been any day he leaves the office. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Nothing struck me as out of the ordinary, no, sir.
And you think in this call, you brought up that, you needed to talk to him about the equipment?
I know I did that because they were starting to get frustrated with us and said this thing needs to get inspected so we can put it back in service. So we were needing to get that scheduled.
And he cut the call short before you finished your conversation about the equipment, saying he would just pull up to his mom or about to get to his mom. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then the next entry, I'm not sure it wouldn't show up on your Verizon bill, but if you'll go to page 3086, Doug, at the text at 9:52:15, which I believe that's in.
Mr. Griffin, I don't think we talked about the equipment deal when he told me he was pulling up to his mom's house.
Okay.
I mean, I asked about how his mom was doing and I asked about how his dad was doing. And I said, hey, I need to talk to you. I might have said, hey, I need to talk to you about this equipment case. And I got something else I need to talk to you about work. We didn't get into any details about it. Because he said, I'm about to pull up to mom's. I'm pulling up to mom's. Let me call you back when I finish there.
Okay. Well, one thing we know you didn't talk about is the Ferris fee, right?
Yes, sir.
Because there was no issue as far as you knew about the Ferris fee.
I knew of no issue with that. No, sir.
So according to this exhibit that's in evidence, there's a text at 5:52:15 seconds. Just call me if you're up. And I think you put that text into evidence. And it states exhibit 452.
Yes, sir.
Is that the text?
Yes, sir.
And what time did your Verizon, well, I guess you printed that off your phone, is that right?
This exhibit 451 only shows my phone calls. It doesn't show text.
Well, the picture of the text message has a time on it, right?
Yeah, June 7th, 9:52 p.m.
Okay, and the extraction record says 9:52:15 seconds, but You received that text?
I did.
Okay. And then if you'll go right below that, there's a phone call that you made. You made to Alex at 9:52:59. On your Verizon bill, you say 9:52 phone call to Alex?
Yes, sir.
Now, earlier you testified that was a missed call and you didn't talk to him. I mean, the extraction record says it was for 42 seconds. Do you think you called him, got him, and the call dropped? Or do you think it's a missed call?
I don't remember talking to him on that call. I either got his voice message or it didn't answer at all. That's why I called back 1 minute later.
Okay.
He may have picked up, but I didn't speak to him and I didn't leave a message.
Okay. Well, then the next call on the log, Doug, is 9:53:55, and what time's your Verizon bill say that you made that next call?
9:53 p.m.
Okay. And so right after you tried, I mean, according to this exhibit, it was like 42 seconds after you tried the first call.
Yes, sir.
You tried him back.
Yes, sir.
And when you got him, is that when you talked about the equipment inspection?
That's when I would have said, how's your mama doing? You know, how's your dad? We need to talk about this piece of equipment. We got to deal with this inspection that's upcoming. And I got some motions that I think it's some motions that I need some help with, something that I need a little guidance on to bounce off of you. So he was about to get back to Moselle or about to get back home and, you know, may lose service, or was about to get back home and could we talk tomorrow?
I mean, did he in fact tell you, I'm about to drop service? And
I don't think he said I'm about to drop service. I think he said I'm about to get back to Moselle. You know, I may lose service. Can we talk tomorrow?
And again, demeanor is perfectly normal. And this last conversation you had with him at 9:53, correct?
Nothing stood out as different to me.
And he wasn't breathing heavy, he wasn't being frantic, nothing out of the ordinary, correct?
Yes, nothing that I heard was out of the ordinary. No, sir.
And then you went to bed and you got notified by your wife and the phone was blowing up and you immediately got in the car and went to Moselle. Is that right?
Immediately, yes, sir.
And you got there roughly about 1 a.m. Is that?
About 1 a.m, yes, sir.
And you were directed to the main house.
Yes, sir.
And there you think Alec was already in the main house?
I know he was already there because I walked in. The first thing I did was walk over. He was crying and I was crying and just walked over and hugged his neck. We didn't say a word.
You remember what he was wearing?
I don't.
Does
Who was in the
to the chat,
No,
does
I think I
anything this
remember a
guy
white
said
shirt, but I don't
say
remember for sure.
that
When
it's
you were
even
there, did
likely
SLED
or
agents come and take his
in the
clothes?
realm of reasonability that he
Not
killed his
there
family?
That I remember
Anything?
seeing SLED agents take his clothes or anything like that. If they did, I was somewhere else in the house. I did not see any of that take place. I was told that they did, but I did not see that.
You were told that when you were in the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did it appear that they had already taken his clothes when you saw Alec?
I have no idea.
Well, did you see him change clothes during the period of time you were with him?
Not while I was there, no, sir.
So while you were there, he had the same clothes on from when you got there to when you left?
As far as I remember, yes, sir. I mean, as far as I remember, yes, I was focused on my friend, his son. I wasn't paying attention to whether he changed clothes or anything like that, but I don't remember him changing clothes or anybody taking his clothes, but I wasn't really focused on that.
And what was Alec's demeanor that night?
He was destroyed.
He was destroyed.
Yes, sir. He was crying, quiet, just whimpering, trying to be gracious to the people that had come at times, but I mean, none of us knew what to say. None of us knew what to do. You know, there was a lot of quiet.
I want to ask you about the comment he was trying to be gracious. Is when Alec meets people coming up, is he polite, respectful? Is that his normal habit?
Yes, sir. He's good with people. I mean, he does it. He's the kind of person that I doesn't ever seem to have met a stranger. Always seems to talk to people.
Right. One of the things that was just, well, let's set the table. You were there, and a number of his law partners were there. Is that right?
As I recall, yes, sir.
You remember Mark Ball being there?
I don't remember Mark. I remember Mark being there at points and times, but I'm not sure about that night when I walked in.
Well, Ronnie Crosby.
I remember Ronnie being there. Austin Crosby, Lee Cope.
Austin Lee, Randy,
yes, sir.
I guess his brother John Marvin.
John Marvin was already there. I don't remember if Buster had already gotten there or not. I think he got there right after I got there.
And then y'all were there for a number of hours, and everyone said, we just need to go and try to get some rest. And so you went to your office and laid down on the couch and tried to sleep, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were back at 9 in the morning?
Yeah, somewhere thereabouts 9 shortly after.
And were the same lawyers there?
Pretty much. I mean, there was a lot of comings and goings, and at very important time, varying points and times, Alex partners would some be there and some not. But yes, they're pretty much the same number of people and the same people the next morning.
Right. And at some point in time, there was a discussion and a recommendation that you agreed with that Alec not speak to any law enforcement without somebody with him, right?
Well, we were standing around in the driveway talking, and I think it was Lee Cope, Mark Ball. I don't remember if Ronnie Crosby was in that conversation, a couple other people. And there was some discussion about Alec's interaction with SLED. And the discussion that was had was, look, he probably doesn't need to interact with SLED without by himself, because don't know what state of mind he's in and don't know what the circumstances are. But he also doesn't need 7 or 8 lawyers trying to advise him or deal with him. I made it very clear that I wanted to be his friend and not his lawyer, that I didn't feel comfortable with that. That one person needed to be, for lack of a better term, the point person.
And the concern was that he wasn't in a state of mind to do so, to have conversations with law enforcement.
Well, I mean, Mr. Griffin, we're all lawyers. And even if you don't practice criminal law at all, even if all you do is civil law, every lawyer knows that generally criminal lawyers advise their clients not to interact with law enforcement without their involvement or at least their approval. And so every one of the lawyers standing there either knew that or should have known that. So whether it was his state of mind or whether it's just the general, what we're all taught and trained. But yeah, we all felt like that Alec wasn't in a position where he needed to, or maybe was even able to talk to SLED by himself.
And
I felt that way, and everybody else expressed the same thing.
And then that gets to my point. You didn't believe he was able to talk to SLED because he was so distraught and destroyed over the murder of his wife and son.
That wasn't I'm not trying to argue with it. That wasn't a decision for me to make. That's why I did not want to be acting as his attorney. I wanted to be his friend. That's what I was there for. That would be a decision for whoever was going to be representing for him and his representation, whoever it was going to be at that point in time, whoever was chosen as the point person. That was a decision for them to make about how he would interact with SLED.
I understand, but you agreed with the recommendation that he was in the state of mind to sit down and talk to SLED by himself.
I agreed that he did not need to interact with SLED by himself. Yes, sir.
Based on his state of mind.
I can't. He was destroyed. He was upset. And I don't know whether he was able to talk with SLED at that point in time by himself or not, but I knew that that's not something that somebody should do.
Do you remember testifying for the
I've
state?
done criminal work in my past, way back in the past, and that's the advice that I would give every one of my clients.
Do you remember testifying before the state grand jury stating he, Alec, wasn't in the state of mind to do so and that we all didn't need to be his lawyer.
I don't remember specifically saying that.
I'll show you.
Would you
page
disagree with that
152,
statement if I said represented to you that that's what you
22
said?
through 25.
Sure.
See if it refreshes your recollection.
Sure. He was not in a good state of mind, I will tell you that.
152 down at the bottom.
What does that tell us, though? I mean, who would be in a good state of mind?
You want me to read it out loud or just read it to
That's
myself?
the time he does it, refresh your recollection that was your testimony.
Yes, sir. I said he wasn't in the state of mind to do so and that we all didn't need to be his lawyer. I didn't want to be his lawyer. I was his friend. I didn't want to be in the lawyer scenario.
He wasn't in a good state of mind, that's for sure, correct?
No, sir. Nobody was.
Right. Now, you got there at about 1 in the morning, and there were a lot of people around Alec at that point in time.
There were already people inside the house around him, yes, sir.
And then when you left, Alec was with
I think
Randy, John Marvin, Buster by that time?
I think the decision was made they would go to that at least Buster and Alec would go to Alameda and spend the night. And I don't remember whether John Marvin or Randy went with them, but they were leaving as a family.
And as far as you know, that they left as a family and they came back as a family the next day?
Yes, sir.
And when you got there the next day, the more people showed up around Alec.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And I think the Branstetters showed up eventually.
I don't remember. Yeah, I think Papa T and Miss Kim were there the next day.
Papa
Now-
T.
The immediate days following Maggie and Paul's murder, Alec spent a lot of time down in Somerville. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And that's where Papa T and
That's where Maggie's parents
Miss
lived.
Kennedy and spent a lot of time with them.
Same too, yes, sir.
And then he would stay with John Marvin down at Okatee. You mentioned that
That's
you
where
thought-
I'm sorry. That's where I thought he was staying a lot. Yes, sir.
and he would stay with his brother Randy,
Yes, sir.
and then they would go to Edisto, he and Buster sometimes.
There were several times that he and Buster would go to Edisto, and I'd try to go down and just see them there. I think they were just, I mean, I know Buster, and I think they were just trying to kind of go somewhere where there weren't quite as many people around.
And you begged him, I think you said, or encouraged him to come to the trial lawyers convention at Hilton Head so that maybe, he and Buster could have some normal time.
At least to play golf with us one day. I told him he at least should do that.
And you were concerned he had lost a lot of weight, had he not? Or
He didn't seem to be sleeping or eating very well.
and he was, and
But
as
by
his
his
friend, you
account, he's literally perfectly normal Alec
tried to give him a
up until the time of the
shoulder to
up
lean
until
on
the
and
murders
ear to
occur. Now, actually,
talk to,
up until
right?
he discovers the bodies,
Right.
and he asked
up
you
to the moment
rhetorically,
he discovers the bodies, he's perfectly normal,
What
and
are we
then
gonna do without
absolutely
Maggie and
destroyed
Paul?
afterwards.
you remember that?
I don't remember those.
This guy has
exact
to be
words,
the
but I mean, he
best
said he didn't know what he
sociopath
was
on
going to do
earth.
without them. Yes, sir. I don't know if he said what are we going to do.
And he told you that he just couldn't go back to Moselle, that he was going to have to sell it because he just can't go back out there. Do you remember
He
that?
talked to me about he and Buster were going to talk about selling Moselle. He didn't. I mean, that was Paul's thing. Paul loved that property and being on that property. And I don't know that Buster loved it as much. He did, but I don't know that he loved it as much as Paul. And I don't know that they, that Ellie just talked to me about he didn't know that he was going to want to keep it, and that he didn't go. But I don't think he ever went back out there and spent another night. Don't know that for sure, but I never talked to him when he was there.
And you advised him just take it one day at a time.
Yes, sir.
You got to be wrapping up. This guy has been just phenomenal for the defense, in my opinion. I mean, I don't see how he's helped the state's case in anything other than a financial crime.
Right.
I started this witness thinking that he probably killed them, and I'm now at a place where I think he probably didn't. And this is the state's witness.
The state's got to be kicking itself.
I'm asking myself, this guy is so
you see
connected.
Buster in the courtroom?
And I feel bad for Buster. His life is
That Buster?
ripped away from him.
And is Brooklyn seated next to him? Can you stand up, Brooklyn? Is that Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Who's
Brooklyn?
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's Brooklyn? Is that Chris's daughter?
You were asked by Mr. Griffin
No, seriously, who's Brooklyn? Is that
on June
is that the
7th.
witness's
His
daughter?
girlfriend, I think.
Oh,
whether
No,
or
I think
not
it's just
you
Buster's
brought up
girlfriend.
anything about the Ferris fees, but at that point in time, you hadn't had to cover $192,000 for the defendant, had you?
No, sir, I had not.
And
It,
as
it
far
was
as
July the 15th, 16th, 17th, somewhere around in that range, middle of July, that I had to cover that $192,000.
that he called you with some story about how he had the money in the wrong structures and he needed to send it back to you, but he was 192 short.
Yes, sir.
don't lead the witness.
Don't lead the witness. Did the defendant tell you that the issue of notifying his firm had been handled
Yes, sir.
about the fees?
Before I wrote the checks in March and afterwards.
Before June the 7th, you were asked about that call with Lee Cope.
Yes, sir.
And did you talk about some fees and expenses that were still pending?
Not
Lee
with,
Cope?
not with Lee Cope, no, sir.
What did you talk about with Lee Cope?
Lee asked me if all the money in the case, the Mack Trucks case, had been dispersed. And I told him that it hadn't. We were holding back some lien money, some medical bill money. And I was in Hampton, I believe, trying a case down there the whole week. And he approached me while I was working in and out of their office sometime. And I think that's when he approached me and spoke to me about it. And I told him I'd have to check. I wasn't in the office.
Here's an opportunity for this witness to
Tell Lee
burn
Cope
Alec.
at that time that you had already dispersed the fees and written them directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
No, sir. He didn't ask me about the fees.
You were asked about the phone call that took place, or the phone calls, series of phone calls that you had with the defendant on the night of the murders, correct?
Yes, sir.
He called you first, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then he sent you a text saying you up?
Yes, sir.
But in those phone calls, you were the one who raised the issue about the equipment issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you the one who raised the issue about the equipment?
I did. I mean, I kept up with our
How does that
deadlines
change
and
it?
things that needed to be dealt with.
Would you agree or
And I want to
disagree?
say that the lawyer had reached out to me sometime around that time. I don't know whether they couldn't get Alec or just chose me to be the person to reach out to, but I was being contacted.
That Lee
You were
Cope
asked about
phone
him going to
call
visit his mother in
You could have
Alameda,
represented-
typically during the day.
that alerted him to the fees,
And
and that Alec, he would,
Were you aware
Alec
that
would
he
have
didn't
had.
go visit his father
some sort
that
of
day,
motive at
despite
that
the
point.
news that he had been put in the hospital?
I don't know. I don't think we talked about that night on those phone calls, whether he had gone to see his father or not. I asked how his father was, but I don't think he told me whether he had gone to see his father or not.
You were asked about your conversations that night with him, and I think you said he was acting like the normal Alex.
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about the fact of your observations of him as a husband,
Yes, sir.
as a father.
Yes, sir.
You said you saw no erratic behavior over the years that you've known him.
No, sir.
Saw no evidence of opioid use over the years that you've known him.
No, sir.
You said that he came from a prominent law firm,
Yes, sir.
prominent family,
Yes, sir.
that you respected him as a lawyer,
Yes, sir.
that his clients trusted him.
Yes, sir.
Now, Jack.
Sustain.
Oh, he actually sustained the objection
Was the
instead of just saying,
defendant
don't
effective in
lead the
closing
witness.
argument?
Yes, sir. Very.
Did the defendant show emotion in closing argument?
I mean, yes, sir, he did.
Was the defendant good with people?
Very good with people. That's one of Alec's strengths is with clients, the people
This
he
is all
met,
leading.
connecting to people that he
All
How
these
was he with
imply the
people?
answer of
No.
yes.
didn't know quite as personally. He could make connections with people. He seemed to know what made people tick. He knew what was important to people. He could spot issues and address issues in a case. When you got him to focus, he could handle those things.
Did your kids grow up together?
They did.
Did you try cases with him?
We did.
Objection.
You've done business with him over the years? Have you done business with him over the years?
Yes, sir. Lots.
Have you been roommates with him?
Yes, sir.
If you're getting yes and no responses, they're all leading
When
questions,
you
folks.
covered $192,000 for him, did you trust him and believe him when what he was telling you?
I believe that he would pay me back and that what he had told me had happened.
Please answer yes or no. That was a
On
leading
September
question.
4th,
And I knew I had to cover that money with my trust account. So yes, sir.
on September 4th, 2021, did he confess to you the truth of his life that those of whom were close to him, no one knew?
He confessed to me things about him that I didn't know.
And you had no idea about any of that.
No, sir.
It's a
And he
mastermind.
said it had been going on for years, the reality of his life.
He told me that he had been addicted to opioids, and I think he said either 420 or over 20 years,
And also,
and that he had been stealing money from his clients in the firm.
and that was a lightning bolt because you had no idea, despite being his best friend.
Objection leading, argumentative.
Were you one of his best friends?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any idea about any of that had been going on for a decade?
I had been told by Lee Coate the day before in that phone call that Alec had been stealing from his firm and from clients, and that he had a drug problem and was going into rehab. And that's the first I would have ever
Objection,
known.
hearsay.
September 4th, 2021.
That was Friday, September the 3rd, when I talked to Lee Coate. And then again, when I talked to Alec on Saturday, September the 4th.
Hit you out of the blue.
Like a ton of bricks. I mean, it floored me when Lee called me. And
Is this Attorney Waters? Creighton Waters?
I never expected that.
Thank you. Nothing
Yes.
further.
Further questions?
God, his performative outbursts are just absurd.
Why is the prosecution so damn aggressive against their own witnesses?
Because he just torched the.
Well, I mean, every
torched
one
their
of them has
plan.
been. Every one of them has been that way. They end up yelling at their own witnesses.
We'll recess now for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Please go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow.
Well, that's the best witness the defense has put on the stand so far.
The prosecution's demeanor returning on direct should tell you, or on redirect, should tell you exactly how bad that cross exam was for the state.
Yep.
I mean, he came
Yep.
back. You could
Treated him as a
feel the
hostile
anger.
witness.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only thing
I mean,
didn't
that's
do
what he
was
should
ask
have done. He
permission.
should have. I mean, if he had asked permission and gotten it to treat him as a hostile witness, he could have actually asked all those leading questions legitimately. He just went ahead and treated him like a hostile witness without formally going through the process.
If he would have asked, the jury would have realized what happened. I mean, the jury probably already realized what happened, but they would have definitely realized, like, wait, a hostile witness, this is your guy. What happened? Maybe I should think about what he just said. You didn't like that? Oh, it wasn't good for your case.
It'd be funny if some of the other defense attorneys were like looking over at the jury and going, "You hearing this? You hearing this?"
We good? We good?
Well, while I was fetching some more booze, I was thinking that I wonder how much the witness was leading the prosecution to believe he would just take the stand and blow him out of the water, and then he just did a bait and switch some point.
Maybe.
Well, we've already heard from this guy. We heard from him in camera.
Yeah,
He was pretty much the same.
Yeah, they didn't fluff out the testimony too much from in camera. The defense hid their cards on in camera.
Right. Yep.
And that was the trick, and that is a risk of the financial stuff. And you know, I was I'm now starting to lean towards maybe having all the financial stuff in there isn't so bad. I get my default is to say you don't want that in. It's highly prejudicial. But if all of the witnesses are going to be like the ones that they've had, you know, he's a great guy. None of this is evident at all. Oh, after the murders, he's an absolute wreck, a complete mess, completely destroyed. It's almost like his wife and kid got killed.
Right. Hey, look at that, folks. Best-selling book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles. You can check the reviews on Amazon, 1,200 reviews plus 5-star rated bestseller in the criminal law section of Amazon. But don't buy it on Amazon. They'll charge you for the book and shipping and handling. I only ask you to cover the shipping and handling. Get the book for free at lawselfdefense.com/Nick. And if you'd like the beautiful, beautiful hardcover edition, makes a wonderful gift, folks. You can get the hardcover at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard. Thanks, Nick.
Of course. Of course. Oh, man. Yeah, thanks for being on the show. To the whole panel. I hope everybody, I got to put you guys in the description. I should have done that while zoning out through some of the testimony, but yeah, everybody make sure to check out all of my guests' YouTube pages, web pages, whatever we got. You know, this is what we do. We get on, we talk, we provide, bare legal analysis.
But this trial's been like, it's almost like a parallel of a food coma. It's like a trial coma. It just completely pulls your brain out of gear.
But it's like a bad food coma. It's like when you go to like a
bad food, right? It's like a Kentucky Fried Chicken food coma,
or like a low rent charity buffet. It's like, oh, it's at a charity thing, but they got a bunch of carafes out, and there's like, the scum on top of all of the cheese dishes and stuff, and you're like, I guess. And then you drink some, and then you eat some more, and then you're like, that food wasn't even good, but man,
it was Tuesday, 4:30 p.m. at Golden Corral.
It was the buffet that was left over from the local strip joint.
Is shrimp safe to eat still? It's been at room temperature for 15 hours. Oh my gosh. Let's see, like legal vices.
That's me.
Yes, I was self-narrating my addition of you guys to the thing.
That's all I got to grift my name, but Andrew's setting me straight for that. He's got me researching a book.
Oh yeah,
I do.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's about tired of hearing you shame me every time I don't have anything to grift.
Hey,
God, I'll write a book and you'll just shut up. God.
Right. Hey, I'll be the first to tell you it's not easy. It's a lot of work, but it's great when you get it done. It lasts forever. And I know you have a lot of great maritime stories to tell.
It's kind of what it's going to be. I think it's going to be centered around weird and like bizarre, I guess, the word, like unusual accidents.
Some combination of maritime catastrophes and Japanese tentacle porn.
He did say unusual accidents.
Yeah, I did.
No, that is
now I've got an idea for a novel.
It's such an interesting kind of field of research and then reporting, because like I stumbled across this YouTube channel, and it was everything was just nuclear accidents, like in the various ways in which radioactive material had been involved in something bad. And it was fascinating. Like there was this one thing where there was like one of the push rods or whatever was dislodged, and they tried to push it down, but some like moisture seeped down in, and it caused a reaction and shot the push rod up and stapled the guy to the ceiling like 60 feet up. It's like, oh God, that sucks. And there was a college professor or something. I don't know if he was a professor, if he was like he was putting on a seminar or whatever, but he had this ball. It was an incomplete ball. But if you completed it, it would reach critical mass. And so it would start to have radioactive reaction. Yeah. As long as these parts were separated, it would be fine. But there was just this like little piece of metal between the two, kind of propping it up. And that thing, it kicked out. And he's got his class full of students. And he like covers it with his body. And that guy just, he died miserably.
Yeah.
From it. Yeah, the demon core. Yeah. See, the chat knows. Oh. Yeah, all of that shit. And then there's like the elephant trunk or whatever in Chernobyl that's still there. Like the room's just horrifying. Like all that shit is wild. And
I love YouTube. There's just rabbit holes for things you didn't even know existed until you find yourself halfway down them.
Like, listen to this. Torgo the White says, you just described the Beaver Valley RV head degradation accident. Carbon steel corroded due to boric acid leak. Jesus. My absolute shitty understanding of these things, and people can still know. I don't remember the name of the channel. The elephant foot. Yeah, I called it the trunk, but it's the elephant foot. It's just this big blob of melted down slag at Chernobyl that's just irradiated and will kill everything in the vicinity very quickly.
For the next 50 million years.
Yep. It's like, well, how do you fix this?
Time heals all wounds and just take millions of years.
Just send Russian prisoners in with one pickaxe at a time. Like, well, you won't last long, but you can work at it. But plainly difficult is what people are saying. I don't know if that's the one it was, but it very likely could be. Very likely could be. But yeah, here, let me hit some the super chats again. Mike the Dad Crosby says super chats are 80% right. Chat is 60% right. Wikipedia is 40% right. And fact checkers are at best 5% right. I can say that with only a 20% chance of being wrong. very, very good. Alex Deegan, welcome to Paralegal. Ryan PD 911 says, hey, Nick, ex-girlfriend is the head of HR at Lund Boats. 3 men of retirement age tackled the young black male shooter this morning. All the suspect kept saying was, I can't breathe. No one gives a fuck if you can't breathe, son. Glad no one was hurt, and fuck the shooter. There you go. I hadn't heard about the incident. But very interesting. Protocaster says, Rackets, my ninja. Love you, bro. You keep me sane with your insanity. Oh, thank you. Thank you. What do we got here? Oh, yeah, I should do this one. Daisy Domerg says, sister stole close to $1 million from dad over 2 years to fund her opiate habit. Never noticed. Worked every day till she died at 21. My dad died building a women's rehab in her name. Can they get a toast? Ugh. Yeah, to the sister of Daisy and her father, two victims of addiction. It doesn't just affect the people who have it. And it is life destroying. If you do see the symptoms in people that you love, intervention, advice, help, and support are what is necessary. We talked a lot about this last night with my guest Flawdzilla, who has an addiction story himself. So cheers to them. May they rest in peace, but may the tragedy be a lesson and inspiration to people to escape the trappings. Cheers.
And a cautionary tale, folks. Sounds very 1980s, but don't do drugs. You get trapped in, it's hard to get out.
Yeah. It's Radioactive Nuclear Accident Channel is Kyle Hill. No, I've seen Kyle Hill also, but I don't know if that's the one. But yeah, nuclear accidents are weird because in reality, nuclear power it's obscenely safe. Like even with the worst accidents, the big problem at Chernobyl, which is the highest death toll one by a long shot, the big problem was that they didn't tell anyone it was a nuclear site, and so it was mostly the rescue team that suffered some really heavy losses there. And
they built Chernobyl before we had computers. I mean, they built it with slide rules.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it pales in comparison to like coal mining deaths and stuff that happen constantly.
I've just got the festive pleasure of living about 30 minutes down the coast from the oldest nuclear reactor in Asia. Yay. It's just like I can almost see it from my house if I go around the corner.
Well, hopefully there's no North Korean grenade accidents.
Yeah.
Oh man. So it's I feel like we're early to lunch today, but we're not really early. I guess it's normally about 15 minutes later.
It's 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah. 1 o'clock Eastern.
Yeah.
So man. So what do you guys got going on for the doing anything good this weekend? Covering anything, talking about anything, appearances?
God.
The hell's wrong with you? You all right?
YouTube. Freaking YouTube.
Did they strike you again?
No, they haven't struck me. They say they start counting my 7-day period from when I first acknowledged that I got a strike.
How do you acknowledge that you get a strike?
That's what I said. That's what I said. I said
I haven't acknowledged it yet. I don't have one yet. I don't acknowledge it. It doesn't exist.
I was
There isn't a functional way to acknowledge the strike.
they said it's the time you saw the strike. So I said I saw the strike on Thursday. So, and he goes and it confirms you received a strike. So I said I tagged Team YouTube on Thursday on Twitter to complain about it. So what other way am I supposed to acknowledge it?
I guess appealing it or like
So I
going to
acknowledged it on February 3rd. I'm like, how the hell did I acknowledge it on February 3rd? What did I do to it? This is the stupidest. I didn't even file my appeal on February 3rd. I actually wanted to sit there and think, how am I going to word this appeal? So I didn't actually file my appeal till like the 5th.
Right. Yeah, because you want to try. First of all, they don't tell you what you did, although that's in beta. I don't know if you guys know that. Time-stamped community guideline strikes is in beta right now. I got an email about it. I don't know if I'm on it. Thank God. I don't want to find out.
I just got an email that I have to go to copyright school, whatever the hell that is.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, that's a different platform. You have to acknowledge it on your channel. So I just like put in all caps. How? Like, what is anyone supposed to do?
Oh, it's so fucking irritating. They have the worst system.
It's like, I don't even understand this.
It's Fountainhead and Atlas Shrugged. But it is, because that was the whole thing in Fountainhead, right? It wasn't, they had the law about all the bad things that he did. Howard Rourke. But
look at this.
They required him in court to acknowledge the authority of the court. Like that was part of the law. It's like, well, you have to acknowledge the authority of the court. And he said, I refuse to. And it broke him. Like they had nothing to do. Obviously, that's not how it ever works in real life. But in there, that's how they wrote it, because the shame.
Look at
the shame.
It's the time you saw the strike. I still have this ongoing message going with these people here, and I'm like, unfortunately, it's a different platform. I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't even know what they want.
Can you send me the continuation of the email that you receive? No, fuck you, Charles.
I don't even know what does that mean. What does that mean?
What are you even talking about?
I don't understand this. It's like I don't get it.
You have to, Joe. You have to acknowledge
you're
that
my
you
lawyers.
were wrong.
Tell me what you think I should do here.
It's Charles.
You're
Charles
my
is like,
counsel.
are you live streaming me right now?
You're on blast, Charles.
Is this acknowledgement enough for you? God damn it!
What corner of Pakistan do you live in, Charles?
This is so wrong.
Your name has 17 syllables.
My name is Steven. I'm from Indiana. How may I help you?
That's right, Charles. I told your mom about it on February 3rd.
I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this.
I got a scam call
What
one
the hell
time.
is a continuation of an email? What does that mean?
I don't know.
I sent him a screenshot. I sent him a screenshot of the email that I got.
You got to send him the continuation now, Joe.
Maybe it's like part 2 and 3 of that email. I don't know what he wants me to send, because like I couldn't fit it all on one screen. I want him to see the timestamp, and then I noticed when I put the timestamp part in, you can't see that it says that I got a strike. So I showed later on. So maybe that's what.
Because the email that you received, it should hit instructions how to deal with the community strike that you got.
No,
so
what? No, it doesn't. It doesn't say anything like that.
I got one of those tech support scam calls one day.
Yeah.
I'm laying in bed. I'm dead tired, and the phone rings. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I answer it. And the guy goes, "Hello, my name is Mark."
Yeah.
My wife looks over at me, and I'm like, "Whoa, this is gonna be fun."
I'm calling from Nebraska.
Yeah, he's like, I hear your Windows computer is having the problem. I'm like, yeah, actually it is. I've been really struggling with it lately. I'm so glad you called.
What to do next? So I got up to what to do next. I'm sitting here.
Joe, do you want me to stop sharing your screen while you do this?
I don't care.
I just don't know what else you have up. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm cognizant. I'm cognizant that this screen, everything that's happening here, is being shared with like 25,000 people.
Well, not quite. Not quite.
Oh, you, Joe. Stop flattering me. Shut up, Nick.
I mean, it will eventually. Don't worry. It'll get out there.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I suggest you drink a lot. Alcohol solves all problems.
Do you want
Say, Charles, what liquor do you drink?
me to forward?
I'm gonna pour some down the drain just because you pissed me off. Joe, can you say,
Yeah.
do you know who I am? Do you even know who I am? Oh God.
Don't do that. No.
No,
No.
don't do that,
No,
Joe.
don't
No,
do
Joe.
Oh.
Can we
5
take over
seconds.
Joe's keyboard?
5 seconds after he sends that, we just hear,
Yeah.
open up. Oh God.
I don't know what he wants me to do. Charles.
He wants you to screenshot the email and acknowledge that there's some link that you should have clicked on in the email. You
All right.
ignoramus.
Keep screenshotting. All right. So let's go to part 3. What do you want here? All right. So we got, so I've got to get down to the learn more. I got the learn more. What to do next? 95%.
I say, just tell him to unfuck himself or you're going to unleash the tribe on him.
Mossad is on the case.
So we're going to.
Hey, check it out. I'm Joe getting ready to tackle this email like Rambo.
Let's cancel that. We'll be part of this exciting adventure here. What the heck is that?
Nick undercover. Got news for you. It means you're Jewish.
I got news for you.
Let's save this as.
Just start sending him Old Testament Bible verses.
Joey, you're much more patient with this shit than I am. It would have got ugly real quick.
My question, several questions back would have been, assuming I tell you all of this and give you all this info, can you actually accelerate the strikes removal? That would have been my question, because you're gonna be like, oh, cool, thanks for telling me all this. Here's what you should have done. I can't do anything about it.
But there's nothing even that they told me to do. I'm trying to pull this up to see how far down I got. I think I got up to here. So okay, fine. Let's come back here and we'll do. That's the end of it. The rest of it, I'm up to Sincerely YouTube. We'll screenshot that too. Make you happy.
It was 4 lines below Sincerely YouTube.
Yeah, it's like, well, I don't know what this idiot wants from me. It's just so stupid. It's like they're making up rules as they go along. You would think that a multi-billion-dollar company would be able to have one sort of set of process system as to how they handle this, rather than every different strike they give being handled in some ad hoc type of way. This is so asinine.
The other thing that's just insane. Why in hell do you have to acknowledge the 7-day suspension?
I don't know.
For the 7 days to start.
I don't know.
I actually do know. What if you're someone who only uploads like once every other, or like once every couple days, and they so Twitch streamers notoriously will angle for a 3-day suspension right before a weekend where they're going to travel. And so they'll get to drama grift the suspension, but they weren't going to upload anyway. So the 3-day suspension doesn't matter. So maybe YouTube is trying to avoid that, right? Like, oh, I know I'm not going to upload for a week, so screw these guys. I'll just take a vacation. But no, when you get back and acknowledge your strike, then they hit you and they're like, ha, we got you.
You're sorry.
This guy at least is less rude than the one that I had this morning. The guy I had this morning was like, you need to talk to Rose, because I went to Google support.
Is Rose your person?
Well, what happened was 3 days ago, when I lost my initial appeal, and they said we're keeping your bid down, I was like, well, I want to appeal about the strike, and so I came to Google support and I got someone named Rose, and Rose was like basically telling me, all right, well, we'll handle your appeal of the strike. And they came back to me a day later telling me the strike is all valid and your thing staying in effect. So then this morning, after the 7-day period had ended, so I contacted Google support like 10 minutes after it ended. I was like, it's been more than 7 days. Get this thing off, because I knew I wanted to stream tomorrow, and I saw what happened with you. You had to wait 10 days.
A few more minutes, Joe.
Only if you can give it to him.
Can you give me a few more minutes? Say, well, I was really, I was planning on uploading, but I'll wait.
Like I have so many choices.
I ask that all the time. Can you give me a couple minutes? No, I said, no, I can't. Do I have a choice in this? Like, because if I have a choice, I don't want to give you any more time at all. I'd much prefer you do it now.
Well, anyhow, so this guy this morning was such a jerk. He's like, well, you got to talk to Rose. I'm like, I was talking to Rose about my appeal. Now I'm asking why it is that my strike is lasting longer than 7 days. And he's like, well, why would you think it only lasts? This is what he said to me. Why would you think it lasts only a week? So I quoted him the YouTube
literally in your
YouTube
terms of service, you ass.
I said, this is what it says. Well, he's like, well, you have to talk to Rose. Cuts off the conversation. He's done with me. I'm like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? This is so asinine. And yeah, so now when you pointed out that I have to wait another full day, I was like, okay, maybe it's going to take a few hours. No, this means they think they don't do anything with me till tomorrow. I'm like, this is ridiculous. So
he who walks behind the rose is about to take a whole new meaning. Joe's on the case. Get strapped and get Joe.
I'm sorry for diverting your whole Murdaugh trial here.
We're on lunch break, man. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
In fact,
I just kind of want to get on the support with my Google people about my strike and say, hey, while you're at it, can you tell Charles to stop being a dick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell Lesko Brandon if he wants to sponsor me getting drunk today, it's a good day for it.
You can but you can tell that, first of all, it would be really, like, as a policy, it would be stupid to have Charles's name actually be Charles. Like, just Google shouldn't do that in general.
I'm sure his name is Guptar.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, just as a policy, that's the smart thing to do. But then when you read like how he's structuring sentences, it's like, this guy's never even met a Charles before in his life. Like, not even close.
Yeah, seriously. Thank you so much for contacting Google. My name is Brad. How can I help you? Your name ain't Brad. Shut up.
All right.
Good, sir. May I have a moment of your time?
I'll be right back. I got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Fucking Pro Vigil makes me have to pee.
Guptar.
Well, and thank you for making me search for the unedited video of the guy getting eaten by pit bulls there, Andrew.
Oh, do you have the unedited version? Why don't you send it to me? Send me the link if you have that. I haven't actually seen it.
Yeah, it was a Inside Edition video.
It's always the Chihuahuas.
Wow. So, State did a good job sabotaging itself today.
Yeah.
Well, they have a problem, right? I mean, they have a 100% circumstantial case, no motive. What are they going to do but try to paint this guy as dirty with the financial stuff? And then they bring in the financial stuff, and all their own witnesses on cross say, no, he loved his wife and son. He loved them. He adored them. Family man.
It's like he had like a tighter bond with his family than most men do.
Yep.
That the way he was describing it, that he's going on trips with them. As soon as they call, he's dropping everything to talk to them. Most men, I think, do not do that. I'll tell you this much. Like, I actually started doing that like 3 or 4 years ago, and that's only after I heard this whole, long speech once from someone, and I was like, that you're doing everything for your family. So when your wife calls, do you stop everything and pick up the phone for her? Because when you can think about the fact that she's the one you're doing it for, and she and your kids. And I hadn't thought about it like that, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I should start doing that, and I did. What I'm saying is, I think most people don't lose sight of that and don't do that, but Alex did. And here it is. He's like blowing away his own wife and kids. It's like makes it incomprehensible. It's
every trip he takes, every work trip he takes, lawyer conventions, he takes his wife with him.
Yeah.
I'm like, I know plenty of lawyers. That's when they don't bring their wives.
Yeah.
I'd be cooked, man, because like 90% of the trips I take without my family because I'm on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
7 days doesn't mean a week, I guess. I guess you're right, Brad. I don't know.
Hey, Jeff, you ever send one of your Rolexes in to be serviced?
No, I haven't done that. I've only been into the watch collecting for about 1.5 years now.
So I had managed to strip the whatever they call that, the tube on the side for the crown that threads in.
Oh yeah.
I managed to strip it, and I sent it in, and it came back looking new.
Oh, they
It
did
was great.
the whole buffing and polishing.
Yeah.
And all the scratches are gone, the micro scratches and things.
Yeah, looks great. Looks great.
Jeff, you've got a real rhyme of the Ancient Mariner vibe going for you today.
Do I? I don't know.
I like the
This is
hat.
this is my old Spanish hat. My Russian friends bought it for me for my birthday. It's like $500 hat. I'm like, great, you paid for it. I didn't have to. Thanks.
But Charles is back. Tell me, thanks for waiting. Here we go. There we
What
go.
Charles have to say?
Upon checking our internal resources, yeah.
Drum roll.
You suck. Go to hell, Joe.
We're extending your strike a second week.
Yeah. I'm checking our internal resources.
Yes.
I got type. I can share the screen, but you can't. You won't be able. I guess Ryan could share it if Ryan's backstage. If that's his real name. Do we know anything about
His
this,
name's
Ryan?
also Gupta.
Yeah, seriously. Yeah, you think Nick is gonna call him like Ankush or something? No, he's gonna say, "Oh yeah, it's Ryan."
It's like everybody in Korea is named Park.
Yeah. or Kim, so one if you
Kim, right.
coin toss,
Kim.
yeah.
I saw that you have a similar issue on our end. What does that mean?
What does that mean?
What does that
They're also stupid and can't figure it out.
Just end my punishment period. Jeez.
Oh my gosh. Maybe you can strike Charles for a week. It starts when he acknowledges it. Without pay, Charles.
Yeah.
But our internal team has concluded that the penalty starts when you acknowledge the strike. How?
Let the circle be unbroken.
Acknowledge a strike.
I can't believe this is still going.
This is just, I don't understand this. What do they want from me? I don't understand it.
In your soul, Joe.
You got to click the link probably through the email or whatever, or in your studio.
I never clicked that link. It's a lie to claim that I clicked it on Friday. I didn't click anything on that. Whole thing looked like spam to me.
Look, I'm trying to be Charles's advocate here. I feel you're being unfair to him.
Yeah. At least he's not telling me to go shove it and talk to Rose. Better than the dude this morning.
Oh my goodness. Woo.
Where in your
This guy's probably never even seen one of those emails.
Is acknowledged.
Oh my gosh. Let's see.
You're just supposed to know, Joe.
Let's go, Brandon.
You're just supposed to know what they want.
Let's go. Brandon says, I have no idea how you got a strike, but if you are less anti-Semitic, it goes a long way with YouTube and tech support.
Yeah.
You should stop being anti-Semitic,
deep-seated
Joe.
hatred of the Jews. Yeah.
Joe, I keep trying to be an advocate.
Let's go, Brandon. Joe is offering $1,500 for 10 shots.
Yeah, I'll do that.
That won't even cover the ER visit for me.
Well, that's a hell of an offer there, Joe. I'd
He really
stop
offering
fighting and
that?
start drinking if I were you.
Is he really offering that?
That's what he said.
Yep.
And you know him.
Super chat.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I would do that for sure.
$1,500 for 10 shots is a fair offer.
Yeah, that is a fair offer. I'll do
Do you accept, or are you sober chilling with Charles all day? Ooh.
that. No. I'll accept that. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows how to Venmo me.
Good God. Brad Powers, how can I help you, Joe? 7 days does not mean a week. Wait, what? Oh, is he just being? Oh, because his name is Brad Powers, and you said, "Hello, my name is Brad."
Oh.
That's
Oh,
where that was. Okay, I was like, it doesn't make sense.
but now it does. Good job. This whole strike was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. I gave notification. I said this is not medical information here. You could check this link for more information. Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Whew. Looks like I'll be confirming this venue like real soon.
Oh, cool.
My venue person is talking to me. I mean, I guess I'll just go ahead and say it. I'm going to confirm the venue. Let's book it. All right. The venue is now confirmed. You'll hear it here first. It's the what's it called? The Ahern Hotel and Convention Center in Las Vegas. AHERN. Yeah, that's where it's gonna be.
What happens when you get a strike?
Oh my gosh.
This is the link he sent me.
You can send a feedback about this since I cannot really raise this to one of our internal team.
Yeah, internal team.
I have this window really small, so I couldn't see what it said.
Yeah. Okay. This link you gave me doesn't tell
say
me
to click anywhere.
what to do. Learn about community guidelines. If you're challenged with C strike and you think we made a mistake, let us know.
Yep.
But it doesn't say to click a link. Okay. All right, brother.
Show me where the fuck it says to click a link.
Lesko says it's official. The deal is complete, Joe.
Is it? I'll check. In a
So I
moment.
guess you have to make the
Wow.
rest of your day interesting.
It's
10
Joe's lucky
shots?
day.
Some would consider that lucky.
I would.
I don't know, man. I drank a lot the other day.
I noticed.
Oh, it's always a toss up on how that's going to go.
Yeah, I'm still recovering from last Saturday. There was only 28 shots.
Why?
But it was over. It was over.
Oh, it's over. You
Because I got
streamed
Lesko.
forever.
It was 11 hours, so you figure you burn off one an hour. It was only like 17.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not so bad.
That's at the north end of the strip there, the Ahern.
Probably.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
I confirm. I acknowledge receipt. Is there a button I need to click? Let's go to start the 10 drinks. We're not going to.
Yeah, your 10 drinks. Joe gets 3 shots and he's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Your 10 drinks don't start till you acknowledge the deal.
I am acknowledging the deal. Let me go get my stuff. Let me back. Well, hold on a second. I'll get it. I'm not going to leave this stream here before I get my 10 shots in. Okay.
Oh, wow. Oh, he broke the deal.
Oh, already. Oh,
too bad.
no.
Charge it back, Brandon.
Shut up. The link is for someone sending feedback. Yeah. Was there a generic "you suck" button? It doesn't say it anywhere. This is so ridiculous. I thought when you said that in order to end it you had to click a certain button, I was like, maybe there's a button I need to push. I don't even know how to end this strike. I don't even know if I don't think I ever got a strike before. Did I ever get a strike before?
You've had a strike before.
I had a strike that was removed a month ago. I'm trying to think if I ever had it. I did get a strike. I did get a strike. Like,
Yeah, of course you did.
yeah, back in
It's not hard.
back in 2021, I had a strike.
But I've never heard of having to. Well, I mean, they told me I didn't acknowledge that my strike had ended. That's what they told.
That's what I was saying. I didn't want to be falling into that thing. That's why I was like, whatever steps I need to take care of to be able to stream again, let me get that taken care of now, so I can. Because I was really looking forward to streaming the Murdaugh trial tomorrow. Like I was like,
Yeah, yeah. You should ask him. Is he still on the line with you?
Yeah, he is.
Say what exact hour will this come off?
What exact hour?
Also add you bigot, just in case.
Come off.
And Nick, when you're in Vegas, you're going to want to pick you up some Las Vegas Smoke Wagon whiskey.
Should I ask?
Okay.
Should I ask him if I'm getting added time because I'm Jewish?
Yes.
I should, right?
Actually, you might want to be careful. You don't know what his predilection towards the Jews is, like on a personal level.
No,
Your account will be terminated
not
immediately.
I'm not assuming it's because I'm Jewish.
Like I assume all American YouTube employees are Jewish, but I think the outsourced ones, I don't think they go anywhere near Israel.
Actually, what am I thinking? I should be asking, like, is this added punishment because I'm black?
Do you want to borrow this, Joe? Just put this on. Put this on and be like, I think you misunderstand, sir. I think you misunderstand our relationship here. We're supposed to have a deal. Oh my God.
So since it says on your dashboard you still have 1 day left, type. I don't know what that is.
This guy's great. Look at this. Good old Charles. You can always rely on this guy to come through in a pinch. Should I start up my YouTube support ticket and be like, hey, can I talk to Charles?
Yeah, we should all do it. Yeah.
I don't know the specifics. So system sets the penalty from the time you acknowledge. Okay, what
time did I acknowledge the stream?
This is a multi-billion-dollar company.
Not the one that Charles works for. He's a contractor, my friend. He works as something called like Unity Consulting and Customer Solutions of Central Malaysia. I want to know how this ends, Joe. I gotta know.
Everyone wants the internet wants to know.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Charles, type faster. I can only provide you the date.
He's just chatting with Chat GPT and he doesn't know it.
And I want you to know something. They're completely making it up because there was no point in time that I clicked anything on that email. So they're completely making this whole stupid thing up.
Yeah.
He can only provide you the date.
There's probably some, you know how they probably have one of those screen, Twitter knows when you look at something and for how long, like because you scroll past dozens of tweets, but you stop on one and look at it. You don't click on it. You don't do anything, but they measure that differently because of how long the screen is actually paused. You know, there's something where like your community guide, like you had to hover over some page on your YouTube studio or open it in your cell phone or something for a certain amount of time before it clicked in. It's something like that. Nothing you would know you actually had to physically push.
Any suggestions as to what I should do at this point? Counselors.
No, they can't do, this guy can't do anything for you anyway.
Tell me what the hell date what date did I acknowledge this?
He doesn't know. He can't tell. Or
well, he only provide the date. He can't tell the time.
I'd like to talk to the manager. My name is actually Karen.
Yes.
Say, I just went to my barber and got a blonde pixie cut, and now I'm pissed. Writing letters. Oh, tell me he's gonna escalate it. Please do it. I am the manager. That's my favorite answer, by the way. You guys ever use that one? Like in your other jobs, they're like, I want to talk to the manager.
The option is not available. This is the most American guy ever. This is definitely not a guy from India. I'm sorry, Joe. That option is not available to you, partner.
I understand the frustration on this. I say, oh wait, you do? When was the last time you got a YouTube strike?
He's not.
Imagine you were force-fed a beef sandwich. How would you feel?
Oh, come on now. How many strikes has your channel received? Beautiful.
I just like I don't know what to. I never know when this. I have no way of knowing when this will end. I'll come back like it'll be Saturday night. This thing will still be going on.
Let's go. Brandon says, did you practice dodging these shots when they started pulling lottery balls to see who was going to the rice paddies in the 70s?
Like dodge
wait.
shots better than any of the Murdaughs do.
I don't have a channel.
Yeah.
See, if you ever needed a confirmation this guy is not from the States, you'd be like, fuck you, Joe.
Yeah.
We terminate.
It's like, hey, Joe, I'm doing my job here. Why don't you stop being an asshole for 10 minutes? You're lucky he's not New York.
Uh-oh, what's he going to type next?
How many times has a random person told you they cannot, do your job?
Yeah. You cannot.
This is why I hate sleeping. It's just, I miss this stuff.
Until
Yeah,
some imaginary time in the future.
This Smoke Wagon, unfiltered, uncut. It's really, it's Indiana, but they age it and bottle it in Vegas.
Wait, I
This
had
one's-
some Smoke Wagon when I went down to visit Elijah Schaefer the first time, I think.
It's good stuff. This one's like 57.23, so it's good.
Man, making me want to indulge, but I can't.
Oh,
Let's see.
I can. I'll do it for both of us.
Oh, here we
You
go.
can talk about what?
Locals provides, when you sign into your account, you'll need to acknowledge your community guideline strike. After that, you can sign into My Account settings and appeal your video strike directly from the Manage Account section under Account Status. After we review your appeal, if we find that your video did not violate our community guidelines after all, we will reinstate it and remove the strike from your account. We'll also send you an email letting you know the result. I've never seen that, and I still don't even know what the acknowledgement of it is. But that's in a blog post from YouTube. So thank you, Matt himself, for digging that up.
I'm still trying to figure out what copyright school is.
I'm not angry with you personally. Well, I am. Oh, here, I'm gonna pull this off. We have another guest. Hey, what's up, James? He's muted. James, you're muted by the bigotry of low expectations. You might need to reconnect if you can hear me, because you're still muted, and you're muted on StreamYard, so it doesn't look like a phone. It's on the software. I can see the little mic.
It's like he clicked the mute button.
Right. I'll leave him in for a minute. Maybe he's just busy. Maybe he's getting frisked or whatever. Actually, while I wait for him, let me do this. This show is sponsored by Field of Greens. Fieldofgreens.com. Use promo code KNOWS. What is it? What is it? Well, I'll show you. It's a superfood that's pure organic, but it's just ground up, powdered up fruits and vegetables. I'd snort it like cocaine, but that would probably kill me. You put it in liquid, whatever liquid you want, and it is 1 serving of fruit and 1 serving of vegetables per scoop. It's got it's not like loaded up with a bunch of vitamins and supplements or anything like that. It's just literally the benefit of consuming fruits and vegetables that you would get as if you ate them regularly with your meals. I don't know about you guys. I'm really busy during the day. I don't always have time to eat the quote unquote rainbow. I don't always get enough greens in my diet. So this is a way to supplement that. And the good news is it actually tastes good. It's not like that bullshit Naked Juice green machine, which is all sugar anyway, and also tastes like you just mowed your lawn and shoved your face into the clipping bag. This stuff actually has good flavor to it. The one I'm drinking right now is a natural caffeine one, gives you a nice little boost. The other one that I have is an antioxidant one, helps with immune support and stuff like that. But you know, that's what it is. It's just fruits and vegetables. It tastes good. It's a good way to get them into your diet. I really like them. I drink it. When they asked me if I would do advertisements for it, I said, well, none of it tastes like shit. And so they sent me some samples, and I'm hooked, man. It's become part of my daily routine. So all I can say is try it out. It's not the cheapest thing on earth because it is made from like real ingredients. It's not extracts. It's not garbage. And so you want to use that promo code KNOWS to make sure you get yourself a little break from it. Try one tub. If you like it, add it to your regimen. If you don't, you know, then you tried something. give it to your friend or your dog or something. I don't know. But you'll probably like it. Everyone who's reported back to me actually likes it. Show you the ingredients list. Oh my God. I wonder if they have it on here. Holy fucking hell. I can just read you what's on it. Here, I'll read this one. The organic greens blend. Organic, everything's organic, okay? Spinach powder, parsley powder, kale powder, barley grass, wheatgrass, spirulina, chlorella. It says here AIDS. I don't know about that, but green pepper, green apple, green banana, sweet potato, broccoli. Then it's got beet powder, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, tart cherries, pomegranates, organic cranberry, licorice, ginger, turmeric, and green tea. That's what's in this one. So that's it. There's nothing else in there. So it's just that. But anyway, I like them. I like the product. And they're very, very kind to sponsor the show. You can find the link in the description if you can't type Field of Greens into your own browser. But check it out. Get yourself healthy. Healthier. Here we go. Speaking of healthier, what's up, James?
Hey there. Sorry, I was having connection issues, but finally got on.
Yeah, no problem. Welcome.
Thank you.
How's court going for you today?
Well, less eventful than a threat to the courthouse, that's for sure. We haven't had any of that today, which is nice, but it's getting more tense. I'll say that, especially between Murdaugh and his family. So I have a fun little rumor. Yesterday, the Murdaugh family, after the bomb threat, was moved from the row they usually sit right behind Alex, and they were moved to the last row of the first section of the court room. And we were sitting, me and some of the media people I was sitting with were confused and, asking each other why they did that. So I ran into one of the media people at lunch, and I was talking to another person I don't want to give away, but the rumor is that Buster flipped off one of the witnesses. So they had to move them to the back. Yeah.
Why? Can you say which witness?
Tinsley.
Oh, that guy seems like a catch you next Tuesday.
Ooh.
I don't like that guy at all, actually. John, Mark Tinsley. I keep calling him John. If I ever meet him in person, I'll call him John, but I'll know his name is Mark by then.
Yeah. Wait, Tinsley is the Lindsey Graham guy?
No, Tinsley is the lawyer representing Mallory's family in the boat crash, right? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, and he's the guy who's like, aha, I have the order. And he pulled it out of his jacket and it wasn't actually an order.
Right.
The defendants are trying to get him removed from that case, right?
Are they? I mean, they should be.
Because they're alleging that he shared confidential mediation product videos, testimony with the media.
Oh. That's interesting. That was Adam Baldwin.
He's communicated with parties directly as opposed to through their lawyers, violated various other rules of practice.
Well, it sounds like, I mean, he talked to Alec because he knew him or whatever. But sorry, what were you saying, James?
Oh, no, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You didn't.
I was just saying Adam Waldman from the Johnny Depp trial, I think, had a similar issue when he was removed to Johnny Depp's team, right, for talking to some YouTubers and things like that. So, right, never talk to the media. Otherwise, they're going to find out.
Always talk to the media.
True. And I love my bio, by the way, journalism in the wild. Hilarious.
Well, there you go. That's what you're doing, man. You're out there doing it. We're just schlubs sitting at home, which is beautiful. But I'm glad there are people out like talking to people. What was the buzz around Chris Wilson's testimony? I mean, well, I'll tell you what I think, but tell me if you got any impressions from it for you or from the court gallery, anything like that.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely anticipated. Every day people were asking when he was going to be testifying. So I think people in the gallery were looking forward to that. I don't know if he was as impactful in front of the jury as people thought he was going to be. But I mean, that's for y'all to think about as lawyers, with his actual testimony. but yeah, he was definitely an anticipated figure to take the stand, you know?
Yeah, I think kind of our impression, if anyone wants to check me on this, go ahead. But our impression was that he was actually much more effective for the defense than the state, as far as the murders go.
Yep.
James.
Oh, me? I thought you were asking your panel. Sorry.
No, I was if anyone disagreed, of course. But yeah, how do you feel about that?
I agree. I mean, again, I say this every time I feel like a broken record, because the jurors don't have notes. It's unless the prosecution is outlining it very clear cut, it's very hard to follow. So all you need is the defense to come in and throw in some confusion or throw in doubt, and the whole thing, it's like a blank slate again. So I do agree. I think he did more for the defense because they brought up, other aspects that in my mind probably have more of an impact on the jury's memory than all of the small details that the the prosecution is assuming that they can remember,
Yeah,
well,
all these financial witnesses are supposed to be providing testimony of financial shenanigans as a motive for him murdering his wife and son. But every one of those same witnesses on cross testifies at length about how much he loved his wife and son.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he just seemed to very much endear the person of Alec Murdaugh, which, I mean, the state doesn't have much with lacking direct evidence. The state needs Alec Murdaugh's character to be one that is evil enough to murder, not just steal, not just take, not just cheat. Lots of people cheat. They don't murder. It's a big difference.
And brutally murder.
Right.
Yeah. To me, it feels like the state is operating sort of on the basis is that he lied about a lot of things. So therefore he lied about murdering his wife and son. But it's like, I think, at least for me, and I think the jury is going to see this too, there feels like there is a story that's missing. There's a part of the story that they're leaving out or they don't know. I mean, it does feel like Alex knew a lot more than he's saying. I mean, that seems to be clear. The alibi was, a lie. He seems to have, I would say that he controlled the sled investigation. That's just, of course, a complete rumor, but how I've seen them all interact together and how he's and his family is literally buddies with everyone here, from the staff to everyone around. It wouldn't surprise me if all the little discrepancies, like waiting until the 8th day, letting the crime scene open, not putting the thing in the right bag, if that was all because they were trying to help him. So for me, I just lost my point, but I know it was there somewhere.
So is there any other rumblings? Do you know who's next on the witness list today? Who's coming up?
Yeah, it should be was the last name Schofield? Tony Schofield.
I have no idea.
Is that the son of Gloria, the housekeeper?
Oh yeah, that's going to be a tough witness.
Yes, and that'll be in front of the jury. And I think
it's unlikely he'll say that Alex was always tending to his wife and children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and his lawyer is like a firebrand, like one of those guys. I mean, he seems like he's involved in this whole case and stuff, and I think he is probably an adversary to Murdaugh in many ways, and definitely wants to see Murdaugh taken down. So I'm sure that he's going to be a witness that's really going to go hard for him.
You steal $5 million of my dead mother's money, and I wouldn't wait for court.
Yeah.
I'd pull your kneecaps off myself. What the heck? How do you feel about the GoFundMe for the that's cropped up for the witness yesterday? The what was her name? The caretaker, the mother's caretaker. Have you heard about that at all?
I haven't. I'm not surprised with the internet and how much they love to do things like this. But no, so she's raised a GoFundMe for what? So she doesn't have to work like that anymore, or?
I have no idea. I'll see if I can find the link to it again. When someone had sent it to me, and at that point it was already at it was like at $6,000, which isn't a ton, honestly. I was a little surprised that it was only that much. Where is it?
Someone send me the link if you need, I can share it with you.
I got it. I just found it right when you said that. Okay, so here it is. For her bravery. Wait, what? So this is for her. My name is Rochelle Buckner. So Rochelle Buckner and Daquan Smith are organizing the fundraiser. So she set it up. Or wait, for her mother, Michelle Smith. So this is Michelle, and Rochelle must be her daughter. My mother was caretaker for Alex Murdaugh's mom. She recently had to testify against him, and it had brought much heartache and stress to her. Okay. So what's the GoFundMe for? She's taking a leave of absence from her job because she fears the media might come and distract the students where she works full time.
Oh, I mean, I like her. I support her. I don't know how I feel about all that. I mean, she didn't probably have to take off her job, but maybe she did.
Yeah, I didn't. Nothing about her testimony struck me as particularly like brave or daring or overly traumatic. I mean, I remember during the Darrell Brooks trial, there was the one we contributed to GoFundMe on this show because Darrell Brooks had hit and injured all 4 of the children of this one family.
Oh yeah.
And their GoFundMe had not hit the goal, and it had been sitting there for like a year or whatever since the event. And so it was like, well, let's see if we can do it. And it kicked up over the goal. It was awesome. But you know, that family had extreme trauma, medical bills, crazy stuff, 4 kids in the hospital for extended periods of time. So, I mean, I don't care. People can GoFundMe whatever they want. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. I will say, I think there's an element that people are making it a little more dangerous than it is. I've heard people say, oh, you know, people are going to be so scared to testify. We're so scared to not vote, but to make a decision against him if they're on the jury. Maybe if this was like 30 years ago and the family was at the height, you know, or 40, 50, but this family has now been shamed so much in South Carolina. And there's a lot of baggage when it comes to them that I would be surprised if anyone truly felt nervous to go up against him for their own like physical well-being, you know, but I could be wrong.
Do you think I would have any success in starting a GoFundMe for my bravery and coming on screen with 3 of my peers who are just going to attack me, you know, ruthlessly, like day after day?
Only if you take a leave of absence from coming on stream.
Oh.
Yeah, it's that one's just kind of weird to me. I don't know. I don't care what people do and what people support. I'm trying to find all of the danger and all of that stuff that they're talking about. But yeah, because I mean, he doesn't seem that powerful, honestly. I know that the Murdaughs used to be very powerful and scary, but you know, this guy's wife and kid got killed either by him or by someone else. He wasn't able to protect them.
Exactly.
And he's not seemingly able to get himself out of these financial issues. No one seems scared to testify about those. So
now, James, were you suggesting earlier that there's a line of thinking that the police might have botched the initial investigation as a way of protecting him?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go out on a limb because, you know, the police are always 100% of the time correct and do everything by the books and never do anything or are corrupt in any way. So I know that that's a crazy speculation for me to make, but, you know.
But it's not like they had a reason to like Alex over his wife and son. They were all popular, as I understand it. Would they protect him for killing his wife and son?
No, but I think the insinuation is that they weren't looking. I mean, I know his defense is making it seem like they were looking at him as a serious witness at first. I don't think that's true. I think they were taking his word for it. I think they were treating him with kid gloves. And I think that they were hoping that it was going to be someone else. But I do believe they may like her and they may like the son, but he is the Murdaugh. You know what I mean? Or Murdaugh, however you want to say it. He's the one that knows everyone in the courthouse, that been working here as a prosecutor, makes all the deals, you know, donates to the local things so that, you know, they're funded and they, you know, I don't know what it's called, grease each other's elbows and things like that. So I think at the end of the day, when he calls them and says, my wife and son were murdered, I don't know who did it, they're not looking at him as a potential witness at first. And I think they're doing whatever they can to shield him from that. You know what I mean?
Well, it's one thing to not look at him as a likely suspect, although I find that suspect almost
Because
always
he was
the spouse's
when he's
automatically suspect. But
the
there's a
only
difference between not
identified
suspecting
suspect.
him and actually suspecting him but hiding the evidence.
I don't want to go as far as to say they hid evidence. I'll say that maybe knowing how evidence collection works, they maneuvered around what they could do to, how do I say this without getting in trouble, make the least accurate of an investigation as they could.
So basically that they didn't do the job that they would normally do.
Yes. Yeah.
Interesting theory. We'll have to see. That I think is the biggest risk for Alec Murdaugh in this trial from what I've seen. I thought we were going to get a more clear and concise picture of how he was involved in these murders, of how he committed them. But I think they're, it's kind of what you said. The family's been diminished and shamed. They're a shadow of the height of their power decades ago. And now people have just a negative impression of him overall. And that's hard to dispel, even from the jury, even through careful jury selection, because they're so prominent. So I think that's his biggest risk, is that there's just a general negativity about him. I think the prosecutors are relying on that.
I think so too. And just real quick, because I'm actually going to jump out in a few minutes, but to piggyback on that, I think that the prosecutors of course they care about the outcome, but at this point, especially their motive for bringing in all of the extra financial crimes and evidence, I think it's less so about proving anything to the jury and more so about making sure that if for some reason he is acquitted, that everyone knows about all of his indiscretions and that the public reputation of his family is completely destroyed, that no matter if he's acquitted, there will be no rehabilitation for him. That's sort of what I feel like. And I've heard some talk about that too, about why the court's doing all of they're doing. They know that this is publicized and being live streamed, and the financial crimes will not be live streamed most likely the same way that it is now. And I think they're trying to throw everything they can so that the entire country in South Carolina sees all of this, whether or not the jury acquits him or not.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective, because I hadn't considered the fact that they probably weren't going to live stream the financial crimes. One, it's going to be boring and dry. Two, it's going to be who knows when, and this case will soak up most of the attention. This is more salacious. So yeah, getting that all in does throw some shade on the family name. And if they may not be able to tag him on the murders, they could at least get some publicity about his character that wouldn't otherwise come out. That's interesting.
Yeah. But real quick, I'm sorry it was so quick for me to come on. Thank you all. It was good to see you. Thank you guys, all of you, by the way, from the beginning of the Johnny Depp trial. Y'all have had me on, and Joe was a huge supporter of me. Farron, he'd have me on almost every lunch break. So I just appreciate all of you, and it's good to see y'all again. And next time,
share your big news. You got big news today, right?
Yeah. So I was in the monetization process. I thought it would take 3 weeks for them to approve it, but I got approved this morning. So I can do live streams, super chat.
Yes. Get it.
I'm excited. Heck yeah.
There you go, guys. Go follow James from court. I'll throw his
follow James from court. Sub up to him. Get that guy his script. He's busting his tail. He's providing insight you're not going to get anywhere else unless DUI guy goes down there. But in general, this guy is kicking it and he's killing it and he's providing. And honestly, I like the fact that he's providing perspective that what people who are not thinking like lawyers are seeing and feeling and giving us the real vibe there. It's a wonderful thing. James, you provide an invaluable service, as I'm sure every member of this panel here would agree. And I just want to say thank you so much, my brother. And it's been wonderful working with you.
Appreciate that. I'll do a live stream, like an official thing. I'll invite you all on if you want.
Oh,
hop
cool.
in, hop out. So yeah.
I'd invite you on my live stream tonight, but I don't think that's happening.
You're not gonna make it.
All right. Thank you all. Have a good one. I'll see you later.
Congrats, buddy.
James.
See you later.
Bye.
Guys, James from Court, you can go into the description on YouTube and click on his name. It'll take you right to his channel if you want to check out his stuff. So same with all of my panelists except Steve Gosney, who is not does not have a YouTube channel. I'm about to add him. I'll give you a special link to stevegosney.com.
Which
doing
hello, weird
sharp.
cosplay. What's this weird cosplay?
He's
you're
looking
doing
so
today?
sharp today.
Well, thank you. I just got off of Megyn Kelly's show. So I thought I'd duck in here before I have to go back to work. But
wow, Megyn Kelly, good job, you.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be my last appearance for a while because I'm really more of a long streamer. You know, I can't.
Very boastful.
No, but I mean, no. Well, I'm saying that I think I'm. These little soundbite things. I like the deep analysis that you guys do, and I like the really
long streamer who goes deep, guys.
Yes, that's right. I did want to announce, though, to come on special event that people have been asking for me to be hard, and
I've been here. God, what is happening here?
And I've been telling them,
Family show,
I've been saying that those are reserved for just very special people, very few, the inner circle.
It's not getting better.
So if you want to be
Nick,
if you want to be Nick or Andrew, I have one hardback book that's available for auction on my website at stevegosney.com, and I will announce the winner at the Las Vegas Nick Rekieta show.
Sweet.
So I'll be there. So if you want the hardcover, you can bid on it, because I got to say, I just want people to get the book. But if you want to support, it included with the hardcover is I will give you a shout out in my new book, which here's the draft. You think I've been goofing off? This is the manuscript for the new book, right? Prepare a Handbook for Individual Freedom. If you buy that book, I will give you a shout out, because the sale of that book will go to support the publishing of this next book. So that's my big grift for today. So that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Very cool. Very cool. So there you go, guys. You can check that out at stevegosney.com, right? That's where this is all going to happen.
Yes. So what have I missed? All the scintillating testimony this morning.
The last 3 minutes of your conversation was the most scintillating thing I've heard.
No. Honestly, I think today was very important testimony. The state brought on a witness who basically told us that he's a thief and that he basically took better care of his wife and children than any man he's ever met.
so a real murderer.
Yeah. I mean, no, the cross was masterful in eliciting from him that he would take phone calls from them anytime they called. He's going to all their ball games. He has season tickets with his wife, going on trips with them. It's like he described him as the most attentive husband / father any person could, and also dedicated to his own parents, just so tied to his family that it seemed like the prosecution probably wanted to kill themselves throughout the cross-examination.
It seems like every cross that I have seen, and obviously we're picking up now on the defense theme through the state witnesses, and that is, okay, so let me ask you this, Mr. State Witness. He loved his son. He loved his son more than anything else. He loved his wife more than anything else. All of this stuff was motivated by the love of his family. He liked nothing more than to support his friends and family, right? You've never seen him. He never said a bad word, right? It's all this theme about countering this narrative that he's this psycho killer that wants to murder his family so he can get a continuance in a civil case, right? Which is absurd. So I really like the defense strategy. I like the way
they turned a bad situation into a trap for the state.
Right.
I mean, it's like the Germans go into Stalingrad. They're like, "Hey, we took over Stalingrad." Oops.
Circle around.
Okay then.
No, I mean that's it. It opened with the continued cross-examination of the vehicle telemetry guy. The big takeaway from that was him saying there is no location data. And the other sort of potential takeaway from that is that Maggie's phone never connected to the SUV. They didn't really.
Right. That was one of my chatters told me about that, and that's an interesting point. Now, I'm not a cell phone guy, and I'm not a car guy that knows all this stuff, but they're saying that he picked up the cell phone of Maggie, drove it, and tossed it. But if he did that, wouldn't Maggie's phone connect in with his vehicle? That's a question.
Only one phone will connect.
Right.
Even in
We-
modern
I mean-
cars, you sure about that?
Yeah. The
I mean,
question, well,
at a time.
Yeah. I don't know if there's like, there's one primary connection that is obvious that happens, like your phone and your, your music or whatever will run through it. What I don't know, they didn't ask, and I don't have the technical specific savvy to know is there some like minimal connection that happens to the other phones that are on the list that it can help switch really quick. I don't know if that happens or not. They didn't ask. But I would assume that only one phone connects at a time. They also didn't ask, and we couldn't tell from the testimony specifically if Maggie's phone had ever connected to the SUV. So if it was
See,
never
that's why
been,
that the question, the way that the defense crafted that question was,
Yeah.
did her phone ever connect in the month of June?
right.
So what if her phone had connected in the month before? So wouldn't that be evidence? I don't know. I mean, it would be interesting. That I think the defense might be holding that card back, and that's when they might play in the defense team.
Yeah, that would be good if they have something like that. But otherwise, they can just, the way they worded the question, they can go on cross and say, we know on the night that that Alec Murdaugh supposedly has the phone, according to the state, that it does not connect to the car. They cannot put that phone in Alec Murdaugh's car in the same way that they can't put that phone in Alec Murdaugh's hand, because we know that it should have been recording the steps. We had testimony from a state witness that the steps should have been recorded in synchronicity if he had both phones at the same time, and it wasn't happening. And in fact, his phone was recording steps, or her phone was recording steps while it should have been in the car, and his phone was recording steps when her phone was not, and all of that stuff. They could do all that, but they could just really leave the specter of connecting that phone to the car ever out there for the jury. And if the state didn't have a clarification on it. So unless they get that into evidence somewhere else, the defense gets to run with that narrative.
Well, can I ask you another question? Because I was just on Megan Kenny, this Vinny from Court TV was on with me, and he's got a very prosecutorial mindset, and not a legal mindset, a prosecutorial mindset.
Right.
And during our discussion, he was nailing down. This is from the prosecutor side, because we've obviously have kind of a bias here. So let's talk about what he's saying. That the state will establish that the death occurred at 8:49:27, which he's saying is the time that she's texting and stops, or she's like doing some kind of group thing and stops. All right. Well, now, even with that compressed timeline, it seems to me that is still consistent with the assassin hiding in the woods theory, because the testimony is it's at Lowe's 2 minutes from the hunting house back to the regular house. And that's 8:44 to 8:49. That's still 5 minutes. So he could wrap it up. The person could be observing them from behind and then come out and assassinate once the dog's over. And the other thing he really emphasized was, well, if that's true, he surely would have heard the gunshots. And of course, I'm like, well, that's New York versus South Carolina, right? But those were the two big prosecutor points that Vinny was making for Court TV. What is your reflection on those prosecution points?
Well, I mean, the gunshot one the gunshot one has a million problems, because, like you said, it's South Carolina. They're a hunting family. They shoot guns on the property. If Paul's got his 300 blackout with an, I don't know if his had an infrared scope, but the other one had an infrared scope. If he's accustomed to shooting that thing at night in the dark, what does that tell us? That he heard some shots. The other thing is, it's really easy to say you hear shots. Well, they must have heard the shots. It's like, well, I don't know. Maybe he's got headphones in. Maybe he's in the shower. Maybe he's in the bathroom. Maybe he goes into a room in the house where, it's not by a thing. Maybe he can't identify where the shots come from, because it's still a third of a mile away. And once you're inside a house, you can't always tell direction of sound. There's any number of
it's completely
reasons.
speculative on this inference that the time of death is when she stopped with her whatever it was, the group chat. That's speculative. We don't know. Maybe her son started talking to her about something. Maybe they were being held at gunpoint at that point, so they weren't killed then, but she stopped chatting because she's held at gunpoint. They see the father drive off, and that's when the killer decides to execute them.
Or something happens with one of the dogs, and she has to set the phone down and pay attention to the dog. And then Paul drives off, or Alec drives off, and then someone comes up and kills them. The one thing the state is putting a lot of importance on is that their phones stopped at the same time. But the state's ignoring one critical problem with Paul's phone stopping is that Paul's phone ran out of batteries. Paul's phone doesn't just stop. It shuts off completely. It is dead. And so we don't, that happens to coincide with the time that Maggie's phone, or that she stops responding, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Maggie and Paul are killed in that moment. It's like, oh, these two phones stop at the same time. So, or this really close proximity. So that must have been the triggering event. But it's like, well, no, we have a reasonable explanation for why this one phone shuts off. It's out of batteries.
But I think Paul's phone doesn't shut off then. I think the defense said it was down to 2% battery. That might be a reason why Paul might be less inclined to use his phone than normal. But I don't think it actually powers down until 10 o'clock or so.
I guess we need to get the spreadsheet out back again.
I've got it. I've got it.
Yeah. So I haven't referenced that because I don't know. Oh, there he's got the spreadsheet. Aren't our listeners great?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Paul's phone here. Paul's time. Oh wait. Okay. You're right. His phone dies at 10:34. Ignore everything I just said. Oh, damn it. I love when you get a good theory in your head and it's completely wrong.
But they're trying to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, saying, well, he obviously would have heard the gunshots because the time of death must have been when she stopped the group chat. That's a very speculative inference to my mind.
Right. I did get to use the Bronco theory. I said, well, that is if this is a great case for the state if the burden was on the defense.
Right.
Yeah. And the other thing, the state is automatically assuming that this 59 steps that's recorded is not her. Right? Like the state assumes that this is the killer between 8:53 and 8:55. Because there's an display on, orientation change, display off, display on, changed orientation and camera activated. That's where it would try and identify you. But if it's just dark outside, a lot of times your phone can't identify you. And then Alex called Maggie at 9:04. This could still be Maggie in this area. That could still be her. We have no idea what these 59 steps are. They're inferring that she's dead at this. Whoa.
Well,
Who is that?
It was my phone. It's just possessed by Satan suddenly.
Oh, geez. I was like, well, yeah, an attorney did come through. So I believe that 100%. So yeah. So he calls Maggie. And this is interesting to me is that, so he's trying, they say these calls with no answers. The state, of course, is trying to make you believe that he's setting up his alibi. Oh, he's calling her to do that, but he doesn't call Paul. He doesn't ever make the phone call to Paul, or it's not recorded. So why, if he's trying to set it up, why doesn't he call him? He just calls her, makes several calls to her. Because presumably the Occam's razor explanation of why he only calls Maggie is because that's who he wants to talk to. Right. That's the reasonable explanation of why he doesn't call Paul. And I know, there are times when I call my wife and she doesn't pick up, and I'm like, I know you have your fucking phone in your hand. I know you do it. Just answer the phone. Just answer the phone. I know you're doing something or whatever. Just pick it up. Or you're driving or something, like, just so you call right back. And he calls her 1, 2, 3 times, and then he makes the text and says, hey, going to check on him, be right back. Although it says him, I think it says M in the actual text.
M, right.
Yeah.
M,
because
right.
The mom is referred to as M. So on the
Correct.
spreadsheet, it's actually incorrect. It says him. But I believe the actual text was M.
What's amazing is that, this really is like the case of the century. It's amazing, and the people are projecting all of their theories. It's a whodunit, and it's all these details and facts. It's really intriguing. How can the state make this thing so freaking boring?
I don't know. Salacious double murder.
It's amazing. Isn't that quite a talent? To take this case, that because of that tells me they don't have anything. They're just making lots of smoke and wasting everybody's time and making him look bad as an embezzler, which they got that. And it's like, well, let's just get it to the jury and hope that they, don't like him as a rich, arrogant embezzler, and they'll just say, well, he must have done it, and come and feed their own little theories. It's a fascinating case, and worthwhile, but damn, I wish they would get to the point.
So Leah in chat and asked a question, and I think it's an important question because I think it goes to the way we assess details in hindsight of something that happens.
Right.
She
Oh,
says,
very good point. Yes.
She says, but you would have driven down to the kennels to talk to your wife and son when your wife did not answer, right? No. If I'm calling her to say, hey, I'm going to take off and go visit my mom real quick, and I'm not planning on bringing her with me or something, and I call her 3 times and she doesn't answer, and I just send the text, yeah, I'm going to go visit mom, by the way, and I'm not going to drive down to, why do I need to drive down to the kennels? And he clearly doesn't want to talk to Paul at the time. He doesn't call him. He doesn't call or text.
It's the same idea that Andrew always talks about, which is no matter what happens, it's inculpatory. It's like, okay, well, you can project, oh, well, this shows, right? I mean, it's just the way it happened. It could be coincidence. It could just be, but to ascribe some sort of sinister motive to it is a mistake. I think
Right.
it's a projection of what your bias is onto this evidence that doesn't contain such meaning.
And to clarify to Leah, I think that's a very good question. I'm not trying to criticize you on the question at all. What I'm just saying though is we have a tendency to look and go, this is significant, but if they had not died, that course of action is not significant in any way.
Well, I
It's
had
a completely normal, chance to, attempted communication between a husband and wife.
Well, I had a question from somebody who emailed me through my webpage, and they said, well, who drives 15 minutes to their mother's house and then spends only 20 minutes there and drives back? I was like, well, I do. My mom lives about 15 minutes away, and I'll drive over there sometimes, and I'll say, hey, mom, and we'll talk for 15, 20 minutes, and then I leave. I mean, that happens. But if you say it in a way that sounds sinister, then all of a sudden now we're talking projection again. Well, of course, somebody wouldn't drive over to his mother's house and only spend 15 minutes with him, right? Well, who says that? Right? I mean, it's non-information. It's just, but we project this intent onto it and make it sound sinister and talk darkly and accusatory like a prosecutor, and all of a sudden it sounds like, ooh, gee, that's a problem, right? But
the question is not, could it be made to look inculpatory? The question is, does it exclude alternative hypothesis consistent with innocence? Otherwise, it's just normal behavior.
Right.
Yeah.
And I see in the chat people talking about these 500 blackout rounds. You can get them subsonic, folks, but the brass cases they found are not for the subsonic rounds. They're for 2,000 feet per second, which is about double supersonic speed for a firearm round. So,
yeah. And Leah followed up with, but Alec Murdaugh is such a family man, and this is the first time Maggie had been to Moselle in a while. First of all, that's not in evidence yet. That may come into evidence, but it's not. And surely he would also want his family to visit Granny, as his lawyer said. Alec Murdaugh took his family. Well, this was actually not a regular visit to her. We've got a couple different circumstances. His father state than normal. What do we got?
Audio?
No, we don't have that. That's the one thing we don't have.
it's possible the brass they found does not have the grains on it. I guess that would actually make more sense. But the S&B 300 blackout they found in the house, the boxes were 147 grain, which is supersonic.
And I'm going to have to dump out of here quick. I got to get, I'll try to get back on after work. I wanted to come in and say hello and say, if you want the hardcover and you want to support the publishing of my second book, that's what this is going to, and you'll get a shout out. How many times do you get a shout out in a published book? I mean, so I will put that, I'll put your, whatever you want me to, well, almost anything in the acknowledgements, and you can get a hardcover, a limited, only a few of that.
Any other unique characteristic of this auction book?
Not yet. No. Well, but it will be announced in Las Vegas. We'll talk about what your other idea is. I will definitely do that, but next time. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Hey, man. So anyway, I've got to go in about 10 minutes, but it looks like they're coming back to court. So if I duck out, then you'll know what I'm doing.
All right.
Well, it's 4:19 a.m. here, and I'm hitting the wall harder than an overweight single mother with 3 children. So it's time for me to bail.
Oh, I don't have the volume on. No. You should have told me.
We did.
Oh no, Steve's copyright cuck cage.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Appropriate that money as well.
Bye, folks.
And it
Have a
just-
great
Later,
night,
Steve.
day, whatever it is.
Goodbye,
Bye.
Extremely significant. It's millions of dollars. And the other thing about this is that, as you heard from Mr. Satterfield, the fact of this being out there was kind of percolating out in the world, and he had conversations with Mr. Murdaugh as time was approaching, and Mr. Murdaugh's telling him, oh, everything's okay with the case and all the rest of it, when the money had long been misappropriated and spent by Mr. Murdaugh. So this is a different type, and it also has a connection with the overriding situation that Mr. Murdaugh found himself in. And so we believe that it still is fair game, and is not its probative value is not substantially outweighed by the danger of any unfair prejudice.
What is the timeline with regard to Satterfield?
So Mr. Satterfield, as far as the communications with the defendant, the money, actually, the first settlement, I believe, was misappropriated not long after the vote case in March of 19. This is actually another aspect that's going on as well. There's been testimony about how the vote case changed things and created some very significant difficulties for the defendant that was coming to a head at that time. The subsequent recovery, which was much larger, of about $3.8 million, was at some point after that. However, there are, in fact, communications, and you heard from Mr. Satterfield, there are communications, text messages, which I provided to the defense in April of 2021, in which the defendant is assuring him that they're working hard on the case and everything is fine and all the rest of it. And so that is, again, this is part and parcel of the things that are in these hidden aspects of this whole other life that the defendant had.
Yeah, so the defense really doesn't want this guy to talk because they can't take that Alex loved his family approach on cross.
Yeah, this will be a very sympathetic witness
calls.
against
Mr.
Alex.
Satterfield testified as to calls in June of 2021. The records reflect some calls on June 22nd between the two of them, but there still are text messages from the defendant. Your Honor, I can have something marked at this time and pass it up if you'd like to see it. These actually were identified after he testified last time, but the defendant reaches out to him and tells him, hey, just checking on you. Everything's fine. We're working on the case. It's a tough case. It's a complex case. And therefore, don't worry about it, when, again, the money had been long misappropriated.
Long answer, but not to the question. I said, what is the timeline? And perhaps the text messages have something to do with the timeline. I recalled his testimony, Satterfield's in-camera testimony, something to the effect that in early June or around that time.
In May of 2019.
Yeah, the discovery is what the discovery
did not come until
June 7th.
June 22nd,
Yeah, June 22nd.
Satterfield testified that he heard reports at some point in time. That's my question to you. The
He
timeline.
testified that as we move into 2021, late 2021, he's hearing reports, and there are reports out there that there had been a settlement in the case. And so ultimately, there's discussions with Alec Murdaugh, which he'll testify he would, talk with a few times a year about the case, and was assured, even though, yes, Mr. Harpootlian is right, that money had been misappropriated a long time ago, that everything was okay. He was working hard on the case. And so the fact of the important point to this case is that issue for the defendant is still out there, and he's got
The
this young
state's
man
obscuring all the timing
of
data that the judge is looking for.
believing that the case is still ongoing and he's still working on it. And that's
Lots of hand waving going on here.
He had heard reports that this is going to happen.
Overwhelming
Oh,
set of
okay.
circumstances for the defendant.
Your Honor, just briefly, money is misappropriated in 2019. That young man testified he didn't know when he learned about it may have been a settlement. Could have been before June 7th or after June 7th. And the fact that he doesn't know when, I think, contributes to the fact that it caused for speculation that he knew something or that would have in some way would have influenced Alec Murdaugh to murder his wife and son. And that's what the only reason this testimony is coming in is to show there was some immediacy. And by the way, if you look at the phone records, the only calls between these folks began on June 22nd, 2 weeks after the murders. So it's not temporal, and he can't say whether he had any knowledge of the misappropriation of the actually all he know about would be the settlement. You know, that again, that there was nothing immediate about this on June 7th from this particular witness. Now, again, we'd be more than willing to some sort of stipulation that that's the timeline, subject to our previous objections, rather than putting a witness up who's going to testify. He doesn't know when he found out about it. Could have been before June 7th, could have been after. And they don't even begin phone calls about it until June 22nd. And there's nothing that no actions begun, nothing coming forward after or prior to June 22nd. And these emails all occur after June 7th. So again, this is a prejudicial versus probative, and you know, this is gilding the lily. This is piling on. This is just more trying to prejudice the jury into believing that somehow someone who steals a bunch of money in any way whatsoever would commit a murder. This is character evidence, pure and simple.
Your Honor, actually the final misappropriation in the Satterfield case was in October of 2020. And again, there were press articles out there. The texts, he said these emails were after June 7th, and they're not. They're in April. Mr. Satterfield testified in camera that he remembered having a conversation in June of 2022. After that, we actually looked and we found some phone records, which again are June 22nd of 2021, but we also found these text messages from April in which the defendant is reaching out to Mr. Satterfield and assuring him that he's working hard on the case and all the rest of it. And again, that's part and parcel of the things that were percolating out there and part and parcel of the pressures that were on him that the state's theory is he could not solve.
Your Honor, just one last point. This all began with this idea, argued very thoroughly by the Attorney General, that all this financial crime stuff is to prove that on the night of June 7th, he knew, because of that conversation in the office, that the jig was up, that he, in a day or two, that hearing on Thursday, everyone would know that he was a thief and everything had crashed down on him. And to distract from that and delay things, he went home and butchered his son and butchered his wife. And by the way, I might point out, that same day he learned his father was terminal and wouldn't live much longer. And that would be, in my opinion, as much of, if not more, well, enough of a distraction for, you agree? That, that
What?
he didn't need.
That's weird.
I mean, there's no rational way he would think he'd need to butcher his wife and son to distract, knowing his father's getting ready to die, which would be a distraction in that community, in that law firm. So again, I think we need to get back to why we began this 3 or 4 or 5, I can't remember how many days we've been doing financial. I mean, this is a murder trial, not a financial fraud trial. And to the extent it goes to motive, again, we're more than willing to stipulate that this amount of money disappeared, that the rightful heirs of it, receipt of it, didn't get it. But putting a child on the stand to talk about, and again, he didn't know when he found out about it, when he began to raise those issues.
I believe he's an adult, isn't he?
He is an adult. He has a job in an emergency room as a tech.
I apologize to the young man. He looks young to me. I'm sorry.
Anything
He also was the child of the deceased
Your Honor,
mom.
the only thing I would say is that the state's theory isn't as simple as that. It's broader than that.
Explain it, please.
This is a
Yeah.
category, and it's part and parcel of everything that was going on as we moved to June 7th, and therefore is relevant for the jury to understand.
It's relevant because it's relevant, because we say so.
The pressures that could cause him to murder his wife and son, particularly in the face of the defense contention that he could never do such a thing.
Now you're trying to show character. That's saying character. We brought it in to show that he has a character, that he's a killer.
And burden shifting. The state's allowed to say their client didn't murder the victims.
And how does
testified in camera that in June of 2021 he made a call to Mr. Murdaugh asking about
these murders in June of 21 or 22?
The case
21. June 7, 21.
Call he testified to because he had heard reports that that there was some concern about the status of the case sufficient to call him to cause him to call Mr. Murdaugh to ask about the status of it. And he testified that he could not remember if he called Mr. Murdaugh or if Mr. Murdaugh called him. But yes, I talked to him in June of 2021. That's according to the rough draft of the transcript that has been provided to the court. I find that this testimony is consistent with the state's theory of the defendant being in a frantic state, seeking to avoid
I would
disclosure
interlocutory this. This is ridiculous.
of these financial crimes and thefts, and
moving the goalposts every couple days.
Testimony is consistent with the state's theory. The court has
what theory?
Granted the state's motion to allow evidence of other crimes, and this is additional evidence that that is close in point in time and is
it's literally
admissible,
after the murder.
Deny the motion to exclude it.
Wow.
Bring to your attention one factual issue. The Attorney General has.
Of course, I asked, is there anything else? But go ahead.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm trying to hurry if I can because there may be an ending to this case someday, but I'm not trying to say it. The phone records the Attorney General is going to present through this witness indicate the only calls between the two of them were on June 22nd, 2 weeks after the murder. So
this
if
is
there's
an
some
appellate
phone
issue.
call, there's no mystery about when the phone call came. After June 7th, 2 weeks later. So in terms of him putting Mr. Murdaugh on alert that something imminent was going to happen, it's 2 weeks later.
Well, it's impossible for anyone to know what's on one's mind or state of mind at any given point in time.
But you're trying to prove it through
this case, almost morphs all the others in the amount. And
is he about to make an appealable statement here, Steve?
He already has.
Something that I would, if one is being concerned and attempting to prevent disclosure and seeking to divert attention from the impending disclosure of information, and that disclosure would likely have taken place not only for some of the others that we've had testimony concerning, but most definitely this particular one. So I understand your objection.
I don't think you do.
That's a fact and issue, but I find that it's more probative than prejudicial for all the reasons I previously explained. Yes, sir.
So,
and I don't think whether it's June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 20th, 21st, 25th, I don't think it's of any significant difference.
How does after the
Your Honor,
murder
you said
not
just a moment
significant?
ago, and if we charge a jury with this, maybe I'll sit down, which is no one knows what's going on in somebody's mind. And maybe that's something you can tell the jury at the end of this case. Secondly, since this is
specific charge on that, intent.
Moving on. We
It's
would
intent
ask-
to commit an action versus
when I
intent.
accept your ruling, I'm not sure I have to do that, but I'm from the old school. If you didn't preserve it,
Yes, sir.
it was gone. Secondly, we would ask you to, and I know you said yesterday you weren't going to do this again, but this is, as he's just pointed out, a horse of a different color. It's a different character kind of witness. I would ask you to read your charge on this testimony once again. And hopefully, I think that we're close to the end of this financial testimony, so it may be the last time I would request you to read it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, leave that to the court's discretion.
Yes, sir. I have it right here. I will give it one more time.
Before you pop off, Steve,
Bring the jury.
Can you elaborate on what you think was his appealable statement?
Yes, well, he made a statement. See, the problem is he made a factual statement in his finding. His factual statement was sometime in June. Remember, it was a vague. And then, see, that's why the defense attorney knows his record. He said it was clearly 2 weeks after. So the problem is there's no factual basis for his ruling. That undermines the legitimacy of his ruling. And then, of course, now you're making the argument that he erred on the abuse of discretion standard in allowing this prejudicial evidence that's probative value is greatly weakened by that factual error and factual finding that was incorrect, and that its probative value is low based on that. So I think that,
and I think you can I just interject that I think you bolster that with his statement, which I think was a weird statement for the judge, particularly in this case, as if this case has a special evidentiary sort of standard that is outside of the others. That's how I would take that statement. Because he mentioned
a case of this magnitude.
Yes, a case of this magnitude, almost the sensational nature of it.
Back.
I'm going to get going, but I'm going to put in the chat here, private chat, the standard that I use on this type of thing.
It sounds good.
To give
See you later, guys. Thanks for the. I'll try to get back later, but I have to work.
Other crimes committed by the.
Let's go. That's my first 2 shots. Double shot here.
Alleged criminal activity by the defendant, and as I instructed you earlier, the fact that the defendant may or may not have been involved in other criminal activity is not evidence of or proof that he committed the offenses alleged in the indictments against him. His testimony is allowed for the limited purpose.
I'm starting to lean more towards a possibility of appeal.
Proving
this ruling was crazy.
State's theory or
that was really insane.
Regarding motive.
A phone call 2 weeks later is affecting his mindset.
For purposes of Mr.
That's asinine.
When he had testified earlier that Murdaugh had told him that he's working on the case.
Or that it's more likely that
it's literally his job.
These other crimes,
I'll be right
which
back.
he's been charged but not convicted of. But it is being allowed based on the state's theory and representation that it helps explain the defendant's motive to commit the crimes for which he is accused. And you may call your next witness.
May it please the court, Your Honor, the state calls Tony Satterfield.
Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God? State your name again for the record. Spell your last name after you sit down. And pull your chair up so we can hear you,
okay? My name is Michael Satterfield. My last name is spelled Satterfield.
Mr. Satterfield, how are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
Good. Tell the jury just a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and what do you do for a living?
I grew up in Hampton, live in Beaufort, and I work at Beaufort Memorial Hospital.
Okay. Awesome. And court reporter's taking stuff down there. I'm really known for talking fast too. So let's
no, you're not.
Everything down.
But this kid is.
You grew up in Hampton, you said?
Yes.
And you said where'd you work?
Beaufort Memorial.
Okay. And what do you do there?
Work in the ER.
How long have you been working there?
A little over 5 years.
Wow, he's been working 5 years.
I did.
Where'd you work?
The pharmacy.
Since I
He's
was
33
9.
years old.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Who's your mom?
Gloria Satterfield.
Gloria Satterfield. And is your mom still with us?
She's not.
And when did she pass?
February 26, 2018.
And do you have a sibling?
I do.
And what's his name?
Brian.
Where'd your mom pass?
In the hospital.
Did something happen to her?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened to her.
She had a trip and fall.
And where did that occur?
I'm not sure the exact date that occurred.
But where?
I'm sorry. At Moselle in Colleton County.
Okay. Was she working
this is the maid's
for
son?
the Murdaugh family?
Yeah. She was.
Do for them?
She was their housekeeper, babysat for them and anything else they needed.
Babysat, whatever they needed?
Yes.
Housekeeper? How long did she work for them?
A little over 20 years. I'm not sure the exact amount.
20 years. During that time, did you get to know the Murdaugh family?
I did.
Did you get to know the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury for the jury? Can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
That was a point.
Did he steal
Your mom worked
$5
for
million
this family
from
for
you?
20 years, babysitting. She helped raise the children.
Yes.
Did you get to know Maggie?
A little bit, yes.
Did you get to know Paul or Buster at all?
A little bit, yes.
And you got to know Alec? Right?
Yes.
You said your mom had a trip and fall at Moselle at their property?
Yes.
And she go to the hospital?
Yes.
Was she ever able to tell you how she tripped or anything like that?
No.
How long was she in the hospital before she passed away?
Give and take 4-5 weeks, somewhere up in there.
That's terrible.
After she passed away, did you, was there a funeral?
Yes.
And after the funeral, did people go to somebody's house and visit like people do?
Yes.
At any point in time during that funeral or thereabouts, did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
And what?
How is this relevant?
Objecting to questions by Mr. Water that respond with a yes or no. Those are typically leading questions.
Good
Not that
call.
I'm concerned about these questions. I just don't want my lack of objection to lead to somebody's belief that he can ask questions that respond with a yes.
Mr. Waters? I think my question did not suggest the answer. It said, did you have a conversation? And my next question was, what was that conversation?
That's leading.
Because you just said it was leading because you knew he's going to say yes.
So what was that question, what was that conversation you had with the defendant at the funeral or thereabouts?
If I remember correctly, I'm gonna kind of take care of you boys and kind of, you know,
He's going to do what? I'm sorry?
take care of you boys.
Did he say how he was going to do that?
Partially, yes.
And what did he say?
He was gonna file a claim against his insurance company.
He's going to what?
File a claim against his insurance company.
His insurance company?
Yes.
Did he say how much coverage there was?
Like 505,000, I believe.
505,000?
Yes.
You think you'd have a
And-
bigger policy than that?
Did he say anything
Did-
about
did-
how much money you may receive?
Get an umbrella policy.
The
Love
goal
that.
is to get me and my brother Brian at least $100,000 apiece.
Whoa!
Did any
What,
other bills
what
need
an
to be taken
asshole!
care of?
Yeah, he really is.
For who?
My mom.
When he told you that, did you agree to do that?
Yes.
The reason Nick just called him an a-hole is
Did you
because
view the defendant as your lawyer?
they should get at least 2/3.
Did
He
you go and meet with him about it?
specifically misrepresents
Yes.
his insurance amount. He's planning ahead of time to
Did he tell
fucking
you
bone him
about
out of the money.
what to do with
Yeah.
any paperwork you may receive?
Any paperwork or bills or anything, just send them to him.
If he was smart, he would have given them all each 250, and they would have been like ecstatic and left him alone.
couldn't
Yeah,
help
I'll eat-
himself.
I'll eat the fee. I'll eat the fee on this and give you guys $250 each. You know, just the 5,000 to cover my costs, and then you can have that. And I just feel really
objection
bad.
subject to our previous.
Well, he keeps $5 million for himself.
Yeah.
Is that something you're offering into evidence?
I'm going to show it to the witness, but yes, sir. Yeah, I'll offer states 372 in evidence.
It's submitted without objection.
Shots number 3 and 4.
Yes, yes. So did you agree to let the defendant go forward with this claim?
Yes.
And I'd asked you whether or not what he told you to do about paperwork, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 372 to your testimony. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Tell the jury what that is, please.
This is a cover sheet that I sent him with, I believe behind it was like a hospital bill and some kind of other important paperwork.
Okay. So you had received some paperwork in the mail?
Yes,
And did you handwrite this?
I did.
All right. And who did you send this to?
Alex Murdaugh.
Put it up on the screen.
This dude is not comfortable being in that chair. He is.
Yeah, but he's very sympathetic. His awkwardness makes him like.
Can you
You
see
root
it on
for
screen?
him
I'll
because
bring
he's
it
so
back to
awkward.
you.
Okay.
He's
So this
33,
is a
but
cover
he
sheet
seems
that
like he's
I
14.
attached to the documents that I sent Alex.
And what kind of documents? Do you remember what kind they were?
One was a hospital bill and one was from the trailer company, I believe. I don't recall exactly what it was.
The trailer company for who?
My mom.
For your mom. And the hospital bill for who?
Yes, my mom.
Your mom. And you sent these to him because they were relevant to the case?
Yes.
He's very damaging for the defense because
At
he's
any
so
point in time,
sympathetic.
did
And he
you,
makes
as this
Alex
case was
look like the
developing, did
biggest
you
jerk
go
in
and
the
meet with
world.
the defendant at his office?
Yes.
Did he have any paperwork for you?
Yes.
Did he get you to sign some paperwork?
Yes.
Did you become the personal representative of your mom's estate?
I did.
And who gave you the paperwork to sign for that?
Alex.
When you signed that paperwork, were you aware that there had already been a?
Leading.
Can't lead the witness.
At some point in time, did Alex say he wanted to involve another lawyer?
Objection.
Yes.
And who was that?
Corey Fleming.
And what did he tell you about that?
If I understood it correctly, I'm gonna send you to Corey Fleming, my friend, because I can't do it against, do the claim against myself because it'd be a conflict of interest. That's how I understood it.
And did you ultimately meet with Corey Fleming?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with him?
If I recall correctly, maybe once or twice.
Over the course of this case, if you had a question, who would you call?
Alex.
There's another attorney involved who actually consulted with the client, and
At
this
some
also
point,
happened.
did the defendant, Alec, have a conversation with you about letting someone else be PR?
Yes.
And what was that conversation?
That I should let somebody else be PR because based on he's a businessman and it would be hard for the insurance to go up against somebody like that.
Okay. And who told you that?
Alex.
And what did you say to that?
Yes.
And did somebody else get involved at this point?
Yes.
And who was that?
The PR, Chad Wessendorf.
At that point in time, did you sign any paperwork for him to become PR?
I
Chad?
did.
All right. And who brought you that paperwork?
I believe I signed it at Alex's office or either I went to the bank. I can't recall.
You would think there's a clear conflict
At
of
that point
interest
in
of
time,
Alex suing himself.
Were you aware of any recovery in the case?
No.
Were you aware a recovery had already been received in the case?
No.
Did anyone at that time tell you there was already $505,000 that
This is leading.
No.
That's not in evidence. I mean, he's just throwing these numbers and times out. There's nothing in the record to indicate when it was received or how it was dispersed.
That's an even better objection. That's better than leading.
Asked him if he was aware of that. I think that's
Are you
relevant.
aware of my testimony?
Aware of something that no one's said happened? I mean, I would object.
Lack of foundation.
Rephrase your question, please.
Oh, but now he's got 505,000. That was the answer.
There's been prior testimony by me that there was.
There had been a recovery of $505,000 already in the case at that time.
No.
Did he ever tell you that it had been
He
a
just did it
recovery of
again.
$505,000 at that time?
No.
He's still doing it.
Was there a recovery at that time of $505,000 as you come to
How would he
find out?
know?
Later on.
Later on, you found out?
Yes.
And did he ever pay you one dime?
Was
No.
later on today, just now? When did you find out?
Who was the PR that the defendant talked to you about appointing instead of you?
Chad Westendorf.
Did you ever meet with him?
Yes, like once or twice.
Did he ever tell you about a $505,000 settlement that already had occurred?
No.
Did the defendant ever tell you that he also had a $5 million umbrella policy?
No.
Did he ever tell you that there had been a recovery against that?
No.
Did he ever tell you that there had been a recovery for $3.8 million against that?
No.
None of
Did
this
he
is
ever
in
pay
evidence.
you one
There's no
penny
foundation
of
for this.
$3.8 million?
No.
As the months went on and moving into the early part of June 2021, would you periodically have conversations with Alec about the case?
Yes.
How often do you think you would talk to Alec?
Every 3 to 4 months, give and take.
Can you recall what Alec would tell you about the case?
Yes. First it started off, the hard case, and then it was making progress.
Say that again.
At first it started off as it was going to be a hard case, and then it turned into we're making progress.
You're making progress?
Yes.
And what had the defendant told you about the most that you could recover? What did he tell you at least?
Nothing.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 463 to your testimony and see if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
These are text messages between me and Alex.
Your Honor, at this time I would move State's 463 and that 453, excuse me, into evidence.
Object.
Seven
Hearsay.
previous objections, no objection.
It's admitted.
All right, I'm going to put this up on the screen and kind of zoom it in. You got a screen over there, but if you can't see it because the writing's kind of small, you let me know and I'll bring it to you, okay?
I wasn't gonna, but I'm gonna have one. Judge's objections driving me insane, or the judge's rulings on this, sir.
I'll join you with shots
on
number
the
5 and
screen right
6.
now.
Yes.
And who is that text from?
Alex.
And who is it to?
Me.
And can you read to the jury what that text says?
It says, "Hey man, just checking in, been working on case and made me think about you. Hope all is good. Call me anytime I can help."
And what was the date of that text?
April 12th, 2021 at 12:47.
All right. I'm going to go to this next one. You recognize that text?
Yes.
And who is that from?
That is from me to Alex responding to his text.
All right. And read that text to the jury once you sent.
That text says, "Hey man, I'm doing good. By the way, how's the case going? Just curious, but how are you?"
I do hope this kid recovers from Alex's money.
Who was that from?
That is from Alex to me.
All right. And can you read that to the jury?
Finally getting some movement, still a ways to go, doing good, was just thinking about and thought I'd check in. Hope to see you soon.
Still a ways to go is what he said?
Yes.
At that point in time, did he tell you there had already been 2 recoveries in the case?
No.
This really looks bad for Alex.
Going to this
Not for the
last
murder.
Text, what is that?
No, it just makes him look like
That
a
is
terrible person.
Just
From
a
me,
scumbag.
back to Alex responding to
Yeah.
his text.
All right. And what does it say?
Cool, thanks.
The annoying part about how the judge is ruling here is the standard is not, is there some probative value in addition to prejudicial value? It's does the probative value outweigh the prejudicial impact? In this case, the prejudicial impact of this kid's testimony is sky high. So the probative value has to overbalance that.
Hold on for me just one second.
I don't think it does.
There's no probative value at all to motive testimony. That's my point. This is what I've been trying to explain. There's no probative value. You don't need motive to kill. The state doesn't need to prove motive to convict you. That's not part of the whole probative value calculus.
I'm going to strike out one of the phone numbers on here so it can't be viewed.
And this is so incredibly prejudicial because who does not want to see Alex lynched for ripping off this poor innocent little kid?
Yeah.
Different trial for that.
You're right. But like I see this kid up there. My heart bleeds for him. I want to punch Alex in the face right now just listening to him. And I'm not sitting on a jury. If I'm sitting on a jury and I have a chance to convict this guy on something, I'm going to convict him because I'm angry, even though I the last witness maybe pretty much convinced that he didn't kill anyone. It's wrong. This is an injustice. And I'm only 6 shots in. By the time I'm 10 shots in, it might get.
Well, at this point in time, we're in the
Many people are accusing you of
late
pouring
spring of
singles and calling
2021.
them doubles.
Have you become aware of any media reporting about there actually being a settlement?
He's just a little stingy with his shots.
Yes, somebody.
Oh my God!
Text or something saying a legal document, but I can't remember who sent it to me.
See how this? Do you see this is a double shot glass, not a
Yeah,
single shot
yeah,
glass?
Yes, that's correct.
This is smaller than
Did
this.
that cause you to reach out to the defendant and ask the status of the case?
Yes.
Do you remember roughly when that was?
I believe in June.
And do you remember if that was before or after the murders in this particular case?
I believe that was after.
Have you seen some records since the previous time I'm talking about this?
Previous to the call, no.
Whew.
I just want to do a little science here. This is my double shot glass.
It fills up that single.
What's marked as 454
Doesn't
your
fill.
testimony. Is that some records you've been provided?
This is not any shots. This is not anything. Just that was math.
And there's just some records of phone calls between you and Alec
Yes.
on June 22nd.
Yes.
I don't shortchange nobody. Hope we don't play that.
Did you have any, would you periodically reach out to the defendant and get updates about the case?
Yes.
Periodically.
Had family reach out.
Date
and
ambiguous.
updates because of reading things in the media. Is that correct?
That is correct.
When did you
And
read
had
those things in the media?
conversations with him in June of 2021.
Yes.
You don't remember if those were before or after the murders?
Answered the question after June 7th. I would object to the leading question. I would object to the suggestion that he hasn't already answered that this occurred after June 7th, 2020.
Well done on this
He just speaks to
objection.
his own witness.
He's telling the jury.
Yes, he's testifying now.
Yeah.
I'm establishing a point that's not in dispute. These records say what they say.
Yeah. Then why'd you ask the question?
He was prefacing that question with, you don't remember when you learned about it sometime in early June.
I guess we're doing speaking
Proceeding, the
objections
witness
again.
said he didn't.
He deserves a
learn about
speaking
it
objection
after.
here. His client's being
We
screwed.
don't have an argument. He's already testified to that.
Final speaking response.
That's funny.
He had a conversation in June. He's testified in the spring of 2021 that he became aware of media reports and reached out to him. We've already seen some texts and we have some calls. I'm just following
Where
up
did he
on the
testify in
fact
the
that he
spring?
had
I didn't hear
repeated
that.
communications with the
I heard
defendant,
you say
asking
it.
him what is the status of my case, and was told as we move in time to the murders, oh, everything's fine. I'm still working on it.
As we move in time to the
Saying
murder.
as to leading the witness.
There you go.
For thank you. It's just a habit I got in and I can't seem to break it. I apologize. And by the way, if you'd ruled against me, I would still say
No one cares.
what I learned to do. I don't know whether it's an old time.
All right, stop. All right, we get it.
Come on, Dick Poon, sit down, shut up.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to clear this up, how often would you talk to the defendant?
3
Asked and
to
answered.
4 times a year or something, I believe. I can't recall. Every few months.
Would you talk by phone or would you talk by text or both?
Both.
And when you would talk to him, would you ask about the status of your case?
Yes.
And each time you talked to him, what did he say?
It was making progress.
Making progress. Did he say it was a hard case or not?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
How much money he might be able to get for you?
Objection asked and
The goal
answered.
was to get 100,000 apiece for me and my brother.
At any time over the years, did he ever tell you that there had already been a recovery in the case?
Objection asked and answered.
At any time over the years, did he mention anything about having a $5 million umbrella?
Objection asked and answered.
No.
At any time, did he ever pay
Objection
you
asked and answered.
1 penny?
No.
Objection argumentative.
All leading again.
You testified earlier that you became the personal representative. Is that right?
That is correct.
Why were you the personal representative and not your brother?
Because my brother is a vulnerable adult man and he has a disability.
Just got way more sympathetic right there.
That my brother, he's a vulnerable adult, so he's not able to function as a normal human being.
Oh my God.
He's a vulnerable adult.
Yes.
Oh my God.
This is-
The
Stole
jury's
from the
gonna string him
disabled
up.
kid.
The jury's gonna string him up.
Murders.
From the orphan kid, the orphan disabled kid. Oh my God.
Did you go seek, or did you and your family go seek additional representation about this matter?
Yes.
And who did y'all eventually go to?
My aunt and my uncle went to Mark Tinsley, and then they sent us to Eric Bland.
And are you aware of there being a confession of judgment in your case against the defendant for those missing recoveries?
Yes.
Wow, this guy is such an a-hole.
Question is, how mean do you be on cross to this guy?
It's tough because you don't want to look like a bully.
But you might have to. You might want to get him mad.
Pretty good about that, about walking that line, and
he's been great.
Disarming.
This guy's been lethal just because of the prejudiciality that he's dropping on him.
Yep.
I don't know what
And
we're
you're
going to ask him.
there's confession of judgment in that case?
Yes.
Did you have to file a claim against the
Why don't we
defendant
call
for
the
those two
disabled brother
recoveries you
just for
never
the hell of
got
it?
for your mom's case?
Yes.
just to really, you know.
I'm gonna show you
Prejudice
352.
it
You're
more.
not a lawyer, are you?
No.
And have you read all that legal stuff in there?
Yes.
All right.
What
So
about this
is
strategy?
something
No
that you're aware of
cross.
that occurred in your case.
No
Is that
cross.
correct?
Not
That is
relevant.
correct.
And ultimately, there's a confession of judgment in the case. Do you know how much it is right there?
$4,305,000.
And is that for $3.8 million for one of them?
Yes.
And for $505,000 for the other recovery?
Yes.
Wow, so stupidly greedy. What a jerk. He really is a jerk.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Could this be the killer?
Could be.
Gates of Above, going back to your problems earlier, Joe, says, Joe, tell him you have 6 million reasons why this acknowledgement is wrong.
Oh my God. I kind of did that. I asked him I told him it feels kind of like a little bit racist.
When the defendant came to you
Green-eyed people.
around the time of your mom's funeral and said he was going to help you and file a claim on your behalf, why did you agree to that?
I trusted him.
Thank you. Nothing further.
No cross.
Please support, Your Honor.
No questions. Let's let it go.
Oh, no.
What would you ask?
My name is Tony.
Yes, sir.
May I call you Tony rather than Mr. Satterfield?
Absolutely.
You call me Dick instead of Mr. Arpisian, and I will make
Oh, this is going to be.
quicker. Between your name and my name, it might add a little bit to this cross. So
Call me a dick.
let me ask you a few questions about your mother's death, and I apologize if in any way this brings back bad memories. I apologize.
I think he's setting him up for a
We
really
all
tough finish to this cross.
Filed a lawsuit or made a claim against, basically Al told you he would be the defendant. You'd be suing him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And it was based on some dogs tripping your mom as she was going down the stairs. Is that right?
That's what they said. Yes.
Okay. But the only person that that represented Dogg's trip with your mother going down the stairs was Alex, right?
Yes.
Okay. So without his assertion, I mean, if she just fell down the stairs, there'd be no lawsuit, right?
I guess that's correct.
Okay, I'm sorry, not a lawyer. You would accept my representations if she just fell down the stairs on her own. It would be no
Objection
one to
calls
blame.
for a legal conclusion.
True.
All right. Repeat your question because I don't understand the question.
It's okay. Strike it, withdraw it. It's
I wanted the jury to hear it. I didn't need you to answer it.
Yeah.
so. Let me ask you this: during this process,
I don't know what that gets
the
him.
lawyer, for the record, he told you was Corey Fleming, right?
It's like saying
Yes.
he didn't take money from your
That was
pocket.
lawyer.
Well, that was Murdaugh. They were
It
all.
never happened at all. Maybe
team.
Murdaugh manufactured the whole
Person
thing.
being
He
sued
lied to the insurance company,
Yeah,
not to
you're not
you.
sophisticated
You were never
about
going to get that money at all.
was part of the team to get you a recovery.
Yes.
Okay. Now there's a guy named Chad Westendorf. He was with a bank, right?
Yes.
And he was actually the PR. He took over, and it was his job to make sure y'all got your money, right?
Ooh.
Yes.
Did you ever meet with him?
Yes.
And what did he say?
Like one time, it was just assigned some paperwork for him to be PR.
Right. And did you ever call him and say, what's going on with my case?
No.
Did you ever call Corey Fleming and ask what's going on with my case?
No.
And let me make sure I understand your testimony. You got some notice of something in the paper, and at some point after June 7th, you had either a phone call or a text or an email with Alec Murdaugh asking him what's going on, right?
Yes.
Now, and again, we see a series of phone calls on June 22nd.
Yes.
Where y'all were talking about this.
Yes.
But was there anything on June 7th or prior to June 7th where you accused him of anything?
Prior to June 7th, no.
Okay. Now, after you became aware of well, we saw just a moment ago a confession of judgment where Alec Murdaugh admitted that he owed you $3 million. Not get this wrong.
4.305.
Mandy,
$4,305,000. Is that right?
That's the judgment, yes.
Okay. But you hired a lawyer, Eric Bland.
he's right there.
Fine lawyer. And he actually sued Mr. Murdaugh's firm and some other folks and got you $6.5 million, right?
Oh.
Yes. Not that I'm aware of.
That's important.
Not that I'm aware of. The only thing I'm aware of is the judgment.
So Mr. Bland didn't tell you about the 6.5 million?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make sure history's not repeating itself here. And so you
Got him a
actually
piece of
recovered
paper.
6.5 million, which would be a couple $1 million more than you would have gotten had you received.
So you
the
actually
money.
wound up ahead.
Probably
That's
interest.
great.
That's only if you got the money, though.
Okay. So you've been made more than whole for that loss.
No. I mean, the money.
Yes.
2 million more than you would have gotten had he not taken your money, right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Now, sort of the last question.
That's 6.5, and he's wearing that shirt.
That's huge.
Did he recover it, or did he just get a judgment?
How much of that did Eric Bland get?
Maybe they got it from his
One
insurance.
last
the lawyer
Settlement went into the
insurance.
fake Forge account.
Maybe it's malpractice insurance that he had.
On June 7th, prior to
A lot
June
of malpractice insurance.
prior to June 8th, had you ever threatened Alec Murdaugh with exposure?
All right, can you repeat the question again?
Prior to June 8th, 2021, did you ever threaten Alec Murdaugh saying, I know you stole my money. Where's my money? You know, I know you got the money. Did you threaten him in any way?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Did I miss a funny?
I don't know what was funny. It must have been something Waters
Going back to,
said or looked like.
the right exhibit.
States 453, these were texts that you had about the case, is that right?
Yes.
And when did those occur?
These occurred in the spring and April of 2021.
April of 2021? And there had been media reporting about there being a settlement in this particular case, even though you hadn't received any money?
Yes.
Did you have periodic conversations with the defendant?
Did you read the media reports?
Yes.
And would you ask him about the case?
Yes.
And he would tell you what?
It's a hard case, but it's a work in progress.
After all this happened, have you come to find out that the defendant took all of your money?
Yes.
And that's what led to that confession of judgment?
Yes.
Did he, though, ever pay you 1 cent?
No.
You were asked about Corey
Who
Fleming.
did?
and I
Did you
think said
recover
they
any
were all
money?
a team. Is that right?
Yes.
At its core, who did you consider was your lawyer for your mom's case?
Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Beckman. Nothing further. He may have one more question.
Anything further?
No, thank you.
All right.
That is very important for the defense to make the jury not want to hang Alex, that this kid is broke because of him.
But I don't know that he's not.
Well, you know what? We all left thinking he
The
got
state
it.
calls Jan
That's what
Malinowski.
they care about. I don't know that he's not, but if you're in the jury, you think he got his $6 million.
Cole Allen says, bought tickets for Vegas a couple weeks ago for the wife and I. Hopefully people from North Dakota are allowed. Of course you are.
Indeed.
Drake, auto technician here. Most newer cars can connect multiple devices at once. My Ram can have up to 4 devices simultaneously. You can pick which one is music or phone, etc. The 2022 Toyota Tundra and Sequoia can have up to 10 devices, 5 active, if I'm remembering correctly.
Take a seat in the witness stand, please. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Madden Moose says all that testimony about the footprints that match Maggie's footprints through the hangar building,
Malinowski, Malinow,
where it looked like she paced to the end of the building and back. Could that account for the 59 steps?
Doing well,
Sure.
thank you.
Maybe.
Good. Introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Just tell them a little bit about yourself, kind of a little bit about your background and your career, and ultimately where you are now.
I am currently the CEO of Palmetto State Bank, headquartered in Hampton. I work in the Beaufort office. Started banking career out of the Citadel in the late 70s. Went to graduate school at the University of South Carolina. Had a progression of jobs at larger banks, Wachovia Bank and Trust, Barnett Banks of Florida, First Union Bank, and then in February of 1991, I joined Palmetto State Bank.
Okay. And Palmetto State Bank. So you've been there since 1991?
Yes, sir.
And what roles have you served at Palmetto State Bank over the years?
Principally in charge of both of our branches. We have 2 branches in the Beaufort area, one on Ladies Island and one in the Burton, which is west of Beaufort. And that's been primarily my focus on a day-to-day basis, but I do have other responsibilities inside the company.
Okay. And your primary focus has been on Beaufort. Over here recently, has your duties or your role expanded?
It has.
And what is your current duty right now, or what your
I'm
current
the Chief
title?
Executive Officer,
The CEO. Okay. And when did you become the CEO of Palmetto State Bank?
April of last year.
April of last year? Would that be 2022?
Excuse me, I mean August of last year.
August of last year. 2022.
Yes, sir.
Who was the CEO prior to that?
Russell Lafitte.
We'll talk more about that in a bit. Tell me a little bit more about the governance of the bank. Is there a board of directors?
There is.
And how many people are on the board of directors?
Currently 8.
And is there a executive committee of board of directors and other senior leadership at the bank?
There is.
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
The executive committee today consists of our chairman, Becky Lafitte, Norris Lafitte, Liz Malinowski. I'm on the executive committee, and Gray Henderson is on the executive committee.
All right, but describe to me how that works. What's the purpose of the executive committee?
Executive committee is charged with typically making the senior decisions, management, upper management decisions that affect the day-to-day operations of the bank.
And let me ask you this, as far as giving loans, are there levels of authority for different officials in the bank? And does that sort of graduate depending on the amount?
That's correct.
Can you explain that to the jury?
Throughout the bank, we have a number of loan officers, each of whom is granted a certain level of lending authority, which is approved annually by the board of directors. Any loans made, single loans above their lending authority or above their limits would then go to two executive officers, either myself or Ms. Henderson, to be approved or denied within our level of authority, which is up to $1 million. And then if for any loan, single loan or relationship from $1 million to $1.5 million, both she and I would have the approval authority, and anything above $1.5 million up to $8 million currently goes to the executive committee for approval.
I love Nick's chat. I
This
thank
level
you.
of authority,
My strike is
have,
over.
Large loans with a particular
Nice.
typical client. Are
God
those
bless you
things
all.
discussed
I
and
love
updated,
you. They
in board
retweeted when I wrote out, sent out a tweet. It got
Executive committee
retweeted.
meetings first, and those
Over.
are minuted in the executive
Love
committee.
you all. Thank you.
Minutes,
Thank you.
and,
Thank you.
and then elevated to the board and
The
periodically.
chat did some good in this world. That's nice.
The chat always does
So,
great in this world.
Let's talk a little bit and going back to September 2021 and before. And just want to talk a little bit about the bank then. Your primary focus in the bank was where at that period of time?
Buford.
All right. And was there another sort of hub of focus in the institution?
Well, Hampton is our main office.
Okay.
It's the largest branch among the 7 branches.
Back at that period of time, September 2021 and prior, explain to me how those two hubs work.
7 and 8, let's
Generally,
go.
how the bank operated in practice in that regard.
Well, Hampton being the largest office had the most business. It was also a location where Russell Lafitte had his office, his father Charlie had his office, and Sister Gray Henderson had her office. Largely, I was focused on the activities in Buford, as I said earlier.
Did the bank have kind of a decentralized functioning that Hampton kind of did its thing and Buford did its thing to some extent?
Yes, sir, to some extent.
And was the defendant a customer of the bank?
Yes, he was.
And was he more in the Hampton side of things or the Buford side of things?
Hampton.
Did the defendant have a particular banking relationship with one particular official at the bank or former official?
Yes, Russell
Who was-
Lafitte.
Russell Lafitte. Moving into 2021, spring of 2021, or just during 2021, did you, as primarily the Buford side, but as also as a board member, did you have any particular concern at that time about the defendant, Alec Murdaugh's, the nature of his relationship with the bank?
At that time, no.
Didn't have any concern at that time?
No, sir.
You were more focused on Buford, is that right?
Correct.
And you had no reason at that time to think that anything was going on, is that correct?
No, sir.
At some point in time, did you become aware, obviously, of the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
After that happened, did you have any particular concern about the defendant and any loans he owed to the bank or anything about like that at the
He
time?
had significant loans with the bank. The murders were obviously traumatic and tragic. And the board and executive committee did bring up Mr. Murdaugh's relationship with the bank.
Grab some exhibits real quick. We'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 355 to your testimony. Let me show it to defense counsel real quick. We'll see if you recognize this document.
It's the minutes of a Board of Directors meeting of Palmetto State Bank, Tuesday, July 20th, 2021.
All right. And who was the secretary for those minutes?
Ray Henderson.
All right. And just quickly tell the jury what minutes of a Board of Directors meeting are. What do those mean?
The minutes should memorialize the discussion.
If you want to know about minutes,
Board members across
ask
the
Clock to
number,
testify.
loans, operations of the bank, any other topics.
Clock's too busy staring at
Okay.
chandelier.
And just look at that real quick. That's on what date?
It's the meeting of July 20, 2021.
July 20, 2021. And I looked through there real quick, and was there any discussion or any mention of any discussion of any loans with the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
No, sir, there are not.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would move, I believe without any additional objections, state 355 into evidence.
No other objections.
It's admitted.
Moving on from July, I just want to be clear. Were you aware in July of 2021 of any additional loan being made to Alec Murdaugh?
No, I was not.
Moving on into August 2021, did you at some point become aware, or was there some event occurring at the bank where any loans to Alec Murdaugh came to the Board of Directors' attention?
Yes, on August 9th.
Go ahead, describe that to the jury.
On August 9th, a board member, Norris Lafitte, emailed the board and the executive committee asking for a complete accounting of Alec Murdaugh's loan relationship with Palmetto State Bank.
All right, and did any events start to happen as a result of that?
Yes, there were.
All right, let's take them in order and let's go nice and slow so I can follow along. So what was the first thing that happened?
Oh, boy.
A deposit of $400,000 was made to one of Mr. Murdaugh's accounts.
Back to the embezzlement
Deposit of
case.
$400,000.
Yep.
Who caused that deposit to be made?
Russell Lafitte.
At that time, on August 9th, do you know what the balance was in that particular account that money was in?
It was overdrawn significantly, I believe, above $367,000.
All right, and I'm going to hold on for me real quick.
Who's this guy?
The president of the current president of the bank. He wasn't president back then. He was vice president.
CEO
Palmetto
now.
State
Whoa.
Bank. Yeah. 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 Sorry. CEO, not president.
We have mood lighting. Let's finish off this debt.
Is Nate the lawyer still locked out of Twitter?
All right, thank you, Judge.
No idea.
Last I saw him.
356, I'm going to show you this document, see if you recognize this.
This is a copy of an account statement, page 2 of an account statement of account number ending in the 4 digits 6092 of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right, and can you tell me on August 6th, 2021, what the balance was in the defendant's account at Palmetto State Bank?
On August 6, 2021, the balance was a negative $347,784.67.
Had the bank continued paying expenses for Alec Murdaugh from June 7th to this date to the tune of $347,000 in money he did not have?
Correct.
Go Danny.
Your Honor, this time I'd move Stage 356 into evidence.
No additional objections.
It's admitted.
So right here, what date is that?
August 6, 2021,
Go up to the top. What's the name on this account?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
And what's the balance in his account again, please?
A negative $347,784.
Negative 347,000. That sounds even worse than mine.
Did he get hit with a $35 overdraft fee?
Overdraft charge? $5.
This guy looks like he was born to give boring testimony.
Is that typical policy for a bank to pay overdrafts?
He looks like the antagonist
Once a month,
lawyer in that
$47,000
movie with Tom Hanks, Philadelphia
overdrafts
Story.
over the course of a month for $347,000.
No, sir.
And were you aware of that at the time?
I was not.
What is this right here? This transaction, what's the date on it?
August 9th, 2021.
And what is that right there?
That's a deposit of $400,000.
Okay. And is that what you were describing was the first action as a result of one of the board members inquiring about the status of Richard Alexander Murdaugh's accounts with the bank?
Yes, sir.
And who caused that deposit to be made?
Russell Lafitte.
And what was the source of those funds of $400,000?
It was a debit to an account or general ledger account called loans not on system.
What does that mean? Where is that money coming from? Did that belong to any entity? Where did it come from?
It came from the bank.
From the bank. In that period of time, was there any loan application in existence or any sort of paperwork to justify that $400,000?
No.
And after that $400,000 went on in, what was the balance of the account?
Had a positive balance of $52,215.33.
Well, walking around money.
Yes, sir.
Oh, question.
When that deposit went in, were you aware?
Ask him for a loan for $100,000.
Going in at that time?
Since you're so generous with your policies, can I just get $100,000?
All right, that was the first action. What else occurred, if anything?
On the down low.
Of an inquiry being made about the defendant's finances.
There was flurry of activity inside the Hampton office to create loan documents.
To create loan documents?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Create loan documents after the fact?
Yes, sir.
It's going to turn out that this loan was
Well, hi,
actually
Danny. How are you
approved
doing?
by 3 of 5 board members, and despite the fact that the it was done rather informally. I mean, you ask a bank for money and they lend it to you.
After that, as a result of that inquiry.
As a result of that inquiry, a memo was drafted and submitted to the executive committee outlining the relationship of Alec Murdaugh at that time.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to try to knock out 2 at once.
Jimmy Ingle says you should check out Eric Allen's YouTube videos on the Murdaughs and Motives, episodes 4 or 5. Maybe have him on the show. Fills in a lot of blanks.
I like Eric Allen. He's good people.
I like him too. But the one thing I want to caution people is
take place at some point. Does this finally come to your attention and to the rest of the board's
stuff
attention?
out there that's not
And you
entering
recall
court.
about what date that was?
I believe it would have been the date of the executive committee on the 12th.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 354 to your testimony and see if you recognize that.
These are minutes of the executive committee that took place August 12th, 2021.
All right. And then reviewing those, do they generally accurately reflect what y'all talked about at that executive committee meeting?
Yes, sir.
And is there any reference or discussion of the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh?
There is.
All right. And again, was this the first time that you were aware of the true nature of his financial condition and the fact of any further monies being expended to him from the bank?
This was again, the formal summary of his banking relationship at that time. Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer State's 356 in evidence. 354, my apologies.
It's 354, correct?
354.
And no additional objection.
Submitted.
There's lots of stuff out there that might be relevant and might come into court, but it's not there.
Says Gray Henderson distributed a memo to the members outlining the bank's current relationship.
Okay. And what's the second sentence right there?
Indebtedness total 4.2 million, consisting of various unsecured and secured notes, a co-borrowing, and guaranteed loans.
So he owes the bank how much at that point in time?
At that time, $4.2 million.
We also got that too, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as 365 to your testimony or to this trial and see if you recognize that.
This is a copy of the memo that was presented to the executive committee on the 12th of August.
All right. And Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 365 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And this is that memo you were talking about that was prepared?
Yes, sir.
All right. And does this kind of set forth some of the debts and obligations that were owed by the defendant at that point in time?
It does.
All right. And in that second sentence, what is that total amount?
He currently has total principal balance through family, et cetera, of $4,219,623.
This list right here, what does that reflect?
It lists all the loan numbers, the principal balances, and the collateral if they were secured.
Hey, Jeffrey Hawthorne, none of us give a shit if this guy goes to prison forever for murder. We just want the state to actually present evidence of it.
There was some application documentation that started to be created. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're the CEO now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've had a chance to go back and to look into what's happened and review these various records. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go. Brandon says, is the horse the same color as Joe's shot glass? Nobody knows because he's dressed up as Stonewall Jackson.
Is Exhibit 362 to your testimony and see if you recognize this document.
This is a while back. It was a while back. Don't worry about it.
When was that? At what was I wearing a costume at some point today that I forgot?
Promissory note, commercial, single advance, loan number 6996048, in the amount of $750,750.
And who's the borrower on that particular document?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right. And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as 363 and see if you recognize that.
This is a document that accompanies the note. It's part of the loan package. It's called a business purpose statement.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move in states 362 and 363.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, let's take a look at this document real quick. This is 362. Looking at the last page, what date is that document signed?
July 15th, 2021.
All right. Going back and looking at the first page, could this document that was at least supposedly signed on July 15th, 2021, could it have even existed on July 15th, 2021?
No, sir.
It could not have.
It could not have.
And tell the jury why you know that.
Because the loan numbers generated by one of our software programs related to loan transactions, the loan numbers are issued sequentially.
All right. And so this sequential number
This was not a July sequence number.
All right. And so what month would it have been a sequence?
August.
And is that how
Not
you
only
know
did they
that this
fraudulently
didn't
sign
occur
it
until
a month
August
and a half after the
that
murder,
inquiry was made?
it was
Yes,
actually generated another month after that. So this loan is
Let's
actually
talk about
2.5
July
months removed from the
15th,
murder.
2021.
How does this go to motive for murder?
I don't know. I feel like Nick's yelling at me.
I am.
This is all my fault. I'm
Scott
sorry.
Anderson says,
As things
anyone
have
else?
come to light and you look more into this, did it come to your attention as to why these documents would have been backdated to July of 2021?
Yes, sir, because there was another subsequent transaction.
All right. And what transaction was that generally?
It was a wire transfer.
Okay.
I feel like the title of this case shouldn't be State v.
Murdaugh.
What it should be is Upon Information and Belief. That should be the title of this case. Upon Information and Belief. Because we're playing in
Array
La
the
La
sins
Land,
of
people.
Murdaugh.
Scott Anderson says, anyone else think that the kid is Kaiser Sose?
I can't get over how this wax figure moves like so lifelike.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's
Creighton
358
Waters?
your testimony to see if you recognize that.
This witness.
This guy on the
This is
stand.
our standard domestic wire request form dated July 15th, 2021.
Okay. And Your Honor, this time I would move to admit State's 358.
It's like right out of central casting as a small town bank CEO.
Did you know about this wire when it was sent?
No, sir.
Did you know about this wire
First
in
bank I
August of
worked
2021?
for, the
I did after
the president of the bank looked exactly like this.
investigation, yes,
And when did you find out about that, roughly?
in August of 2021.
Put this up on the screen. What's the date on this wire?
July 15th, 2021.
And where does this wire go?
It goes to the Wilson Law Group LLC IOLTA account.
IOLTA account? Are you familiar if that's a lawyer trust account?
Yes, sir.
Why don't you just ask what is an IOLTA account?
Yeah, I know, but
What's
he must ask in a leading way.
Appears to be the wiring instructions. The account name Wilson Law Group LLC IOLTA account. Bank is South State
Account
Bank
is
in
actually
Bamberg, South
redundant.
Carolina, and South State's routing
A
number.
and IOLTA is account.
Contact information is Chris at wilsonlawgroupsc.com, Gail at wilsonlawgroupsc.com.
And what is the source of funds for this $350,000?
Again, it's the bank's internal account, general ledger account, loan not on system.
Loan not on system. It's bank money.
Yes, sir.
And at this time, was there any documentation whatsoever justifying $350,000 of bank money being given to the defendant to send to Chris Wilson?
No, sir.
When you had a discussion at the board meeting in August of 2021, were there any representations made to you about the purposes for some new loan to Alec Murdaugh?
Yes, there were.
And what were you told the purposes were?
Repairs to beach house.
Repairs to the beach house?
Yes, sir.
And who told you that?
Russell Lafitte.
Okay. And did he tell you at any time that it was $350,000 to Chris Wilson to put some fees back?
No, sir.
Did he tell you that at any time it was $400,000 to cover a negative $347,000 overdraft that the bank had been paying for him since June of 2021?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 359, see if you recognize this.
I bet he does.
This is the customer copy of a cashier's check number 287933 in the amount of $400,000.
Can I make a confession?
All right. And does it have what appears to be a copy of
You
the
wrote the
sticky note on
cashier's
there?
check?
It does.
Russell Lafitte is a name I've heard countless times. I have no idea who he is or how he's
And
related
there's
to
a
this
reference
case.
Former
to Green
CEO
Swamp stock.
convicted for doing
Is that
this.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It's a hunt club.
Okay.
Shared
That
with
helps.
the hunt club.
I'm sure I'm not the only one who had the same question.
Yeah, he's a former CEO of Palmetto State Bank. He's
Show
convicted and
States
imprisoned
363
for
up on the
this
screen, and I showed you
transaction.
this previously,
these
but what is this
transactions.
document?
That's the business purpose statement.
Thank you.
And what does it say? Is this
It's a
for
shame that the
loan
prosecutor
in which
can't do the
application
same
be
to the
drafted
Chase
after the fact?
CEO
Yes, sir.
And
or
what does it say the
SEO.
purposes are?
I don't know what
Purposes
SEO
investment.
is. Search engine optimization.
And
I have no idea. That's what they've
again,
named
as
him.
you've been
He's
told as a
essentially the
board member,
CEO
what's the
of
purpose
like
of
their
this new loan?
international business development
the details.
department for Chase. And he was out on
As you've
Lolita
come to
Island.
review all
And
of
the
this
prosecutor who was going to
information, any
prosecute
of that
was fired the same
$750,000
weekend that
used
Joe Biden
for
went
any
to
repairs
visit the
to the
Virgin
beach?
Islands.
My knowledge, no.
And when it's $750,000, we're talking about the
She's
350
bringing a lawsuit
required
against
Wilson,
Chase Bank
correct?
for their involvement in
And
the
then the
empire.
$400,000
They
to cover
know,
the
they
draft.
knew, and they never disclosed it to the SEC.
Nice.
I reviewed it on my channel. I had to take it down for a minute.
At some point in time, was there any discussion about collateral for this particular loan?
Yes, there was.
It was a very vague
Tell me about
reference,
those
so I
discussions.
apologize.
Understanding of collateral for these loans.
The
You add
collateral was
value.
to be a second mortgage on the beach house and the one share of green swamp stock.
And
Green
as
swamp.
things progressed, did any of that
Stock.
change? As
Swamp
far as
stock.
collateral?
You know,
We did not put the mortgage on the beach house.
And why was that?
it's different than desert stock.
It was deceased, and she had an ownership interest in the beach house.
At some point in time, I'll get to that in a minute. So ultimately, this particular loan, did it have any collateral at all?
Nominally, the green swamp stock.
And why do you say nominally?
It had been cross-collateralized to other loans.
In your experience as a banker, is it common or usual to provide a new loan to cover an overdraft like was done in this case?
Not to this magnitude, no, sir.
Wait, so yes? Just not to the magnitude? Mandy Karavich says, don't make fun of older kids who believe in Santa Claus. I know a few grown-up YouTube lawyers who still believe in the Dallas Cowboys.
357, and see if you
Go
recognize-
Cowboys!
These are minutes of the directors of Palmetto State Bank, Tuesday, August 17th, 2021.
Your Honor, this time I would offer states 357 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
Correct, no additional objection.
Submitted. All right, is there a discussion of the defendant in this particular document?
There is.
Now, we'd seen one before, which was an executive committee meeting in August. And was this the subsequent board meeting?
Yes, it was.
All right. Let me put that up on the screen. You have a screen right there. If you can
Yes, sir.
see that. If you have problems seeing it, just let me know and I'll bring it back to you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this is the discussion as it relates to the defendant right there.
Yes, it does.
And real quick, what's the second sentence right there in this particular discussion?
Russell L. Lafitte stated that his intention is to sell the farm.
And down here at the bottom, what does that sentence right there say? Starting with Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Malinowski commented the $750,000 loan did not appear to have been approved by the executive committee.
All right, and then what's the next sentence?
Russell Lafitte explained that 3 of the 5 members approved the loan.
All right, and so with 3 of the 5 members approving the loan, were you on the executive committee at that time?
I was, yes.
But you were not informed of any of these monies being expended or this after the fact documentation or any of it, is that
No,
correct?
sir.
Dr. Spoon says the kid might be the killer. 100K in trade for their mother's death. Pretty sure in their case, 100K isn't equivalent for their mother's life. I have no proof, but a lot of us tend to hold to the bigotry of low expectations. I don't know. I don't think the kid's motivated to, well, maybe he was. Who knows? Maybe he took that $6 million, hired a really good
Some
hitman.
of these things ultimately came to light. In the
Maybe.
Kidding, that all happened
following.
later. That all happened later. It was a joke.
What happened to
I was
Russell?
gonna say because he's kind of a cute guy.
From the bank.
Thank you.
Is that what led to you ultimately becoming CEO?
Yes, sir.
He's so cute. Why don't you
In
marry
the
him?
course of your review as CEO of what had been going on at your institution, did you become privy to information
Move family law
that
over to
Russell
contract
Lafitte
law.
had
Maybe I
been
will.
converting trust account checks from PMPD made out to
Just kidding.
Palmetto State Bank?
He doesn't get into the top 10 of the list.
And that those checks had been converted, that those were client money checks and had been converted
Who does get into the top
benefit
10?
and for the personal use of the defendant.
I think everyone wants to know the top 10 now.
Is that
I,
right?
I won't say because I don't think chat will appreciate my woman splaining my woman voice over this.
Oh no, that's. I
This
think
is far
you're
more
totally.
fascinating.
I think you're very wrong about that.
I'll tell you who is in the top 10 is that chocolate master, whatever his name is. What is his name? Let me look him up.
Chocolate Master.
Master.
Willy
I don't know
Wonka?
what
It's gonna be
that
taken a lot of ways.
Is that his soft porn name?
That definitely
You
sounds
guys
like
are
it.
so dirty. I literally typed in Chocolate Master. His name came up. It's like Amari Gouchon.
I'm going to show you what's
Gouchon.
Googling chocolate master as we speak.
His picture comes up first too.
But you safe search.
Always use safe search.
I assume she's talking about Drex.
Oh my god.
No, I'm not. School of Chocolate. He's the lead in School of Chocolate. Like he's the teacher there. He's amazing.
See if you recognize this document.
This does not sound right at all.
I'll put it in chat. People will know who I'm talking about.
This document is a printout from
I just
our
looked at him.
loan
I have no
accounting
idea who
system,
that is.
which summarizes the loans outstanding to Mr. Richard Alexander Murdaugh
As of a particular day.
as of June 7, 2021.
Your Honor, this time I'd move State 366 in evidence.
Ellen Cox knows what I'm talking about. She's over here like his smile, the way he moves the chocolate around, his artistic talent.
Look at it.
God.
Can you see that all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, there's certain numbers that are highlighted here. Is that the balance as of that particular day?
Principal balance, yes, sir.
All right, and so that number right there is what?
$104,119.80.
And balance right there is what?
$806,666.26.
And the balance right there is what?
$195,171.64.
And that balance right there.
It's not like he robbed the bank. The bank gave him the money.
$150.94.
Can't rob the willing, I guess.
Finally, this.
$91,368.90.
This particular one right there, is that a line of credit?
Yes, sir.
And
I tried making
how
chocolate
much,
one
what's the
time. It
limit
worked out okay.
on the line of credit? Line of credit's kind of like a credit card. It's got a limit on it, right?
That's correct.
What's the line of credit? How much was it for?
$1 million.
And what was the balance on it?
$999,650.94.
If I'm not
Pretty
mistaken,
much
all
$1
of
million,
pretty
these
much.
balances are after the murder.
This statement is from June 7th, the day of.
Is it?
Yeah, that's what he just said. So the prosecution asked for a statement printout of June 7th.
Okay.
Just for
Go
this
back
person.
to States 365.
So his line of credit was
Got
tapped
this
out.
one right here.
But he's still
What was
not
the balance on
overdrawn.
that one with this memo that was prepared?
Obviously,
around
every member of the jury got that from this testimony.
That loan balance is $599,400.
Am I too hot?
And was that also a line of credit as well?
They're
Always.
hot.
And what was the
I
limit?
was gonna say, was that a question?
I believe
So
$600,000.
sweet, Danny.
So that one was pretty much maxed out too, right?
Yes, sir.
Not listed on States 366 are two that are on this memo. One says Zero United and one says Redbeard. Are you familiar with what those are?
Yes, sir.
And are those business entities?
They are.
And do you know who those are associated with?
Mr. Murdaugh was a partner, member of the LLC.
All right. And had those two loans been charged off?
They had been,
And to your understanding, those entities own real property?
yes, in Berkeley County.
All right. When you say charged off, what does that mean? Explain that very quickly to the jury.
In the banking, if a loan becomes uncollectible for whatever reason, the borrower suffers financial difficulties, other issues, the bank will at some point in time make a determination whether to take it off its books and subsequently charged off.
Okay. Did the bank foreclose on the properties under those particular two entities?
We did not.
All right. And so it takes it off the books, so it stops accruing interest and late charges and all that kind of stuff, right?
Actively, yes, sir.
Actively, at least, correct?
Yes.
And did the defendant, was he still, though, expected and required to keep paying on those particular loans?
It didn't dissolve him of his obligation, but he periodically made payments.
Periodically made payments on
Yes.
those loans. If the defendant had tried to sell those properties or something like that, what if anything, would the bank would have been entitled to in the event that was attempted?
We would have been entitled to the outstanding principal balance at the time, plus lost interest and any late fees and charges.
All right, so that would have to be applied against any sale price before those things could be, that property could be sold. Right?
Yes, sir.
And it would be somewhat higher than the numbers on this memo, is that right?
Yes, sir.
One of the things on here is this particular loan right here. And what is that for?
A house in Edisto.
And in April 2021, was there any sort of thing going on with that particular loan that needed to be addressed?
The loan had matured.
It had matured? And explain to the jury what that means.
At that time, the balance of the loan, the note itself had reached its maturity date, and the borrower would be required to, the bank and the borrower were required to come together and determine what they wanted to do, either renew it, extend it, whatever.
And it had not been paid off, correct?
It had not been paid off, no.
Since it matured, it either had to be renewed or paid off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And because of that need for a renewal, had an appraisal been sought in April of 2021?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. Let me show you the exhibit. You need to show it to the defense counsel. Show you what's been marked as exhibit 364 to this trial, and see if you recognize this.
Top page is an email from Chastity Malfris to Charles Lafitte III, who is the bank's appraisal officer, regarding an appraisal request for 3606 Big Bay Drive, Edisto.
Is that the Edisto house we're talking about?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And is this, and that's the appraisal request form underneath it?
It is?
And that relates to the renewal of the existing loan on Edisto, is that correct?
That is correct.
Did this appraisal have anything to do with this $750,000 that you've been telling the jury about?
No, sir.
This was already in existence because of an existing loan, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, this time I would offer States 364 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
Almost done.
Thanks. I'm actually interested in cross of this guy. I'm not interested in direct on almost any of these witnesses.
The cross has been really good.
Got States 360. We'll show this to you real quick. And then we'll...
The tone management
I was
has
so
been very
confused
good
for
on
a second.
cross.
I was like, we heard cross of this witness? I was like,
Yes, sir. This is, I'm sorry, it's the checking deposit ticket of a $400,000 deposit going into an account, last four digits 6092, in the name of Alex Murdaugh. Underneath that is the cashier's check itself, which accompanied the deposit ticket, Cashier's check number 287933 in the amount of $400,000 dated August 9th, 2021.
Your Honor, this time it offer states 360.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, and this is that $400,000 that covered the big overdraft, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh. Rocky says Alec made up that the dog tripped the maid, knowing he could get big money from the insurance company. If she accidentally fell, there would be no recovery. Insurance company may try to recover the funds after this testimony, claiming fraud.
That was the point of the defense. That he's like, look, you would have gotten nothing if not for Alex. You never would have gotten anything. And ultimately, you got $6 million because he lied and made up this whole case for your benefits, claiming there was tripping over the dog rather than just tripping over 2 feet.
But none of that's relevant to the murder.
Obviously,
what's
this
been
is
marked
the
as
stupidest
state
thing in the world. This is just a
367,
judge who hates
and
the defendant.
Is that a statement balance for an account in the name of Alec Murdaugh?
It is. It's Alec Murdaugh, farm account number 1646.
All right. And on June the 7th, 2021, can you tell me the balance in that account?
The balance of the account is a negative $2,458.23.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit states 367.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 368 and see if you recognize that document.
It's a copy of an account statement for account number 6092 in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right. And can you tell me what the account balance is on June 7th, 2021?
On June 7th, the balance in the account is $2,185.23.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move to admit states 368.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
I'm going to show you what's been marked on states 369, excuse me, and see if you recognize, or you can tell me what the balance, what that document is. I can get a question out of it.
This is the account statement for a health savings account. Last 4 digits, 3094, also in the name of Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right. And can you tell me what the balance of that was on June 7th, 2021?
On June 7th, it would be $7,540.61.
And that's a health savings account?
Yes, sir.
Can that be used?
Would it be
for
fair to say that
purpose
Alex
of
Murdaugh murdered the career of the CEO before you?
It's a special account generally limited to medical expenditure.
Yeah, but I think you can
Your Honor,
withdraw
this
from
time
a
I
health
move
savings
states
account and pay
369
taxes and a
of
penalty on it, can't
No
you?
additional objection.
Admitted.
Sounds right.
I'll show you what's been marked as states
Like
370.
just about any other qualified account.
And see if you can tell me what that particular document is.
Another account, a copy of an account statement. This one is the last 4
I mean, you just spend HSA money. No one checks
Alex
beforehand
Murdaugh.
what you're spending it on.
All right.
We've had HSA accounts. It's just a credit card. Now, presumably, if you're audited and they discover you spent it on, I don't know, hookers and blow, there's some financial penalty, but there's nothing to prevent you from doing that.
And then finally, I've got
Make such a big deal
set
about
of
money
documents.
spent on hookers and
Your Honor, real quick, I'll move states 370 in that.
Well, otherwise, you're
Or
wasting
my
it.
mental health.
Admitted.
All right, last one. Can you tell me what that particular document is?
It's a copy of an account statement number 5109 in the name of Margaret Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, and just real quick, for the record, I'm having you look at states 371. All right, take a look at it again.
Same account number, Margaret Maggie Murdaugh.
All right, and just go back and you tell me what the account balance is on that particular account, at least as of, go back to the first one.
Or some of you people have had some pretty Germanic HSAs.
2021, the balance was $23.97.
You withdraw funds from your HSA
Your Honor, at this time
anytime.
I'd move states 371 into evidence.
If you use it for any
No
reason
additional
other than to
objection.
pay qualified expenses, those funds will be
Submitted.
taxed as ordinary income, and the IRS will impose a 20% penalty. So if you have to get to them in an emergency, you can. Didn't you have what? How much was in the HSA? 700 grand or something?
I thought you said 7,000.
Oh, 7,000. Okay.
All right, I'm almost done.
You can stop teasing me. I'm almost done.
How many
Edging.
more financial witnesses do you think there are going to be?
More.
Okay, that's not an answer.
It is an answer.
No, it's not.
It's just not one you like.
No, I want to know a number. Do you think 5 more, 2 more, 7?
Are they going to do it like the fired shells? Count out each
At any
dollar of
point in
misappropriated money, one buck at a time.
Oh God.
You go.
Separate evidence bag for each bill.
If the bank
Have to open it up, each
over
box.
the years at any point
See
in
the
time,
evidence bag
signature.
in a box for each
That-
dollar.
Alec Murdaugh
Have them read aloud the serial number of each
official.
bill.
take client trust money checks and convert them into cashier's checks and other transactions for his own personal use, what would have happened?
Certainly would have a significant conversation in the bank, and we would ask the bank official to stop doing that.
All right. And what would have happened if you uncovered that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, was stealing client funds through that method?
That would have certainly affected his borrowing relationship with the bank and any other relationship he had.
Okay.
If you found out the defendant was stealing, would you loan another dime to him?
No, sir.
If you found out that the defendant had created a fake business account in the name of a legitimate entity and was routing and stealing client money through that account and converting it to his own
Objection
personal use,
has to
at
answer.
any point in time,
Just said
what
stealing
would have
twice.
happened with his relationship at the bank?
It would have ceased.
Would the bank have loaned him any more money?
No, sir.
If the bank
This isn't
found
true,
out that the defendant had been forced to
Because the
resign
bank did loan him
from
money
his
off
job,
books, completely
what would
shady.
have happened with his banking relationship? Would the bank have loaned him any more money after that?
No, sir.
Objection has been answered.
The bank had found out at any point in time that he had been disbarred, what would have happened to that banking
We
relationship?
would have shit ourselves.
Yeah.
Ceased.
Wait, if the banking relationship would have ceased if he was disbarred, that's bullshit.
Yeah, why
There's
would
no
that- why
way
would
that.
that happen.
Sorry, we close your accounts because you're disbarred.
Oh, you got disbarred. Sorry, you can no longer have a checking account with us.
Yeah, that there's
and
no
your
way.
money's no good here.
Your green is no good. We don't want your green.
Their banking relationship would cease. Well, what about all those liability accounts that they had? Just going to
What
cease
account number
those
is
too?
that? What's the last 4 digits of that account number?
6092.
And on June 7th, what's the balance?
$2,185.23.
Looking at exhibit 356. What's the account number?
6092.
And by the time
Someone needs to tell this witness that the comb over is not working.
comes in, what's the balance on August 6th, 2021?
On August 6, 2021, the balance is a negative $347,784.67.
Should he
Month
be
after the
wearing an
murder.
NYPD ball cap, Joe?
Hold on for me 1 second.
Yes. I don't hide my
Newman friend says, considering banks are shutting down people's accounts for wrong, think you doubt he'd quit
Thank you,
doing
Mr.
business with
Malinowski.
them?
Please answer any
Yes,
questions
I
the defense may have.
100% doubt they'd quit doing business with him over being disbarred.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Wasn't he disbarred after the killings anyway? Yes. Remember that the state's theory is that somehow he knew all of this was going to happen. He knew it on June 7th. And that since all of this was going to happen, since he was going to run out of money, since he was going to be disbarred, since all of this was going to collapse, that's why he murdered his wife and son. That's the state's theory, which should sound a little ridiculous because it, as far as theories go, doesn't actually make any sense. There's got to be another component to it for that theory to line up. And it just doesn't. Because it still doesn't eliminate any problems that they die. At best, in the best light, it buys him a month of time, which doesn't buy him anything unless you tell me why a month is important. Like a cartel's threatening to murder him and his other son. I don't know, something like that. Give me a reason why the month makes sense.
Everyone knows it makes no sense. Everyone knows that.
I don't think so.
I'll tell you right now.
I mean,
the
just
jury
needed a
was
delay.
asleep.
He could have just had Paul take Maggie out on a boat ride.
Never turn about against the family. I can't believe that the jury was actually awake through that entire testimony.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows how much they take in? I'm really interested in Cross on this because they're going to probably harp on the fact that the bank willingly loaned him all this money. He had a special relationship with the bank. He's not a regular banking customer. He has a long-standing ties to the Lafitte family. It's a family-operated bank. He asked them. They apparently approved it. Then they handled it internally however they handled it, but that wasn't on Alec. Alec didn't ask them to act illegally. He asked for money. They gave him money. What's he supposed to do?
Not take it to cover up his other fraud.
Yeah.
No, but I agree. I mean, he went to his buddies at the bank. He said, "Hey, can I have $1 million or whatever it was?" And they said, "Sure."
Yeah. We know you're good for it. Everybody on earth thinks this guy's good for the money because he's settling cases constantly. We already have that testimony and evidence. Why would you lend it? Why would they lend him the money? Well, probably because it looked like he was going to be able to pay it back. It's the same as everybody else who gets lent money. Venray Lol says, I thought this was a double murder trial, not the trial for financial crimes. At this point, I'm hoping the state loses on both the murder and the financial crimes since they can't seem to present an actual case. Snowboard Dan says, wouldn't the defense in closing just say to the jury, we know Alex allegedly committed these financial fraud cases. However, we aren't here for that. We're here to figure out a murder, and the state didn't prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, something to that effect will be in there along with a whole lot of other stuff. Flux says, thanks for having my internet waifu on. Danny, you rock and roll.
There you go.
Flex.
Funeral Man 04, safe drinking game, shot every time the judge makes a good or fair ruling.
Yeah. Don't worry. You'll be able to drive home.
No, we should be a little bit clear. Most of the judge's rulings I may disagree with, but I think that's in his discretion to make them. The one today on the kid, I'm really skeptical about that because I think they really stretched the truth on any sort of knowledge or threat evidence that would make motivation for the murder prior to June 7th. All of their anything like the House of Cards collapsing happened on June 22nd. That fact is in evidence. That's in the record. And they tried to represent prior questions from March about how the case was going as some sort of knowledge that the case was completed, that was not the testimony in any way. And I thought that was very, very slimy. And I thought that the prosecution, how they represented that to the judge, not just in the examination of the witness, how they represented that to the judge during the objection arguments was very disingenuous, personally.
And it would have been disastrous for the defense if not for the fact that we learned at the end that he got his $6.5 million.
I mean, I don't think we actually learned that he got $6 million. We learned that he got a $6 million judgment.
Yes, but you know what? You know that. And I, specifically as a judgment execution specialist, know that it's very unlikely that he got his $6.5 million. But there's two possibilities. Either he got his $6.5 million or the prosecution really screwed up in not pounding home that he failed to get his $6.5 million. But one way or another, the jury is left thinking that he got his $6.5 million, and that's all the defense cares about. True?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if the jury actually understands that, if the jury actually thinks that that's what happened, and I don't know, I'm ambiguous on if they did. I have no idea. Let's go. Brandon says, how many more shots for a rant? Knock that last one back first.
Yeah, I still owe a double shot. I'm at 8. I owe 10, and I'm at a perfect buzz state, and I think I'll use it to maintain my perfect buzz state. So,
third-party intervener on behalf of the client says, will the state be presenting any murder-related evidence in this so-called murder trial? Asking for a friend. It's tough. Gunner says, Joe, your YouTube strike means your bank accounts are all closed now. Sorry.
That's the same thing as being disbarred, right? It's like
You know what? It's more likely that a YouTube strike of a major social media person, depending on the strike's contents, would get your bank account closed than disbarment.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, because that's much more in the vein of the social media thing.
Michael
Avenatti probably still has bank accounts.
I don't know about you guys, but to me, the first time I really, really, really felt like a lawyer was not when I was sworn in, but was when I opened an IOLA account. That's what made me feel like I'm really an attorney. Because this is something that's exclusive to attorneys, that I'm able to open an IOLA account. It's a big deal, an IOLA account. You can't just, you need to be an attorney to get it. So it's kind of a cool thing.
John says, I'm so confused. Why does the law panel keep talking about a double murder during this financial crimes trial?
That's pretty funny.
Don Booze says, Danny, I miss your streams. Nick, great show last night. Flawed is a cool dude with a great backstory. Yeah, Flawed's awesome.
Well, thank you for
So
missing my
IOLTA
stream.
accounts in Massachusetts actually came into effect after I became a member of the bar. And most of the lawyers in the Massachusetts bar were freaking out because they used to collect that interest. That was for them. And now the court system took it.
Yeah, that's the IOLTA account here. The interest gets taken and then used to fund legal aid services.
Yep.
So,
and a variety of other left-wing causes. At least in Massachusetts.
Let's see. Jonathan says, switching back and forth between the murder and the money, trying them together. That's some shady shit. The Z-Man 84 says, why is the state so aggressive to all of their witnesses that aren't feds? I think it's just the way that Waters is. I mean, he's grandstanding in his questioning quite a bit. He's very, very vocally dynamic. And I think it could come across weird. He's very performative. I don't like it.
I think he orders breakfast in that tone of voice. Like really angry.
Now I'm going to
two
need
eggs.
eggs and bacon. Dork Girl 21 says, just found out I'm going to have to testify against my ex-roommate who beat me up in 2021. Wish me luck and that the bastard will be going to prison. Oh, damn.
Good
Praying
luck.
for you, girl.
Yeah, good luck. Daramuth says, Nick and Nick's panel, what is your meal of choice and what would you like to have as your last meal? Thank you, awesome people. I don't know.
I can go first since I know.
Go ahead. How do you have an answer for this?
Beef Wellington with mushroom risotto with a little bit of saffron sprinkled on top and a chocolate mousse cake made by my favorite craftsman. And then that's it. You can do me. You can kill me. Don't do me. Just kidding. That's not what I meant. You can then
I wasn't going to say
kill
anything.
me. The state can then execute me. That's what I mean.
There you go.
I feel full after the risotto.
So
sorry,
Joe don't like.
That was a very dated
If I can save
reference.
the cake
I
for
don't know if
another
any
day.
of you get that. There's probably like 25 people in the audience who get that reference.
There's
Was
a
that
place near my house that serves an outstanding mushroom risotto. So if you ever visit me in Austin, I got a place for you to go.
It was a Seinfeld reference.
Oh, okay. Mine's actually really simple. I mean, not really, but it is. It would be, I think I would have, it's either called a Moco Loco or a Loco Moco. I can't remember which one comes first. It's a Hawaiian dish. It's a pile of rice, giant beef patty, fried eggs, jalapenos, and gravy. That'd be my last meal. So good. Except it'd have like 6 eggs on it. It'd be a pound of beef. Because I mean, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to go out full. Also, I want, my bowels to empty as they execute me as punishment for killing me. Because fuck the state. Let's see. Talking Trash and Truth says 15-minute cities. The idea that governments have to make villages of us where everything we need is within 15 minutes on foot or bike. No cars needed, and we need permission to go to the other cities to visit people. Gross.
Sounds like prison.
You will own nothing and you will like it.
You'll be happy.
That's
Scram Inc. Scram Inc. Nick, are you okay? You give hundreds of people toast, but rarely people ask how you are doing. Given your billion-dollar YouTube career, sometimes maybe people forget that you are human. Aw, that was nice. I'm doing okay. Yeah.
You're a great guy.
Oh, thanks.
Agreed.
Aw, what is this? What's going on here? Is it my
Nick,
birthday?
You're just the best, and we all love you. That's all.
Aquamarin says, could the defense get the original OnStar data and their own car guy to show Steve's point, car starting and phone moving at the same time? If the OnStar data exists, the state has it because it would be disclosed in discovery. I think that they don't, but they'll just actually have no idea what their plan. I mean, they're going to have their own expert on the OnStar data to probably just pick apart the fact that it missed, it's not reliable. That's what I would think that they're going to do, but who knows? Ryan Knoll, yesterday, Bronca said Potter prosecution lied about the law. Rittenhouse prosecution lied about the facts. Which prosecution has lied about the table?
This one's doing a lot of table pounding.
Yeah. Mark Fennon, how is this admissible? After the data was decrypted, it was decoded. They never verified with GM what the coded data meant. It's all speculation, meaning original data was something coded, maybe hex, and they had to figure out what parts of that was by trial and error. I think it was all binary, they said, which was something. Noah White says dyslexia moment. It's at Forged Ardor. Shragnasher says, do you think the defense lawyers are drinking after these highly boring days where they have to stay highly attentive for the sake of the client? I mean, they probably go out and have dinner and discuss the case, strategize, talk about if they need to do any drafting or prep for tomorrow. And I would imagine they have a gallon of whiskey at those. Who knows?
Or interlocutory appeals for crappy rulings from the trial judge.
Yeah, but I don't think you're going to get an interlocutory appeal on any of this stuff because it would all just be resolved at the end of trial.
This was such a bad call by the judge. I mean, think about what this judge did. He basically said, yeah, you know what? I think that it's more probative. It helps the jury figure out whether or not he committed the crime based on information that came about 2 weeks after the crime was committed than it is prejudicial for people to hear about how this poor little autistic looking kid who looks like weighs like 60 pounds and has a learning disabled brother who's basicly, I don't know, I guess.
Don't talk about the $6 million man that way, Joe.
And to hear how he was screwed, it helps them more than it's prejudicing the jury. I mean, this is astonishing. It's astonishing as to how prejudicial this, because the only purpose to bring him in here really was for the jury to think, wow, this guy Alex is such a jerk. I mean, that's the only possible benefit. He even said that. You know what? I think this helps them understand the character of Alex Murdaugh. Am I wrong in saying that that's what the judge basically ruled? I think this helps him understand whether he's someone who's capable, who is like basically the emotional character who would be capable of murder. And that's why I'm going to allow it in, which is precisely character testimony. That's what character testimony is. Is this someone who's capable of killing his own wife and child?
So
I like that this judge is apparently an adherent to the slippery slope school of evidence because he keeps justifying the next step of ancillary evidence based on his previous admission of questionable evidence. Well, I admitted that other thing, and this is only one step further than that. Well, that ratchet never stops.
Yeah.
So, Joe, what would you recommend then the judge do if the theory of the case is what it is, right? And you're trying to say, okay, well, he's doing all this to gain sympathy. He's all of these things kind of coalesced, and it may have not been the best idea, right? The most rational decision he's made. But the theory is that he made this decision regardless. How do you limit the scope of what comes in with that theory then?
I don't
exclude the financial crimes.
You're asking me how to justify a crap decision. That's essentially what you're asking me.
Sorry.
He made a terrible decision. So how do I think he can best rationalize that? I explained yesterday, motive testimony should never be something that is considered more probative than prejudicial. Whenever you hear something, evidence that's prejudicial, that is something that should never, ever, 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 ever be said before a jury. The exclusion is when it's helping them understand whether or not these crimes were actually committed by the person. So, an example of more probative than prejudicial. Here's an example of more probative than prejudicial. If there was a crime that was committed by Alex Murdaugh, where he was basically shooting dogs from a watchtower. Let's imagine a scenario. He's shooting dogs from a watchtower from 200 yards away, and killing these dogs. And he did that 10 years ago. And the state wants to bring in evidence to say that he killed his own wife and children from 200 yards away. So you would say that's more probative than prejudicial, because most people can't kill someone from 200 yards away. But Alex Murdaugh has established that he has a capacity to do that. So now, even though it's really prejudicial to say, wow, this guy is a dog killer, he's a terrible person, still it's more probative than prejudicial because most people can't do it. But this way, the state is able to show that he has a capacity to commit those crimes. That's an element that they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. But motive is not something that the state ever needs proof. They never had to prove it in the Darrell Brooks case. No one had to look at the Darrell Brooks case and say, what was his motive? Was it racism? Was it he wanted to catch up to someone at the front of the parade? No, he's just a monster because he drives through people who are alive. And that makes him a monster, and that's why we want to put him in jail. You never need to prove motive. But in this context, so that's why, since motive is never part of the crime that needs to be proven by the state, it makes no sense at all to say that motive should be something that rises up, that it's probative value, something that helps the jury probe into the case to find whether the elements were met, outweighs the prejudicial, that they're gonna punish him because they hate him, because they think he's a jerk. So now, in this context, when we're trying to see, does the probative outweigh the prejudicial, you have to basically say to yourself, look, the jury is going to hate him because of this, but is it necessary? We must bring it in, even though we're harming this person, because they need to know he has a capacity to do this. That works when it's meeting an element of the crime, but it's not an element of the crime, though. When it's just a motive, it can never, ever outweigh the prejudice that it's dropping on him. So do I think this guy is a jerk? Yes, he's a jerk, a grade A jerk. Do I think that this trial is completely ridiculous and this judge make a mockery of justice by letting this prejudicial stuff come in so that the jury comes? And he basically is saying, because we don't have enough evidence, you know what? We're going to make the jury hate him, so maybe they'll convict him. That's insane.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. I launched.
You ever rant that long on my channel again? You better not come within 200 yards of me, Joe.
I love you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm just kidding. It's fine.
No more protective orders.
Your Honor recalls the testimony of Shelley Smith this Monday. In her testimony,
Joe, I wish you would have been my professor in law school. That was excellent.
Thank you.
We discovered late last night.
Oh, the GoFundMe
page was set up soliciting donations until the wording was changed during the testimony of the last witness. It read that
the wording
my
was
mother
changed.
Caretaker for Alec Murdaugh's mom. She recently had to testify against him, and goes on to say, I want to reward her for her bravery and honesty. The very first donation made on this GoFundMe page, which was made shortly after it first went up last night, was made by attorney Mark Tinsley, who paid her $1,000, presumably following the description of this in consideration of her testimony.
Whoa, what?
Or I have, if you want, printouts of the screenshot showing that.
Danger,
after,
Will Robinson, danger.
Mark Tinsley's name actually appeared as the donor for $1,000. He removed his name, and it now appears as anonymous. But I'm told the Attorney General has confirmed with Mr. Tinsley that he admits he did make this payment to the witness in the middle of trial.
Looks like a quid pro quo now.
And therefore,
which witness was this?
Your Honor, and therefore,
Mother's scared.
The defense should
His
move to
mother's
exclude
caretaker.
his testimony.
Yeah.
And
On what basis?
Your Honor, the legal standard
Bribery?
is difficult to find. I cannot, searching Westlaw, find a single case in which a prosecutor has tries to put to the jury a lawyer who has already testified he has a direct financial interest in the outcome of this case, who is also making monetary payments to prosecution witnesses during the trial.
Ooh.
Your Honor, I believe that this is a question of first impression. And because it's a question of, I understand that the facts here in this case are disturbing, but because it's a question of first impression, I would respectfully urge the court to keep in mind the aphorism that bad facts make bad law. A prosecutor, to my knowledge, to Westlaw's knowledge, has never before done this.
What's improper about what he did?
About what Mr. Tinsley did?
Yes.
He made a financial payment to a witness in the middle of a trial that he has a financial interest in the outcome of.
Yeah, that's. I can't believe he would make that.
She's still
I
under
can't believe
subpoena.
the judge just asked
Made
that.
$1,000 payment.
No,
as a
this is
reward for her
Tinsley
honesty.
clearly did something wrong. What did the
In the
prosecutor
matter
do
that
wrong?
he has testified that he has a direct financial interest in.
Well, that would be good fodder for cross-examination.
Are you serious?
Are you kidding me?
Respect the court's ruling.
I'm not going to strike his testimony. It may be good fodder for cross-examination.
Thank you.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
Issue, given the testimony in the in-camera proceedings, we would ask that the
That's yet
he be
another
precluded
ethics
from offering
complaint against
testimony about
Tinsley.
focus groups, and verdict for the beach matter, speculation about fixing a jury in Hampton County. These matters don't go to the motive purpose that his testimony is being offered.
I got the testimony I want. Here's $1,000.
Well, I'm loath to attempt to screen testimony in advance. Lawyers ask questions, lawyers object, judges rule. So you've sounded
judges
a
rule.
warning to the state that you object to that testimony. And if such a question is asked and an objection is made.
Why is he loath to screen testimony ahead of time? That's what in limine motions are.
Anything else?
From the state, Your Honor.
That's why you object prior to the testimony coming
He
in.
didn't even
before
ask the
jury.
state for a response. I'd like to note on this motion just now. He never asked the state for their input.
Counter argument. Yeah.
Quota.
Well, he doesn't have to. He'll make the counter argument for the state.
Apparently.
I
But
can't
like,
believe
we don't like it to stay
Tinsley-
on record of like basically, was there a bribe? Do I don't want to get on record on that? Okay.
I can't believe Tinsley was dumb enough to make that contribution, not just make it anonymous. Like
He
if you wanted
boomered
to
it.
do it, make it anonymous, or you could just, wait until the trial's over. The simple answer, just wait until the trial's over.
He's so mad.
Or
They
have
took 20
someone
million from him.
make the donation on your behalf in their name.
Wow.
Wow. I'm glad I picked today to be on air. This is fun now.
Uh-huh.
Hey,
In a
cross-examination.
case about financial corruption.
Yes, sir.
If he had walked up to her and handed her an envelope with $1,000 in it, I mean, I think the judge would have stricken his testimony.
The
Because it was done on a GoFundMe, it was okay. I don't know.
$50,000 loan that was made in July of 2021. That was approved by 3 members of the executive committee, was it not?
Yes, sir.
And the 3 members that approved that loan were Mr. Charlie Lafitte, Mr. Russell Lafitte, and Ms. Gray Henderson. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Charlie Lafitte was chairman of the board of the Palmetto State Bank at the time. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He's the largest shareholder of Palmetto State Bank.
Him individually, no.
He wasn't the largest individual.
Nope.
Did he own 30% of the bank?
Not individually, no.
Okay. And then his son was Russell Lafitte,
That's correct.
and his daughter was Gray Henderson.
Correct.
And it was his position that if Alec Murdaugh wanted a loan from Palmetto State Bank, that the bank would loan him the money. Is that correct?
That was his opinion.
And Alec Murdaugh was a member of PMPED law firm. You're aware of that at the time?
Yes, sir.
And PMPED law firm was one of the most largest customers of the bank.
It was a large customer of the bank.
And the partners in the firm all had banking relationships with the bank.
correct?
I'm aware that many did, yes.
And oftentimes when members of the law firm had clients who needed to borrow money before they got recoveries in their case, the partners from the firm would send them to the bank, and the bank would loan money on future recoveries. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am.
And so the firm was good business for the bank.
It was a good customer.
And the bank, in turn, was provided good services to the members of the firm.
Yes, sir.
And if it meant, getting a loan in a rush without having all the I's dotted and the T's crossed, I mean, that would happen. Isn't that right?
Not to that magnitude, no.
Not to
Well, it
what
certainly
magnitude?
happened with Mr. Alec Murdaugh in July of 2021, right?
I believe in August of 2021.
Well, the loan was made, the money was provided to Mr. Alec Murdaugh in July of 2021, right?
$350,000 was provided in with that wire transfer. I subsequently had knowledge of.
And the documentation was essentially loan not on the books, or what's the acronym?
Loans not on system, LNOS.
Right. But it's a loan, it's just not on the system.
It's an advance from a general ledger account.
Which is still a
To
loan.
be documented as a loan down the road.
One would hope, yes, sir.
And that's what happened here
Eventually,
in August.
So it
in
did.
August.
Now, Alec didn't work for the bank, did he?
No, sir.
He didn't represent the bank, did he?
To my knowledge, no.
He was just a good customer of the bank. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the bank treated him like a good customer because that was in the bank's interest.
Yes, sir.
Now, you said something on direct that I want to follow up on. And my notes say that after the tragic murder of Maggie and Paul, that the bank undertook a loan review of Alec's loans. Is that right?
In response to the August 9th email, yes, sir.
Well, the August 9th email was triggered because of Maggie and Paul's murders?
That and other information, yes, sir.
Okay. And what other information?
I think Mr. Norris Lafitte had asked some questions or had conversations with individuals and wanted to know the full accounting of the bank's relationship.
Okay. And one of the factors that Mr. Norris Lafitte included was he had just lost his wife and son, and let's take a look at his standing with the bank, loans outstanding, et
I
cetera.
think that's a fair statement, yes, sir.
Okay. Up until June 7th, 2021, the bank was not examining Alec's loans, were they?
We're not scrutinizing them, no, sir.
Yeah. He did he and Maggie had a loan review from the bank, whether they knew it or not, back in July 10th of 2020, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 91 and ask if this is the loan review that was done, documented to the Executive Committee on July 10th, 2020.
Yes, this is a copy of a loan review prepared by Gray Henderson, the relationship summary of Alec Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh.
Thank you. And what's the date?
2020.
July 2020. Your Honor, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 91 in evidence at this time. No question, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Just put the front page up there. And
Carla Caroline, short answer, no. I'll read your super chat, but just so you hear it,
Go
no.
down so we can see the. Go there. You go. So to the executive committee on July 10th, 2020, who was on the executive committee with the bank?
Well, there is a public shaming that we drop on him, but otherwise,
Charlie
no.
Lafitte, Russell Lafitte, Gray Henderson, myself. I believe Scott Swain was on it at that time.
And it's a 5-member executive committee?
Yes, sir.
And I think you mentioned earlier that does it take the majority of the committee to approve loans over a certain amount?
Sitting in a meeting, yes, sir.
Excuse me?
In a meeting, yes, sir.
Okay. And Gray Henderson is preparing this loan review for Alec Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
It says Richard Alexander, Alec Murdaugh, is a lifetime resident of Hampton County. He and his wife, Margaret B. Maggie, recently sold their home in Hampton and moved their permanent residence to their farm in Islandton. Alec is a respected partner with Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich law firm. They are currently involved in a wrongful death suit involving their youngest son, Paul, in a boating accident. Civil case is still pending. So that was the background on this.
That was a general summary of current situation.
And then the reviewed financials related to their tax returns and whatnot. Is that correct?
She's just stating in there that what financial information we have on file.
Okay. And then you go through each outstanding loan. Is that right?
It's a summary of the loan. Yes, sir.
Okay. And the first loan is can you tell us what that is? Williams Island on St. Helena?
We had a loan, I believe that loan was a joint loan with a gentleman by the name of Barrett Bowler, secured by 2 or 3 little islands off St. Helena.
And
Just a
that
couple
loan's
little
in
islands.
Good standing?
3 or 4.
How many islands do you all own?
Says
All payments made as agreed. Yes, sir.
Okay. And now the next loan is a loan on, that's the Edisto Beach House, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And here it says that the home appraised for $440 in February of 2016. And current balance on the note was $206,000. This is in July of 2020, is that right?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And it says they've been 30 days late 3 times. I think that's what it says.
Yes, sir.
I guess if you go over 30 days on your loan payment, that's a strike against you when
it gets noticed.
It gets noticed.
The smug look on his face.
But that house at
I know. I'm like
the bank had a mortgage on it
smuggest little
Back-
Keebler elf I've ever
least
seen.
for some time, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know it recently sold
Yes,
that
sir.
house. And do you know the sale price?
I think it was just below $1 million.
Okay. So the bank's in a pretty good position here in July 2020 with $200,000 on what sold a couple of years later for $1 million, right?
Many years later, but yes.
Good equity position to have.
How many years later?
Well, I think it occurred in 2022, and this is in 2020.
So many years later
2
is
years
2.
then? You go with that?
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Is too many?
In the real estate market, 2 years can
Right.
be a long time.
That is a long
All
time.
right. Then the next loan is first mortgage on, I don't know what you're doing.
But it doesn't matter to the bank. It wasn't foreclosed.
No,
It's not like
no.
the bank was holding the property and selling it.
856
Exactly.
acres and the
Stay 2
second
years.
mortgage on 914 acres. That's the Moselle property, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what's
They assumed real estate
balance of that one?
volatility when they made the loan.
719,769.16.
and what kind of value do you have there?
Good value in it. If the appraisal is $3.3 million.
Now, there's a contract on that property today?
I understand there is, yes.
You know what it is?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. You know it's more than 3.3?
I don't know that.
Okay.
Might as well
Bank
ask
still has a
questions
mortgage
that
on
way
it?
the prosecutor did.
Okay. You turn the page, Doug?
Would you be surprised if I told you it was 4 million?
And here's another loan. And I guess that's part of the same. That's another tract at Moselle with additional, was that the same loan? Are we talking about a new loan here?
I believe we are, yes.
Okay, and what is this?
This balance is $888,527.08.
Okay. And what's the value we have on this?
Assume it's the Moselle 3.3 million from the preceding loan.
Okay.
Two mortgages on the single property.
All right.
Or the acreages.
And then the conclusion here, the summary is Alec and Maggie Murdaugh are longtime customers of Palmetto State Bank. They've had some late payments, but in my opinion, those are mainly due to Alex being hard to reach and set appointments to sign the paperwork. The majority of his payments are set up on an annual basis because the law firm makes their distributions in December. Now, let me ask you about that. Were you
Man,
aware
annual
that
payments?
a lot of the partners at the law firm who owe money to Palmetto State Bank just pay once a year because that's really when the bulk of their income is generated or received?
That's my understanding. That's correct.
The amount of
And so
risk
this
that
was
the
not
bank is carrying on those payments
Special
is
just to
huge.
Alec, but it's not, but other partners at the firm have the same payment plan.
You're setting up the repayment to coincide with the receipt of their income or the bulk of the income.
Sure. And it says the Murdaughs have always paid their loans to the bank, and I do not see that changing. And it says, depending on the outcome of the pending lawsuit, they may have to liquidate some assets, but our loans are more than sufficiently collateralized. Meaning you've got plenty of security. Is that right?
In 2020, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, yeah, what? They hold an overall 35% equity position on all these properties? Something around
Now,
there?
And Maggie have,
But
to your
man,
knowledge, never
imagine being
been
able to
turned
get
down
annual
for a
payments
loan
on
at
your
Palmetto State Bank.
several
My knowledge, they
high-value
have not.
loans.
Now, there were some loans that were, I guess, written off, as you said, or charged off, where Alec was a member of a partnership, LLC, some sort of structure where there were other partners involved, and that those loans went in default. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
But Alec kept paying on those notes, did he not?
Periodically, he'd make payments.
Did any of the other partners in Redbeard or United, were they making payments?
To my knowledge, no.
To your knowledge, it was only Alec that was making the payments.
Yes.
To your knowledge, was there any reason in the world for Alec to believe that in June of 2021, if he needed additional money from Palmetto State Bank, that he couldn't just go down there and talk to Russell Lafitte or Charlie Lafitte and ask for a loan?
In June of 2021,
Yes, sir.
I don't see any reason why he couldn't have that conversation with Charlie and Russell.
And he had, to your knowledge, never put on any notice that your business is not welcome here at Palmetto State Bank in June of 2021. Is that right?
In June of 2021, that's correct.
In June of 2021, the bank is fully collateralized on the outstanding notes.
With the exception of the one where he was a co-borrower, I believe, with his father. I think that was an unsecured loan.
And his father being
And he's still fully collateralized if it's an unsecured loan because there is no collateral for it.
Murdaugh.
The third, yes, sir.
The third, yes. One second, Your Honor.
So again, at the time of the murder, he's in no risk of the bank terminating the relationship. It's perfectly reasonable that he could walk into the bank and discuss a loan.
Further questions, Your Honor.
I mean,
Redirect.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
how does this prove motive?
The loan seemed,
You're
the
asking
bank seemed to
about
like him a
where
lot.
Alec made some year-end payments on some of those charged-off loans, correct?
Yes, sir.
And your review was some of that money that was used to make those payments ultimately converted money from client funds?
I believe so, yes.
You were asked whether or not in June of 2021, whether
You guys didn't
Alec
know that.
could have talked to
Didn't
Charlie
talk to him
Lafitte or
about-
Russell Lafitte about another loan. Is that right?
In June of 2021, yes.
In June of 2021. At that point in time, had it come out that he had been stealing client funds for years?
No, sir.
Had it come out that he had been disbarred?
No, sir.
Had it come out that he had been diverting fees from his law firm?
No, sir.
Had it come out that he had been forced to resign from his law firm?
No, sir.
If any other things had come out, would the bank continue to have loaned him money?
No, sir.
It didn't come out because they hadn't actually happened yet.
Mr. Griffin asked you if Alec had been a good customer. Correct?
Yes, sir.
When all of this crashed and burned, was the bank left holding the bag for all these uncollected loans,
Yes, sir.
including the $750,000?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Malinowski, the bank had mortgages on the properties that we just went over, did it not?
They did.
And those mortgages didn't disappear when Alec Murdaugh, when all this came to light, did they?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Step down.
Thank you.
Let me call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Mark Tinsley.
4:45. Let's call Tingsley. This will be a short one.
Oh my God.
Did I miss anything?
Unfortunately,
Not much,
no.
but this will be This is Tingsley now. I wonder if he's got another piece of paper in his jacket.
Aha! You see, I won on that motion.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Rachel Mao 00 says, any advice on a civil liberty lawyer? My brother wants to sue the county jail for medical negligence. Thanks.
Wow, no one can see his male pattern baldness in the center of his forehead. That's
I don't know what county you're in, Rachel.
Mr. Tinsley, how you doing today?
Good.
Or state, for that matter.
Introduce yourself to the jury a little bit. Please tell them a little bit about yourself.
I want to be clear about something here.
School, and a little bit about
I'm a hamster that was magically turned into a human being.
I
don't care.
I'm a lawyer. I practice in Allendale. I've been there since about 2000. I'm originally from,
Mr. Tinsley. Get that mic a little bit closer to you.
well, the mic's short and my knees apparently are long because it's just the most uncomfortable place to sit.
You can bend it down a little bit, maybe.
Yeah. I'm from Anderson originally. I went to Clemson. I carried an orange book bag when I was at Carolina. I went to law school there. I graduated in 98. I worked in Columbia for a couple of years doing primarily insurance defense work. You've heard a lot of plaintiffs' lawyers. So I would have been one of the lawyers representing an insurance company that was hired to or had the coverage on somebody who was getting sued, or I would have dealt with coverage. Is the specific loss covered or something? So that's primarily what I did for the first 2 years. One of my good friends.
The only lawyers worse than ambulance chasers are the insurance lawyers.
To Allendale in 2000, and I've been there ever since.
And so since Barnwell, have you been in a law firm? You've been in practice? Tell us a little more about that.
I have. I practice with Gooding and Gooding. When you live in a small town, you do all kinds of things. I have the luxury of having a successful practice and being able to go to different places and handle cases. I try cases. I try truck wrecks. I try highway defect cases where there's something wrong with the way that the contractor had not really designed the road, but maintained the road, and somebody gets catastrophically injured. I tried bad faith cases where an insurance company has coverage, but for some reason or another, they don't do what they were supposed to do under the contract, and their insured gets harmed as a result or suffers a loss. And so, I pick and choose, but when you're in a small town, you help people. And so I end up doing all kinds of things. There's no case that's too small, no case that's too big. If I can help you, I try to help you.
All right. Over the years, being a lawyer doing this kind of work in this area, have you had call to get to know the lawyers and what used to be known as PMPED?
I have. There's only 17 miles basically between Allendale and Hampton, small bars. At one time, I think there were really only 4, maybe 5 lawyers in Allendale, and about twice, maybe it ultimately gets up to 3 or 4 times that many in Hampton, but it's a small bar. And I had occasion to work with, you saw Ronnie Crosby, I think, yesterday. I've handled a number of cases with Ronnie Crosby. You've heard Lee Cope's name mentioned. I've had cases with Lee Cope, but I knew everybody.
All right. And did that include the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
It does.
And how long have you known him?
It's hard. I heard Chris Wilson this morning. I don't remember exactly. I came in 2000. I always remember him being there. So sometime shortly after I came to practice in the 14th Circuit.
And do you see him in the courtroom here today?
Sure. He's immediately to the right of Mr. Harpootlian.
Could the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
There's Buster.
Over the years, as you knew Alec Murdaugh, did you ever do anything professionally, either with him or against him?
I hate to be a lawyer, Mr. Waters. I have. I had a case where a defendant was in default, and Alec was a special referee, meaning you may remember Chris Wilson said in that Mack truck case, one of the defendants didn't answer. And so if you get sued and you don't respond at the right time, then you're in default. And so the other side by default wins generally. And Alec was my special referee, meaning this guy had been accused of selling some property under lien. He was arrested at his job, and we sued a company called Southern Finance that incidentally went into bankruptcy. It's a long, complicated story, but we got reversed, and so I didn't do that again.
But just generally, have you had? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I didn't handle cases with Alec. I didn't, unlike say Ronnie or Lee Cope, and we just didn't have that sort of relationship. I guess he and I did so much of the same thing. I don't recall a time over the last 20 years where we worked on a case together.
Being a small bar and doing the same kind of thing, though, y'all are generally familiar with one another and the type of cases y'all were handling and that sort of thing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's a small bar, and you go to the roster meetings, you know what everybody's doing, you see what cases they have. Yeah, absolutely. If they have a success, a big case, or a failure.
You ever been in court when Alec was doing a closing argument?
Yes, probably a couple of times. There was, he tried a case in Allendale. It was the first case, I think it was 98 that the Allendale courthouse burned. The story is that Judge Peoples from Barnwell was going to sentence some guy for a drug offense, and Judge Peoples was very strict on drug offenses. And so the guys who were going to be sentenced on Monday decided Sunday would be a good day to burn the courthouse. So they burned the courthouse. And so many months later, I think Judge Peoples ended up sentencing. At any rate, they
Welcome
rebuilt
to
the
Aussie
courthouse.
Overlords,
So the first
viewers.
case
How's it
that was
going,
tried
guys?
in 2005, Alec tried.
Thanks,
and
Austin.
I was there when he made his closing.
It's like small time lawyer story hour.
Yeah.
At least I'm entertained.
Very much trying
on that?
I was.
ingratiate himself with the jury as much as possible.
Did he get emotional?
I wore
during that
orange
closing?
when I
cried.
graduated from South Carolina. Like, oh, come on.
Relevance.
They thought it'd be a good idea to go ahead and burn down the courthouse then.
The defendant and his practice as a lawyer, background information. And,
Why has he been qualified
I
as
think
an
there's been
expert
a lot
lawyer?
put in issue about the defense about that as well. And I think this is fair from this witness.
Year 2000.
2005, March of 2005. It was,
Unbelievable. That's twice in 2 weeks.
A little bit about though being in this kind of type of work.
3, Andrew.
In
3.
a
3 weeks.
sort of small bar in a small area. You said y'all are generally familiar with what each other are doing who do similar work.
I think so.
And when you're, are there any sort of documentation at the court, jury rosters, anything like that, or rosters that you can pay attention to and have an idea of what each other's doing?
Well, it is a roster. It is a list of
Leading.
cases. Generally, a case comes up for trial.
I just
not in
ask, how would you
civil
know what
cases
he was
I'm talking
doing?
about.
Do
How
you
would you
guys
track
think
his-
Supposed to be
do you
about.
guys think the state will ever call Buster
but
as a
they
witness?
Go on this list, and so
Oh,
Monday morning, all the lawyers would show up. There's 100 cases, and
I
so
don't know.
what's coming up, who has what case.
Hey, Steve.
In
How are you
Hampton,
guys?
in particular, Alec usually.
What happened to the tie, Steve?
Majority.
No
of
tie, Steve.
On the Hampton,
Watch out.
his name would be on.
I'm home. No more work.
And
Look at these state
Yeah,
employees
small
getting home
bar,
before 5 p.m.
part of that, kind of doing the similar work, is it not uncommon for you to have some knowledge of some of those cases and for others to have knowledge of the cases you're working on?
Sure, lawyers are the biggest gossips in the world. I mean, everybody knew what everybody was doing.
apparently in South Carolina.
If you see a case that's on there and then it gets removed or disappears.
In
does
this
that
tiny
indicate
county in
anything to you?
South
No,
Carolina,
I mean,
wouldn't be that
It
way
indicates
in
they
any
were-
major
They
city.
were settled.
Where
but
literally any fact you say
when you go
immediately
through the roster,
discloses who your
actually,
clients
it's
are.
notation. The case is settled. The judge will sign what's called.
Everybody knows everybody.
Administratively disposes of it, takes it off the roster so that it doesn't stay on that list.
And being as part of that small bar, and this is kind of work you do, that's something you generally pay attention to, as other lawyers part of that area do.
Well, it's a lot like sitting in here. I mean, it's easier to pay attention than to just sit there bored. So yeah, you pay attention to it.
Are you familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
I am very familiar. I represent the Beach family. That's why
Oh.
the boat case.
And you say the Beach family, are you talking about the family of Mallory Beach?
The family of Mallory Beach. That's right.
And is she the young woman who died in the boat accident?
She did.
And what was the date of that accident?
It was the early morning hours of February 24th, 2019.
At some point, you said you were representing the Beach family. At some point, you were approached by the Beach family?
I was shortly after the wreck. There was an incident on the causeway. So this boat crash happens. There's a bridge called, you go over Archer's Creek. Archer's Creek is a creek that separates Paris Island, the marine installation, from, I guess that's Port Royal. And the boat crash happened at that bridge. There's a road, if you can imagine the causeway, there's an old road that goes down to the base of the bridge.
Can't imagine a
And
road.
After the boat crash, the law enforcement had cordoned off, had a rope up or yellow flag, yellow taping up. And so Miss Beach wanted to go down to see where her daughter had died. And she wasn't allowed to.
Objection, relevance, closure.
Move the damn testimony along.
Yeah, I don't know what we're even talking about.
Oh,
She
why are
wasn't
we
allowed to
talking
go
about
down,
this?
No one knows why.
To the bridge.
She
was
was
told
not?
She was not. She was told it was a crime scene and she couldn't go down there.
All right. What else did she, and when she was hiring you, what else did she report?
Almost
Why are we even
immediately
talking about this?
thereafter.
You're saying?
All right.
For the truth of the matter, asserted to affect on the listener.
Bless you.
Relevant.
Thank you. Sorry.
Only argue when requested by the court. Objection overruled.
I made an executive decision.
Almost
I owe 2
immediately
shots, and I'm about to take it right now. So this is the last 2
Pulled
shots.
up,
Let's
driven
go.
by Alex's father.
Right here.
His wife was in the front seat. Alex's wife, Maggie, was in the front seat. They were waved down to the bridge. And that caused her.
I'm going to call opposing
Great
counsel and try and stipulate real quick. I'll be right back. Wish me luck.
Okay. Good luck.
Salud, Donnie.
Danny.
Donnie.
Hire you to represent
Danny.
her?
That day I got involved.
At some point, as you get involved, you start to investigate the occurrence?
I did. I started to investigate, but I started to try to put pressure on law enforcement, which is, I'm drawing a distinction there almost immediately because the concern was that it was going to get covered up by the Beach family, and they didn't want that to happen.
Your Honor, I would object to these references to covering up. It's not relevant to the motive purpose for this testimony.
Thank you.
Prejudicial under 403.
Sustain the objection.
4 times in 2 weeks.
Sustained. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
I really want to see Cross of Tinsley
generally,
because of
you
that
investigate
donation.
cases, I did.
And now we're not going to get to it today.
And at some point, did you reach out or have any discussions with anyone who was
sure?
representing the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
No,
I did.
I'm not sure.
Well, I've talked to a number of the partners, but after
When you say partners, you're talking about PMP?
Yeah, yes, I'm sorry.
All right.
But eventually I came to know that Danny Henderson was appointed as Alec's personal counsel, who was one of the partners. You may remember there was a video from Alec in the front seat of the law enforcement car and the arm that reaches up and squeezes his shoulder while he's crying. That's Danny Henderson.
All right. And did you and Danny Henderson, did he have any documents for you to review?
He brought me all of the insurance policies for all of the insurance that Alec had in place at the time of the boat crash.
And for what reason did he bring you those documents?
Well, when you do what I do, we can't turn back the hands. We can't undo what's happened. And so, the best that you can hope, and when you get a case like this, this kind of loss, nobody gets what their case is worth. That means anything.
The Chris Reeves Superman did it.
Would willingly trade place with these people for money. But that's all that you can do in a civil case is recover money. And so some things are covered by insurance, some things are not. And so many times when we are drafting lawsuits, we want to know what insurance there was so that we try not to destroy the ability for the insurance to apply in the beginning. So that would have been the reason
What?
I was looking at the insurance.
We know why you wanted to see how much insurance there is.
Defendant's policies to you to review. Is that right?
It seems like it was a week, 10 days after the boat crash.
All right. And did you review those?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you find in those documents?
It did not appear to me that he had any coverage other than there was a policy with Progressive, a watercraft policy that applied to the boat. It was $500,000 and it was offered by Progressive immediately. When you have a catastrophic loss, it's not unusual that an insurance company will say, here's our money, take it, please. Because they have an obligation to protect their insurance if they can. The other policies that he had didn't provide coverage except for a for-hire hunting operation, which this didn't arise out of. And so,
What company was that with?
Philadelphia Insurance.
All right. And again, that policy was limited to what?
The occurrence, the accident, if you will, had to arise out of a hunting operation, a business operation. And even if there were some way to say that this...
And his insurance providers narrowly scoped his coverage after he ripped them off for $4 million over the housekeeper.
Watercraft exclusions.
He totally ripped them off
So
and kept it for himself.
Accidents are covered, but then you have all these exclusions that take the coverage away. So there was no coverage.
Did the defendant have an umbrella policy? First, tell the jury what an umbrella policy is very quickly, if you could.
An umbrella policy would be...
You must have had one.
A primary...
If we're talking about it.
Say on your car.
He used to. That's what the coverage for the housekeeper was.
Coverage. It could be broader than your car. It could also apply to your house. Generally, that coverage is, the limits are multiples of maybe what your liability limits are, and it could be broader than just your house. It could apply to your house and your car. So
They're a pretty good idea, generally, folks. If you have assets to
I
protect,
think
they're not
all
that
the
expensive.
coverage was with Philadelphia, and I remember reviewing all the policies. I don't remember if it was exactly what they were referred to this time.
Did you ever find out if the defendant had an umbrella policy or the status of that policy?
There was no coverage for this boat crash other than with Progressive on the boat.
Which was 500,000.
Did the defendant have an umbrella policy at one time, to your review?
He had coverage. He had the coverage with Lloyd's of London and Nautilus immediately before, which was the coverage that was in effect when Gloria Satterfield fell at his house. And he had an umbrella policy there.
All right. And what happened to that policy, that coverage?
The policy came up for renewal. Normally they're a year. Renewal of this claim.
They declined.
So when it came up for renewal,
we ain't going down that road again.
Canceled it, which is why he then went and bought this hunting club operation or hunting.
You guys, I just had a benchmark moment in my career just now.
Really
Congrats.
Good.
I sent off a pleading for someone to just take a brief look at, make sure there was nothing that needed to be changed. It came back.
Coverage for the boat.
Zero
It did not.
edits.
I told Danny Henderson in November of 2019 that it did not.
Are you ready to practice on your own?
Something called a declaratory judgment action where they
Hell with oversight.
Court to declare their rights, meaning we don't have any coverage. It's clear the policy doesn't apply. Judge, tell, in this case, the plaintiff, because they sued us, the Beach family, and they sued Alex Murdaugh and to for a declaration there was no coverage. I refused to participate. I said I would just be bound by whatever the result was because I knew what the result was going to be.
Generally, at this point in time, what was your assessment of the defendant, how lucrative the defendant's practice was and his general wealth?
Well, so
this is also speculative and irrelevant.
He was making lots of money. I told you that he had most of it. So if that's 50% or 60% of the cases that are actively resolving, he's actively making money. Money's coming in. Now, whether I knew that how the law firm worked in terms of they would get their money at the end of the year, that's not uncommon, but it doesn't really change the fact that he's making lots of money. And that didn't really change in the time that I knew him. It certainly hadn't changed in the years immediately preceding the boat crash. So by the last 3 to 5 years.
All right.
Boy,
and ultimately with your review of the insurance coverages, the only one that you thought was applicable was which one?
The Progressive boat policy.
And how much was that?
$500,000.
And from your assessment of the case, was that going to be enough?
No, it wasn't. There were 6 people on the boat, including Alex's son Paul. So there was one girl whose hand was pretty severely injured. She had about $130,000 in medical bills, a couple of surgeries. You had one boy who was thrown into the console and had a broken jaw.
Objective is 401, 403.
Objections overruled.
and his medical bills exceeded $100,000. So, you got a death, you got 2 people with substantial medical bills, and there was just no way there was enough coverage at $500,000.
As a result of that assessment and your assessment of the defendant's lucrative practice and wealth, what, if any, goals did you develop for this particular litigation?
I don't know if it's as easy to answer that, but as I began to realize there was no coverage, it was clear that and oftentimes when you have someone who is very affluent, who has a lot of money, it's not uncommon for those people to pay in addition to what they have in insurance. And so Alec was going to have to pay out of his own pocket to settle the cases.
Did you ultimately file suit in this matter?
I filed suit, I think about a month after the boat crash. I filed suit before the criminal charges were brought.
Criminal charges against who?
Paul, I'm sorry.
And so in March of 2019, you filed suit?
I believe so.
And did you sue the defendant?
I did.
All right. Without getting into the weeds too much, what's the basis of potential liability for the defendant?
So in the very beginning, if there was any chance at coverage, the allegations were that he knew that his son Buster, his older son Buster, who was 21 years old, had obtained a duplicate license, and that Paul was using that
I don't
license
like this
to
guy.
buy alcohol.
But his
And
face
so
reminds
it
me of Donald
was-
Trump Jr.
It's sort of a.
It does.
Alex lawyers at time to time have characterized it
Why
as
you guys
negligent
don't like it?
parenting, but it's
I'm just
in
saying.
the law you have this idea that there's
Being real
a
with
thing
you.
called negligent entrustment. You know that somebody drinks.
I like
You
Donald
know
Trump
that
Jr. I don't
Objection
like
and
that
offering
guy.
legal principles.
in excess, get drunk. You give him your vehicle, you've created a hazardous situation, and so that's the
Objection.
liability.
This is ridiculous.
And so what I did in the very beginning,
Well, I was right. They brought the bookcase in.
drafted it to try
The full
to
boat case.
see if there could
Like
be
they didn't just
coverage,
mention it.
even though I
No,
didn't.
now there's
Explaining
extra.
negligent entrustment to a jury.
Yeah. Now there's extra potential
Justify
murderers that we're bringing in.
You'd made the assessment that the defendant was going to have to personally pay in this matter, correct?
He was.
Did you ultimately communicate that to his attorneys and to the defense in this case?
Multiple times and very clearly.
And in this case, I mean the both.
The redhead's Buster, right?
Yeah.
Because one buddy's sitting back there like, it's all right, bro. Guy's arms back over the pew.
Is there such a concept as a friendly defendant or a venue defendant or a placeholder defendant in civil litigation?
There is.
Can you just very quickly explain that to the jury?
It started, you first see the references back in, I think it was the 40s and 50s. And it was a way that if you're from out of state and you get sued in South Carolina, you have a right, rather than be in state court like we are now, you could have it, that case against you.
Who cares?
And so oftentimes what people would do to keep the out-of-state person from taking it to federal court and rather keep it in the county where they knew everybody is you would also sue someone in state. And so it was a venue defendant. Now, and that kept the federal court from having what's called diversity. But in civil cases in state court, sometimes you do that. I mean, if there are two people driving a car, driving two cars, two people involved in the wreck, the passenger didn't cause the wreck. So you could sue both and let the jury sort out who it was, even though you believe that probably 99% of the liabilities on one person, or maybe all of it's on one person. Juries do crazy things sometimes.
Had you made it clear to the defense during this time that you were not considering the defendant just a friendly defendant or a placeholder defendant or a venue defendant?
From the beginning and very clearly.
Why does the jury need to know
personal recovery
his
against him?
considerations
He was always
about
gonna
why
have to
Alec
pay
is included in a
pay
lawsuit?
A lot of money.
Does your area of the law, do y'all have some sort of annual conference every year that many people involved in it attend?
We do. Michael Gunn mentioned it. I think he called it SCADG or SCAD. I don't know. So I called it the Trial Lawyers Conference. It was at the Westin at Hilton Head every year.
What time of year what month does that take place?
It's usually the first weekend of August. So that if that's first, second, third, or fourth, fifth, and sixth, but it's usually that first week of August.
In August of 2019, did you attend that conference?
I did.
And did you see the defendant there?
I did.
And did you have any conversation with them?
Normally, different law firms have dinners and groups of lawyers, because it's marketing too, right? I mean, you go and you have dinners and you take other lawyers out who may send you cases or get you involved in cases. And so after dinner, everybody sort of comes back to the hotel, and there at the Westin, there's a gathering area. And I think it was a fun.
Don't let this guy buy you drinks.
Either for Mr. Harpootlian or for Lindsey Graham. But there was a whole room of lawyers, and he saw me. And this is the first sort of gathering. There's a little tension, I think. generally in the room about it, and then he beelines across the room and gets about this close.
And what does the defendant say to you?
Hey, Bo, what's this I've been hearing about what you've been saying? I thought we were.
Even Alex is like, wow, this guy's great. The theatrics, I'm vibing with it, man.
We
I'm gonna
were
steal this
friends.
for my next hearing.
He didn't think.
What's this I've been hearing about what
that,
you've been saying?
I was going to do everything I needed to do to help my clients. He was wrong, and he needed to settle the case.
Was that conversation about your intent to seek a personal recovery?
That's when he said, "What's this about what I've been hearing? I thought we were friends." That's what he was talking about. He didn't like.
So what the hell does this have to do with anything?
Pocket and pay.
Nothing.
This client's whole testimony has been such an utter waste.
Was there a
We are so far away from
The
relevance.
next year. So that was
2020.
August of 19. We don't have the mediation until September of 20.
What next? Buster's college homosexuality experimentation was about to be revealed, and that added to the stress. We get Buster's boyfriends on the stand.
Clearly, the jury needs to hear about this in order to figure out who murdered Maggie Murdaugh.
You take their depositions and you examine them and you collect
Has
documents.
Alex laughed at anyone else's
We would
testimony?
take
Because he was straight up laughing
Primarily
about
law
2 minutes ago.
enforcement, the people at the emergency room, that sort of thing.
What happened in March of 2020 that affected everybody?
Well, COVID began to shut the courts down. We continued to take some depositions, but ultimately, I think it was probably April, May, then we were sort of confined to our offices by then. So in March, we're
We
still
wore onions on
taking
our belts
depositions
back
of law
then
enforcement,
because that was the
and it
style in those
sort of slows
days.
down.
You continue to work on the boat case?
We did.
Continue to gather evidence and documentation?
I did. One of, there was a number of things that we knew existed that had not been collected by law enforcement and didn't appear to exist as far as law enforcement were concerned. And so, for instance, I subpoenaed from the Department of Defense, I believe, and ultimately got all of the federal government's documents of affidavits and things of witnesses that were out there from Parris Island. And
Without getting into all the details of the evidence, were you gathering evidence that you felt make your claim against the defendant strong?
it did.
Did you gather evidence of his involvement in 9/11 too?
And
You might as well make him a bad
some
guy.
of these, at least some of these
Like the
findings.
one question that might have helped him at all was
they're
the
sitting
leading
in the room.
question.
I mean, they might not know it until I bring it out. The first lawyer asks questions, and then the person may or may not be completely truthful, and then you bring out the document, and so they're seeing it happen.
Is Chewbacca on the Wookiee planet?
There were a number of law enforcement depositions where that happened.
As you're moving through the months of COVID and their shutdown and everything like that, is one of the things that you do is use a mock jury to sort of assess your case.
This is completely irrelevant.
Objection leading and nothing to do with
See,
anything
Nick, your favorite
that we
thing,
care
juries.
about.
We're talking about more about juries.
How is this remotely relevant?
I did in this case.
We got a mock jury, and they said we were definitely going to win.
Some of this
Huge
evidence
award.
that you felt was strong, did you sort of present that to this mock jury? And
My God.
To help you
Why
assess
does
how
the jury
strong your
care
case
about
is and how
this?
likely it is.
Objection, completely improper.
Yes, and I was specifically interested in Beaufort County, and I can explain that if you want.
No.
Let's try not to get into
No.
too much, but just yeah, if you can.
So the
Please don't.
alcohol was sold by a convenience store, Parker's convenience store. And the Parker's lawyer at times would seem to act like Paul
Why
was
the
the driver, and at other times,
Why the fuck is this relevant?
This is about as relevant as an episode of
Objection,
Gilmore Girls.
We are
Do you have
so far.
do you have information leading to the arrest of Hillary Clinton?
he would go after law enforcement, specifically
Or Trump,
about
or anyone else for that
particular
matter.
officer's
Please
connection
entertain me.
to Alex Murdaugh or the Murdaughs in general.
Did Alec help blow up the
So-
Nord Stream pipeline?
you really can't have it both ways, right? I mean, if Paul's not the driver, you don't really worry about the alcohol that was sold.
I'll allow it.
The connection with law enforcement sort of becomes irrelevant. So and it was clear what they were doing was they were trying to try a case that
Unless Paul negligently
look at
entrusts it
all
to
the
someone
bad
else.
things. Don't let him get away with this because of verdict against Parker's. And so I was interested in if we went to Buford, because I'm being told by Alec's lawyer, that a Hampton jury won't return a verdict against him. And so what I'm
Objection. Holy smokes.
That's not complete
there's the
speculation.
evidence that I have uncovered
Hearsay.
overwhelming that a jury ignores.
Like I said, needs to be
clear
titled
breaches
upon
by-
information and belief. We're
Um,
in made up land.
Ultimately, again, without getting into the weeds,
It's made in
were the
contemplation of.
results of that-
Wait. They don't want to get into the weeds now. They're worried about that.
full confidence in the strength of a large recovery against the defendant. Just answer
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
And ultimately, did you communicate
big a
that
recovery?
to the defendant's defense team?
I did. I also, to Ronnie Crosby, who said that he would talk to Alec and then they wanted copies of some of the statements by the people that wanted to take everything he had.
This guy's upset because he missed out on getting a yacht out of this with the settlement.
What time period are we talking about? Right
This
here?
was May of 20.
He sued for $50 million, which if he collected would stand to make $20 million on
Anything
him.
else going on in your life as this time period was going as well?
Well, I was getting divorced.
Yeah, in fairness, Alex should never have slept with this guy's wife.
But yeah, so
How is this any
But
relevant?
yeah, I think you're.
I must have walked away when he said that part. Jesus.
I got you.
So was this your second or third?
He didn't say that on
Um,
camera or in camera.
As we move from May of 2020 into the fall of 2020, are those conversations continuing with the defense about the strength of your case and your desire to have a personal recovery against the defendant?
Sure, there was a lot of pushback about the shock that I would hold Alec personally responsible, make him pay. And then in August of 20,
Was there pushback from the fake jury that you hired?
I figured out that
Alec invited me to go duck hunting one day. I didn't go.
But we continued to.
What did the fake jury say about the double homicide?
Probably by November, I
Fake juries
knew
are
how
the
bad
best.
it was.
If you find a good one that
I
pays
knew
well,
that I was going to
you
be
can just hang
gone.
out there all day.
And so I
snack.
tried to make arrangements.
How is the
to-
judge not bored by this?
I'm still having to decide.
He gets
This
paid
is getting
regardless.
some age on it. We filed it pretty soon. A case that gets about
What
a
was
year
it?
old.
I know that's why you get short.
We have
You're
mandatory.
like a garbage man. Finish your route quickly.
Mediated in September, and then immediately after that, it would be eligible for trial. We didn't settle the case, and in November, I sent some requests to admit, which is in the law. In
Explain
some of
it.
the cases, there's all this evidence. Like in here, you've seen this. You have to bring somebody in here that says, I opened the car door, and then you bring the next guy in and says, well, I took the maps
I
out.
saw him murder his
And-
wife.
and
That's what
if
you'd
that's
bring him in
not
here to say.
disputed, and we can send something, it's a written question, say, admit that it was daylight when this happened. Okay, we'll admit that. So we don't have to call somebody in.
No
It's-
one ever
it's
admits.
certain facts to be true, and
They
then
just
those
copy
things
and
are
paste
taken
the
as
same
true. We
exact
don't have to
objections
present them.
over and over and
So,
over, and throw in
I
one.
had made up my
there's a
mind
different
that I was
objection.
going to send the case to
I
Buford.
had a case like that once. Would you
I
agree
was
that it was a
inside the case.
Tuesday? Fuck you, no.
So I sent
I was like,
requests to admit
okay.
in November of 19 before I was.
I mean,
about-
I don't know how it works in all cases, but in my experience,
The
that's
judge had to
basically-
get involved on that one.
November of
All the questions.
I think it was November the 19th.
All right, before we get there,
His explanation is good though, which is, hey, rather than having people come in and authenticate crap and have
We've had,
basically do what you've been doing this whole trial, we have people
with the
admit
defense
things.
about the strength of your case, as you've talked about, correct?
Oh, yeah.
And the strength of your case against the defendant, is that correct?
Yeah, and one of
Just
the
real
other.
quick, let
The
me
best
ask a question.
case, the strongest case
Uh,
ever. Don't worry about it. He's
had you
he's
had
not able to
any
defend his
discussions
case
about
in front of you. You could just take my
The
word
number
for it.
that you were seeking from the defendant, roughly.
I ultimately I have that conversation. They pushed me for a number. By November, I'd give him a number. Yes.
All right.
How does this judge not need to go to the restroom?
Pay 10 million out of his pocket.
Did his attorneys bring up the whole Sixth Amendment issue here?
I think he is a trucker buddy under the.
That he
the
might
bench there.
could cobble together $1 million. But
Do
he
you
was
have any
broke.
other response?
He was broke.
He was broke. He can only get $1 million.
Maybe could get $1 million.
By the way, you
Based
can
on
just
your knowledge
lie
of the defendant
in
and his
mediation
practices, you've testified.
in a negotiation.
Did you accept that?
I
Yes,
could probably get $1 million.
Because
And
that never happens either.
you can have $200 million sitting in cash. You could be on a throne of money and say, I
Did
probably
you
could only
offer him
cobble
any
together
other
100
sort of
grand.
Settlement, any sort of
I've had to
plan or anything
investigate
like
how
that?
much money the other parties had before.
If you're broke, I'm happy to work out a payment plan.
Oh, come on, this guy.
Why you only have
I knew he
mediation
had
after
Moselle.
discovery?
Got
Always.
Moselle right after a big
You
settlement.
wouldn't be working on a payment plan. You'd be unzipping your pants in front of them.
Was that 1,700 acres?
Here you go,
Oh,
Alex.
jeez.
Moselle, conveyed the
That
beach
escalated.
house, still had the house in Hampton. And we'll work out a payment plan on the rest.
Oh, come on, this guy.
He did.
What a slime. Oh, this lawyer makes
I've
me
been
sick.
told that the defendant is broke despite what you believe.
I like his suit and
Do you
tie
have a
combo,
response
though.
to that?
Very
I
slick.
did in October.
I like the
I
yellow.
love his nonverbals. Like
Almost
the way he
immediately after
presents these
mediation,
stories
I
to the
served
jury.
Discovery. Again, it's a written question. And there are two different types. There's interrogatories where you ask a question. Tell me where you bank.
Civil procedure
And
class.
then there could be requests
That's
for.
what I'm saying. He missed his
Right.
calling.
I didn't say that, but.
You gonna talk about joinder,
Yeah, I
brother?
sent Discovery.
Oh.
Just real quick, we'll talk about discovery in a second.
Subject matter
No.
What is that response? He says I'm broke. What are you saying in response?
There's no way. I mean, like I said, he has a spigot of money that's running. He's settling cases. He's got big cases. He's got lots of cases. He's got generational wealth. There's
Apparently
no
his
way
house of cards
he's
wasn't
got 1,800
collapsing.
acres in Moselle. He's not broke by anybody's standards.
Did you ask the defense to, okay, show me the
There's a
books,
big
prove
difference
to
between
me
not
that you're
broke and able
I
to
did.
pay $10 million.
What was the
I mean, there's a
response?
gulf
No.
there.
So that
I'm
led
not
you to
broke.
some
I don't have
discovery?
$10 million
Led me
though.
to send Discovery to get that information.
Can you really say having
Specifically, what
$1 million
information
is
relates
broke?
to the defendant's books and the defendant's accounts are you talking about?
Well, it was broad, so it was broader than this, but what I was looking for was the institutions, the accounts where he did his banking. Because if he was in fact broke, if his bank account says zero or $5,000 or $7,000, it was because he was hiding it, in my opinion, at the time. So that's what I was looking for.
All right. And so you sent those discovery requests?
I did.
And did the defendant provide that information or did they decline to provide that information?
They objected almost immediately.
No shit.
So did you then file some subsequent legal papers because they refused to provide the information about the defendant's accounts?
I did. I filed what's called a motion to compel, where I asked the judge to compel or make him give me the information.
This guy. He could not look slimier if you put him in front of a used car lot.
Right, that's right.
He looks like a knockoff legal eagle.
Exhibit 402. Generally,
He's the other version. Liga Iga.
By the way, how do all you guys in the audience who have $7,000 in your bank account feel like, being called broke? Like,
Yeah, no, seriously. What an
Peasants,
a-hole.
peons.
Compel that I filed.
Oh, you losers who have less than 7,000, who are broke with 7,000 in your
Lawyer's
account.
response is the objection.
Jerk.
Question.
All right. What's the date on that document?
The
Motion
date-
to
I
compel.
wonder if the
Motion to
state
compel
realizes
is
that they're
filed
making
after the
that
6th.
this guy makes Alex look like
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 402
altruistic
and
guy.
evidence, I believe, subject only to a previous objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
How long is that guy's tie? Does it go to the floor? That yellow tie?
Has
It
to
just
cover
keeps
his
going and
That
going?
must go right to his belt buckle. Yeah, he
There's a
must.
theory that a tie is supposed to like point down towards your
State's 402, the one you just described, is that right?
That's
Well,
right.
it should point
Knees,
down, Joe,
Joe.
for sure.
towards your
That's the date on it right there.
Correct.
schlong.
This isn't Dilbert.
Thanks, Joe.
You're welcome.
Bunch of people in the chat would be real happy to be broke at $7,000 right now. They're like,
There've been a lot
That's
of.
why I'm
our guy's
a
like,
lot
I
of-
got $200.
All throughout law school, I would love to have 7 Gs.
Turned
On my
over
pay.
That's
what
why I'm stuck wearing a bow tie.
Document. And
love bow
is this
ties.
some of that discovery asking for for the defendant to identify his specific bank accounts that you were just describing?
That's right.
And can you just read number one right there? That's a question that you're asking the defendant to provide to you, correct?
Yeah, what you see there is the bold, the answer is, so this is, Alex Lawyer has retyped the questions that I sent. So that's the question that I wrote. Number one, list all checking and or savings accounts, including credit union accounts, certificates of deposit, 401k accounts, SEP accounts, IRAs maintained by you individually and or jointly with any others, and any other accounts over which you had signature authority for maybe in any capacity, regardless of whether or not the account or accounts have been closed from February 2019 to present. And then the answer is what this lawyer said, which is generally an objection that's overbroad, it's unduly burdensome, it's not relevant, doesn't have anything to do with it.
And I'm sure they copied and pasted it all the way down the page.
And again, without
You would give the same response, buddy.
To ask
the
judge in the civil case.
This is why I'm in criminal. This stuff is just so boring.
And if
you think
that motion, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, but if a motion to compel a success,
good.
had gotten the defendant to produce the identity of all accounts he had, what would have been your next step if you continued to follow that thread?
Well,
Objection.
I knew some of
Speculation.
the
Wait, I thought his
I would
order
have
was
verified
granted.
that he was telling me.
What do you
the
mean
truth,
if,
right?
you shyster lawyer?
Some things I'm verified.
dare you accuse
but I
me of
would have
not having an
ultimately
order?
sent subpoenas to the banks, and then I would have begun to subpoena the accounts. I mean, I know he's got a personal account. I know that the law firm's got accounts, but he's got these other entities, these partnerships and things. I didn't know if he had accounts there. So that would have been what would have happened next.
At this point in time, were you aware of any institutions that you believe the defendant had bank accounts at?
I knew about Palmetto State Bank, and I believe that I knew about Bank of America.
At this point in time, though, did you have any idea about all the stuff over there with the fake forge account and all this other stuff that the jury's heard about?
Not a clue.
No further questions,
If you
please.
had been successful, you would have sought to identify all accounts in his name and then reviewed those accounts. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
the subpoena to Bank of America wouldn't have said, give me the information for account 102 or whatever the number was. It would have been for all accounts that have his name on it, period.
Would
in any
have,
capacity.
objection calls
So
for
it would have been very
speculation.
broad.
And to be fair, they could continue.
It's all
to
predicated
object
on him
subpoenas and that
winning a
sort of
motion to
thing, but
compel.
This was, if you had
Yeah.
had to follow this thread, that was the
Motions to quash have
Protected
been
by
some of my
Stop.
favorite hearings to argue, though.
That's exactly what it was. And I was doing it like you heard
I
Chris
was doing it.
talk about in that Mack truck
This
case.
is the
that
stupidest
defendant
testimony
didn't
ever.
want this to happen.
Joe, you got it. Nail
In
it.
the civil case. There's
No,
lots of
there's
times
like
people
nothing
don't
to.
want certain things
There's
to happen.
no relevance. Did he
They
kill
don't
her?
want it. That's what
Did
I
he kill
want.
his son
So
or
I'm
not?
putting pressure
What the hell is this
where I
guy
can put
talking
pressure
about?
and this is a place that I can put pressure. At the time, I think it's because he's making so much money. He doesn't really want us to know how much money he's making.
Well, to an extent, he didn't want you to know how much money he was making.
They're just in the middle
Legally.
of discovery. That's all this is telling me. They're in the middle of discovery, so he needs a continuance. And so he
No, he's ready to go to trial, Steve. Stop lying.
He
Yeah.
goes and kills his wife and son because he's
Yes, he
in
had
the
a
middle
slam
of
dunk. Slam dunk, Steve. He had it.
This is the most BS thing I've ever heard in a. This is a criminal trial.
Why?
You don't know what it's like to do
Motions
PI.
filed in October.
Oh, I've done PI.
No, I was going to say that's what he'd be like. This
2020.
is my world.
Is there any hearing on that?
I'm on this
right
wall.
away, or does that take sometimes a while for that kind of thing to happen?
It took a while. COVID wasn't over, but the courts weren't really running. There were some courts when the Chief Justice began to open the court system back up. They had to have some kind of COVID plan in place. Hampton wasn't one of them. This case had been specially assigned to a judge from Lancaster. And so there weren't any real opportunities to get the motion heard at that time.
You had initially described how you were Initially, what county did you file this lawsuit in?
I first filed the lawsuit in its first draft in Beaufort County.
Okay. And as we're moving to this time period, COVID slowed things around. You filed your motion to compel. Are you considering moving that to a different county?
By November, I've pretty well made up my mind that I'm going to move it back to Beaufort County. And it's not just that I'm moving it back, it's that Parker's also had a motion, so I could consent to its motion to move the case back.
And so you're considering putting it in Beaufort at this point, is that right?
That's right.
And was that in part because the defense or the defendant over there believed that you couldn't get a verdict against him in Hampton County?
He was insistent.
As we move into early 2021, again, I don't want to get in for purposes of this trial for the specific discussion as it relates to other defendants, but had you start to reassess?
Yeah, we wouldn't want to get too far into the
decision
weeds.
to maybe take
Yeah, we don't want to infect their rights.
Yes,
Because they're definitely not here.
While I was in Florida, beginning in January,
Oh, no.
Mr. Parker, who owned Parker's convenience store, began to
This
do it.
reminds me of every time my mom goes to a grocery store
Wait.
and like strikes up a conversation with anyone
Way
and decides
against me
to
going to
divulge their entire life.
Communicate perhaps
Or she
moving it-
divulges her
keeping it in
entire
Hampton
life to them.
County, at the Hampton County.
Not until I got back from my treatment in mid-April.
All right. Stand by.
Objection, what the hell are we talking about at this point?
Objection, you just
treatment?
gave the whole court cancer. We didn't know it was contagious, but you've taught us. Oh my gosh.
What is he testifying about?
Oh,
Clearly
his
the,
opioid
the
addiction.
boating thing that the trial he never got to do.
The whale he didn't get to kill. He's like, I missed my 20 million cut. I mean, he's got to help.
How many people was he bragging to about the 20 million he was going to get coming in?
Oh,
And then-
I would be too.
Then it all went away.
Yeah,
He's already talked to the yacht salesman.
Let me ask you this.
Probably put down a deposit.
Started
If
considering
I put down a 500 deposit, will you hold it?
because of some things that was happening. with
Probably why he
another
divorced
defendant,
his
that
wife.
being the convenience store in Beaufort County.
Trading her
Right.
in for a
You said
younger model that
Hampton.
he could buy with 20 million.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. You're in Beaufort at this point, correct?
No, I'm
He didn't say he divorced her.
I filed it initially against Luther's, which was a bar after. So the kids launched the boat from Alex family place.
I wonder if the defense is going to try to bring in the motion by the defendants in this case to get him removed as counsel
Trust. Maybe they're too
for misconduct.
to trust. So I sued Alex's father. I sued the trust.
What did he do?
Because could have been that alcohol was provided there. It turned out it wasn't.
Reportedly, he leaked mediation recordings to a group of people doing a documentary on this murder trial.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah, he contacted other parties rather than going through their lawyers. A variety of pretty clear misconduct shenanigans. If true, I don't know if any of it's true. That's what opposing counsel is arguing.
First lawsuit, whether
Basically, they can't work with this guy because he's a scumbag. He needs to be removed by the court.
but I ultimately did suppress.
You were describing you were in April 2021. Had you at that point had some
Sufficiently serious that
communication?
real lawyers actually filed the motion to have him removed. So
yeah.
Yes, I did.
And was it
Just thinking, if this was like 25 years ago, John Edwards could have been probably involved in this case tangentially.
It was.
Right.
It was. And the motions were coming up. I mean, it was, I've been gone for 4 months or whatever it is, 4.5 months. And so the motions are set to be heard. And there are a number of motions. Parker's, I said, had filed this motion to transfer the case to Beaufort.
You're ready to go to trial in 2 months, like you testified in camera, right? Even though you have a motion to transfer venue that's unresolved.
You killed your wife and son because
we're in April 2021, and
you
you're
got a
thinking
motion
about
coming up.
putting it in Hampton. You were still concerned, though, about the case against the defendant in Hampton County, his home county, correct?
I think you're still getting Beaufort and Hampton mixed up, but so not exactly. I was
because you're from Columbia.
I'll explain. There was
on city folk.
There were a number of reasons that I wanted the case. in Beaufort. I had substantial evidence. One of the things that we didn't talk about was when you have a 17, 18, 19-year-old girl, which I have, she constantly has her phone and she's constantly taking videos. And so one of the things that I discovered is that Paul's girlfriend had tons of videos of alcohol, family trips, videos of Paul drinking in front of his parents, videos of him grossly intoxicated. And so that evidence I shared with Alec's lawyers as well leading up to it. I didn't share it. They didn't serve the same discovery on me because they didn't want the other defendant, Greg Parker, to have it at that time because they were so entrenched in that there was.
How the fuck do you know what they were thinking?
Friendly lawsuit going on between Alec and myself, but there wasn't.
Oh, yeah. Are there any boundaries to the evidence submission at all in this case?
No.
As you're considering all these issues,
There are 0 jurors who have been moved at
any
all by
issue
this.
about suing any other defendants in Beaufort County if you felt like the case was not getting a fair shake in Hampton County.
So once I made the decision,
I'll allow it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop for the day.
Thank God.
We're going to resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please
Oh
not
my
discuss
God.
the case.
Holy cats.
This is the most bizarre testimony in a criminal
is
trial.
he-
So now we have a trial within a trial within a trial.
Right.
Yeah.
What information did we get from this witness that leads us to believe that Alex Murdaugh
Yes.
killed his wife
Yes.
or son?
Because there were 4 motion hearings coming up. Aren't you listening, Joe?
Yeah.
crazy-
Nothing introduced has made it more likely or less likely that he committed this murder.
The crazy thing is, if this guy's right about all the money that he's got stashed away, then the financial cards motive is gone. It's done. So either he's going to conceal money. I mean, sure, he's concealing money for the boat case, but he actually has it. Okay, well, then his financial house of cards is not going to collapse.
The nature of the objection.
Your Honor.
As I understand, the relevance of this under the state's theory is financial pressure due to the said $10 million that he expected the defendant to pay. These details about interactions with other defendants, the relevance is just not apparent. And then there's getting.
Your Honor, through my questions, I've been trying to minimize getting into the weeds on that. I believe
No,
the
you have
response
not.
that the witness and happy to
You're the fucking swamp creature.
that particular question is communicating to the defense that he, intended to sue Maggie and Paul in Beaufort County if he detected anything that he thought in Hampton County that was untoward. And I think that that's specifically relevant to the specific pressures that were rising on this defendant in April of 2021.
Is he trying to articulate this guy would have sued in 2 separate counties?
I agree with the defense. You said you're not trying to get in the weeds, but you're far into the weeds.
Oh, wow. The judge actually noticed that.
Hey.
And we will resume at 9:30. Mr. Harpootlian.
I'm out of order. You're out of order. This whole court's out of order.
That's what the judge is saying about himself. Pathetic.
I'm not sure when that's going to be. Anyway, a number of our witnesses, when I say a number, at least 4, perhaps 5, are from out of state. They're experts. So it's prohibitively expensive for us to just fly them in and have them sit somewhere for a week or 2. I wonder if we could inquire of the state, is there some
end to this
case that they predict will happen within, and because, Your Honor, if they tell us they're going to end on, I mean, it's sort of the reverse. They tell us they're going to end on 10 days from today, and they end 8 days from today, or we won't have witnesses to put up. So we delay the court. So, and it's not. I've talked to the Attorney General several times, and he has been.
This is a brilliant argument.
To me, when that might happen, I thought perhaps, and I'm not asking he do that right now, but perhaps he could, Your Honor, it would ask him, he could like consult with his team and think about That might
Maybe
be-
look at his scope trial.
So that we don't say,
Yeah.
we have a witness here. They're in Chicago or.
That's a great. I love it. I love this lead defense attorney guy.
He's great.
Boone.
I'm
Good
not
old
whining,
Booner.
I'm just saying,
Or at least his arguments are brilliant.
especially.
Reasonable request. I certainly understand.
Reminder, they're supposed to wrap up this case tomorrow by the initial predictions. Both sides.
I've been very
Are
accommodating.
you serious?
with what our next
It
day's
was a
schedule
3-week
is.
trial
and-
was the
and,
prediction.
trying to provide that. I've tried my best to communicate with the
Well,
defense.
if you allow everything,
Thank you,
then
Matt.
it
Concede,
just
I've
takes
got-
like five times as
When
long.
are you going to be through?
In fairness, the prosecutor could actually blame the judge for this. Well, Your Honor, you keep letting me run.
And, he says I didn't tell him, and I told him that, right
Answer
now,
the
I'm
question.
thinking at the latest midweek next week is what I was thinking.
Judge, ask again.
Today. And again, Your Honor understands these are fluid. Objection can happen, cross-examination happens, and camera proceedings can happen.
It's not
But that's-
cross-examination. It's that the judge is
Does that
allowing
give you a
far more than he
sufficient
should.
idea?
Yeah, give us a time.
If this process
Day.
is on, they decide they need to. I mean, again, I said I accused him of gilding.
We started as a murder trial, Your Honor.
It's apparently instinctive. I'm not criticizing it. It's his case.
4 more
I am
days
criticizing
of
it.
state
It's his
witnesses.
case.
He has the right to know.
I just, and he has every day when I've asked him, who you calling tomorrow? Been 100% cooperative, and we're going to do the same for him. But as we proceed.
Judge does not like the
tomorrow,
defense.
He thinks he's going to be done midweek, Wednesday of next week.
Yeah. What does midweek mean?
Right now, yes, sir.
As of right now.
What we're going to do is we're going to try to structure a plan where we have
He's gonna
available
fucking sandbag it.
Wednesday, Thursday that we don't have to fly in, but it may be the following week before we can get those folks here, if that makes some sense.
This is the problem with permissive parents. This judge is a
Well, we'll-
permissive parent.
We'll need to address it as we go, and I think maybe reassess things.
He's trying to tell you,
No,
Judge, these
we
are
need
experts.
to address
Suck.
it now. That is exactly
Address
what
it
he's
as you
saying.
go.
You have to control your
You're a
courtroom.
loser.
I'm not saying
Control
that.
your courtroom.
Understand
God.
the situation.
Fuck.
I bet it is. I
You
spent
can't do
12
anything.
Pound the table.
difficult.
Pound the
You don't
table.
need a
defense.
judge. Just get rid of this dude.
We're having
Everyone just
we're
do whatever
having
they
a
want.
Nick Rekieta panel revolt.
A 3-week trial for now.
This guy's terrible.
You're
So
a
at
judge,
least
not
defense
boss
is
hog.
like pushing back.
And
Keep pushing back.
our case is going to take, we
Tell
think,
me how
at
this
least
would be different if there was no judge sitting in that chair at all. Everyone just do what they
rented
want.
or set aside hotel rooms for a 3 or 4 week trial. It's probably best to make provisions. And we're going to try to pare that back. We think the jury,
It's tired enough.
what they heard 3 weeks ago, the further we go on.
Okay, we'll just revisit the issue perhaps on a daily basis and see how we're going.
That doesn't.
No,
Thanks,
no,
Judge.
that
doesn't
doesn't
help.
help. Deadline.
Oh, what a loser.
You gotta. Yeah. Come on.
Well,
This is literally
gonna have
his
a-
job.
there's a revolt. You've got a revolt going on. Put them
No,
down,
we're
Nick.
all angry. This is wrong. This
That is
is an
bullshit.
injustice. This is
Oh, it
not a
is.
judge
We got-
doing his job.
We go from a 3-week trial to a 3.5-week state's case.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine Borowski dealing with this.
I think it's
Remember,
Murdaugh.
Borowski was just like,
Borowski would
no.
have set the timer.
Yeah, he's like, this is how much time you have, and we're going to
Nope.
be done.
No, we're not doing this. No. Chambers.
This is a civil case. They're treating this as a civil case. They are not treating this as a criminal case.
To
Because
be fair, Danny,
my
there are 2
understanding
civil
is
cases
that-
in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
chat. The chat has named this trial, and it's perfect. It's the Inception trial. It's like the chair falls in, and then it's like another level of trial, and you go
Another
back.
trial, another trial inside of
Yeah,
it,
it's
another trial inside.
this is the Inception trial.
God, I wish I knew how often negligent entrustment jury verdicts were returned in favor of a plaintiff in South Carolina.
They can start another whole trial on insurance fraud as to whether or not he was actually faking the whole death of his maid type of thing, and whether he was trying to induce fraud on that. Let's start bringing that down. And he felt
That was about to be exposed.
But I mean, this guy basically just went in front of the jury. This is my problem. This guy went in front of the jury and basically said he was going to win a case against Alec Murdaugh in the death of Mallory Beach. And
And he's at
Alec,
the discovery stage.
right. And
Yeah.
Alec Alec doesn't get to defend that. To prove negligent entrustment, you have to prove that here. I've got the elements pulled up for South Carolina specifically.
Mhm.
1, knowledge of or knowledge imputable to the owner that the driver was either addicted to intoxicants or had the habit of drinking. 2, the owner knew or had imputable knowledge that the driver was likely to drive while intoxicated. And 3, under these circumstances, the entrustment of a vehicle by the owner to such a driver. So they have to prove that he knew Paul was drinking, that he knew Paul was likely to drink and boat, and that he actually gave permission to Paul specifically to use the boat, and not that Paul just generally thought he had permission to use the boat and would take it. Like it's like, let's say Paul goes out all the time. I mean, this is the argument. He gave Paul the keys to the boat 3 weeks before. Paul just thought he could take it again, and he did. He didn't ask permission this time. Paul was very irresponsible. He was always kind of, he had a big personality, and he wanted his friends to always have fun, and his parents always kind of let them have fun. So he just assumed he could take the boat. That's not negligent entrustment necessarily.
It's at least a jury question, and you're
Right.
in the discovery phase.
And it's like, and he doesn't get to defend the civil case here. He doesn't get to litigate a civil case. This lawyer just goes and basically, I was so confident I was suing him for $50 million. We were going to cut him a break and just get him on 10. He could just hand over all the family property and everything will be just fine. It's nuts. Just nuts.
Sixth Amendment, who needs it?
Yeah, well, Joe said that. What if there was just no judge at all? This is what we would see. We just see polite attorneys. If we had just absolute South Carolina politeness and there was no judge, this is what you'd see. You go right ahead. You just go ahead. Just go right ahead. Then why have law? Why not just bring up like, this is your life? And then that'll be there. Everybody can vote if they like the person or not.
What's the status of the boating case?
I thought it was dropped after Paul's death. I don't know why.
Why? Yeah. If you got a solid negligent entrustment case against Alec, I guess you think you can't recover. Maybe that's it.
But there's an estate. That's what the estate's for. You still sue the estate.
And you've still got an insurance claim, at least $500,000, right? Like, why would you drop it? Why would you?
I think there's some misinterpretation there. So the criminal charges against Paul were, of course, dropped after his death.
If you die, the state can't convict you.
Right.
And here's let's see, a January 24th news story. Judge approves settlement in Murdaugh boat accident crash lawsuits.
All right.
So they settled it out,
dropping the estate of Murdaugh's wife and surviving son.
This is just
Also,
but I don't know what that means.
Well, that means that Mr. Murdaugh, Alec, is sacrificing himself for his surviving son.
Not necessarily. You've got the Alex, not the only defendant. The other defendant are the Parkers, with the dram shop,
the liquor store. Yeah.
Because I mean,
holy shit! What a ridiculous case,
Nick. They hadn't even gotten to depositions in this case yet, had they? They were still in just interrogatories and
right.
No,
Sean,
how dare you? He was ready to go to trial in 2 weeks. You liar.
Well,
or 2 months. Not a chance.
I mean, like that. They are like in mile 1 of a marathon at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean,
That would've
depositions
been
could take
the-
6 to 9 months alone.
Yep, that would have been stipulations to extend discovery and fights and emotions to extend discovery as long as you can, because
This would
that
have been
is
years.
It would have been a years long case, not a couple months. You okay over there, Joe?
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean,
I'm good.
this guy missing out on. This guy missing out on.
Going to town over there. You're a pianist.
No, I have a lot of thought flowing through my head here. I'm just very frustrated with this judge. I'm frustrated with this whole case, and I probably need to have a lay down for a while, as the Brits would say. Not going to kid you. I'm going to tell you all.
I get it. I understand. I'm with you.
No,
go to some sauna, Joe.
No.
Look, I'm just saying, even though I'm kind of pretty drunk at this point, I'm still able to throw out things that Steve is like, yeah, you know what? Joe summed it up perfectly.
You did.
So even in my drunkenness, thank God, I'm very flattered. Steve, I hold you in the highest regard, and I thank you.
Well, you still need to send me your address. Put it in the trial so I can send you a book.
I'll put it in the comments in our private chat.
Yes, thank you.
People are saying Buster agreed to a settlement. Was Buster a party? so confused.
Don't know.
Anyway.
Was he concerned about his mother's estate? Maybe
tomorrow, Nick, you're not going to be here, right?
Correct.
So I will be streaming this trial tomorrow. Any of you who are sitting here on this panel and others who have appeared on this panel, I will send them invites to join. I would be thrilled. I think that Andrew said he will join me tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to that. And Steve and potentially Criminal Sean, Danny, I will send each of you, as well as Uncivil Law and anyone else, although I think Uncivil might be streaming it himself. But I will be inviting everyone to join tomorrow. And I think you said you're going to miss Wednesday and Thursday also. I'm certainly not looking to compete with my friend Nicholas Recadas here, who
I'm not even streaming, so you're not.
Well, that's my point. Is I'm trying to fill the void that's left by you rather than competing with you. So yes, tomorrow I will be streaming this trial from my own channel, which thank God has actually the strike period has ended. And yeah, so
and where can we find that channel? Where can we find it?
That's Good Logic. It's on YouTube. It's on Rumble. You can find me on Locals. You can find me anywhere. But it's basically Good Logic, LAWGIC. So I urge you all to join me tomorrow as I stream this trial. And basically, probably will be screaming about how annoying this judge is and allowing in extraneous information on each of those days that I'm streaming it.
So I think the North is ready to reinvade the South and hold South Carolina, but occupy them yet again. After being punished by this, Joe's going to lead the pack.
Well, we could tie up the entire
rules.
We could tie up the entire state of South Carolina with just one motion hearing, and they would never see the invasion coming. They'd all be caught completely unawares.
But then we'd all kill our family because we'd have a motion hearing coming up.
Be the omnibus motion.
All right, Joe. Catch you later, buddy. Thanks
all
for
right,
hanging
thank
out.
you so much. I appreciate you all having me, and hopefully you all will join me tomorrow. And I will see you.
All right. I look forward to the link, Joe.
All right. I will send you. Godspeed.
I'll share an observation. I was working today and when I'm working, you work on appellate briefs. And one of the arts of an appellate brief is you've got limited time. You want to make it as snappy and sharp and to the point and as focused as possible. And it was so I'm working hard. I'm narrowing issues. I'm focused. I'm writing. And then I jump back in here when I get home. I jump back in this mess, and I'm like, "Where the hell are we?" It was really, what is it? Cognitive dissonance. You jump in the deep end of the pool, and it's swirling around. You're like, "What are we talking about? This is so in la la land." And I'm keeping my argument short, and I'm like, "Oh, this is direct. If I can get it into 2 pages, I'm doing really good." And then we've got this craziness. Holy cow! It was like neck snapping. What it was this, I don't know. Just sharing.
I feel like every state has a case like this, these inception type cases that go on and on and on. But they're civil cases. So they'll go on for decades. And then when you finally get a ruling and you go to rely on it, you have to dig through 40 pages worth of ruling to get to the quote that you want. That's what this case reminds me of. But I'm shocked because it's supposed to be a murder case. So I agree with you, Steve, is my point. These should be short and snappy. And if you're a prosecutor, you want it to be as to the point and clear. I mean, you would want it to be as to the point and clear and not boring as you would write to the judge. To an appeals court. It's the exact same. You should be grabbing the jury's attention and just holding on to it, right? And feeding them this and having them involved and having them engaged, just like a court drama would.
Everybody's punishing me in the chat by saying that I missed something about this lawyer giving money to something.
Okay, so you know how you emailed me about the GoFundMe link?
Yes,
Mark Tinsley, testifying right now, made the first donation for $1,000 to that witness.
Did he?
In this case, they moved to strike his testimony, and the judge said, "No, it's fine. It's a good question for cross."
Yeah, I'm sure it will be questionable.
Wow.
Yeah, mind you, this guy has a financial interest in the outcome of this case because the outcome of this case goes to some other civil case that he's got. So, you know,
Wow.
no big deal. just an interested lawyer who's also a witness paying another witness $1,000 who's still under subpoena for testimony immediately following their testimony. And it's favorable also. Like it's
This is like that. The judge is acting like that one friend at like a freaking kegger who just keeps inviting more and more and more people. And you're like, the house is full and we've already had the cops come by twice. Please stop. And he just keeps saying, hey man, come on over. It's so great to see you. And there's fights breaking out in different rooms. It's just pure chaos. This is insane.
This case is insane. It is the Inception case. I mean, that's what it is. It just keeps falling, and you keep like, are we in the case? What case are we in now? Is this reality? It's a bizarre case.
What we need to do is have more discussions in contemplation of settlement between Tinsley and Alec Murdaugh in the boat case that predate the murder by what, months, like a year?
Well, I think we need to bring the whole town in and interview them. And each one of them can testify whether he could get a fair trial in his town, because that has been raised by the state. So, you know, in order to rebut the state's allegation, we'll subpoena the entire city and have them one by one. And we can talk. We can spend a day on each witness and we can talk to them about their feelings and whether they would actually. In fact, what we could do is we could replay the jury for them, everyone one by one, and line them up, and then we'll get the answer to this one question.
Replay voir dire for each resident.
Oh my gosh.
Why not?
What a disaster. Let me start hitting these super chats so we can wrap up at some point, or so I can wrap up. You guys are of course free to go whenever. Steve Robertson says, hot take, Lesgo is Nick's ghost account that he uses to get his panel drunk when the trial sucks. No way. That guy's got way more money than I do. Next we've got, where the heck did that go? Oh, shoot.
No, I wonder where he's getting his money from too. Is he doing the Alec method?
No, Lesko's
I'm just joking, Lesko.
He's just Tinsley. He's got all kinds of money coming in from Alec. Where did that just go? Oh, here it is. DCV Titan says, this is what happens when you put the diversity hire on the bench. Valen is me says, do you think that they accidentally grabbed the financial crimes file when prepping for this case, and the financial crimes trial they will present murder evidence?
That's great.
Caroline, is there any consequence for the judge in this kind of rulings when the trial ends? Almost guaranteed no.
Yeah, now that's a good question though. Are they going to bring the murder stuff into the financial trial?
I mean, I would think they might as well.
Why not?
Especially if they secure a conviction.
What's going to happen to this judge? He just might get used as an example down the road at a judicial conference saying, don't do this.
Or how about, here's when you need to retire.
Yes.
It's like example one.
Well, that's the problem. Maybe he said, this is my last case. So now he's just going to drag it out forever.
Right. Maybe they told him, hey, after this trial, you're done. You're fired. And he says, well, this trial's never going to end. So
I'll allow it.
Well, it's like in Blazing Saddles. He says, civil service, right? Yeah. I'll smack it.
Ken's counseling couch says, the wife of the sperm donor that my wife and I are using to conceive has stage 2 ovarian cancer and needs help to cover medical expenses for her care. If you can help, go to the GoFundMe, and I'll put it up on stream here. Thank you very much for our family and theirs. So Ken is a friend of the channel, but here's the GoFundMe. It's this mother of 4 needs your help. So again, Ken and his wife have fertility issues. They're utilizing a sperm donor to try and conceive their own child. And the wife of the sperm donor has cancer and is trying to raise money for the treatment. I'll go ahead and share the GoFundMe in all 3 of the chats. If you guys want to check it out, you can certainly do that and make your own decisions on it. Ken's always been a good friend of mine, so I'm happy to share that GoFundMe there. LB, Tinsley is angry because he could have collected $1.5 million from Alex and insurance, but now he is out of $1 million and no hope of recovery. He's sus, in my opinion. Oh, he could have recovered $10 million. Well, that's what he thought. Now, here's the other thing. So I was questioning why Buster settled. Buster apparently gave his ID to Paul to buy the liquor because Paul was underage at the time of the purchase from the convenience store. So that's why Buster is in there. I guess that's similar to negligent entrustment. Trent Thorough, this guy watched how Saul Goodman operated and said to himself, "This is how I win." Tina Lewis, Tinsley law-splaining to the jury. All I hear is I'm a weasel and I'm secretly in love with Murdaugh despite having a deep-seated jealousy of him. Not to mention he is sitting like a douche.
Right.
Ben Ray Lal. The purpose of this witness is to paint Alex as the untouchable elite, especially with the comment that no other jury would convict him. It's basically telling the jury to convict for no reason other than to get the elite. I do think that, he could never get, they'll never return a jury verdict in Hampton. Isn't that the county they're in?
I think so.
Wasn't that a hearsay statement? That was a statement from Alec's lawyer. That wasn't from Alec. Why didn't they object to that?
We're so far afield. How far away?
No, that was definitely hearsay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and it was Alec's lawyer who said it, allegedly said it in settlement talks.
No,
and that's why they're changing venue
in this court.
Jeez.
I mean, I guess
Your
the state could
objection
argue the Waldman argument, right? That he's acting on behalf of his client, and you can impute the statement from the lawyer to the client, but you should at least make the state make that argument.
Right. And I don't think it's that simple either. Like, I guess you call the lawyer to make the statement then, right? Call him as a hostile witness if you have to do that. See if he admits to saying that in court. Good luck. Legal Layman says, salutations panel. Just here to show my channel. I would still do an out-of-date Dean post-mortem. However, more importantly, March 23rd at 5 p.m. Central, I'm doing an interview discussion with the venerable Steve Gosney.
Oh, what? Who was that? What? I missed
Legal Layman.
Oh, yeah. Legal Layman. Right. That's in March, though, right?
Yeah, March 23rd.
Right.
Knapp says, is Judge Morgan Crosby one of the worst judges you guys have seen? I mean, I don't
know.
No.
See, the thing is, it's irritating. Again, this is the wrong judge for this case, because they need to have a judge who's cracking the whip on this prosecutor and keeping the case moving and disciplined. And he is Mr. Permissive. And that's a very bad, basically it's kind of like a feedback loop of irrelevance.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Alec's lawyer who allegedly made that statement is dead. He died from cancer. I forgot about that.
Oh.
So there's not even a way to cross him or have him dispute it. Let's go. Brandon says, I would like to order 2 shots for my good friend Joe. Get him in or wave the flag. Well, he's no longer with us. Joe.
He went
Joe
to
is
Betty Bye.
Passed on from this panel. Rabid Raccoon the third.
He will arise again.
Rabid Raccoon 13 says, hey, Nick, rarely catch you live. Been following since Rittenhouse. Your streams helped me get through a bunch of all-night study sessions. Graduated in December and start my new gig on Monday. Thanks for all laughs, and shout out to Bronca and the rest of the panel. Hey, thanks, man.
Congratulations, man. What's
your degree in?
I'm curious too.
Okay, here we go.
I hate to ask that question.
Well, they got a job.
The answer, you just have to roll your eyes.
They got a job, so it's not lesbian basket weaving.
Right.
And not philosophy.
Kingslayer Damocles says, I swear these prosecutors lied to the judge about wanting to use financials for motive. It's straight attempted character assassination. Also, any judge who lets the state get away with this shouldn't be on the bench. You know, I think that's been Steve's position, is that that's a post hoc sort of justification for just wanting to paint him negatively.
Right. I mean, it's basic. And this happens a lot. It happens a lot, and it's very wrong and unethical. I don't think that's the way prosecutors should advocate. They should be advocating for the truth. What is the truth here? But I think instead they said, how do we get a conviction? We make him look bad. Well, how do we get all this stuff that makes him look bad in? We justify it by our rule book that says, oh, we can bring it in for motive. So that's why it is. And then they construct the motive thing in order to get the financial crimes in. So that's not truthful.
And not only have we have not heard a single shred of testimony or even one question that goes to motive. Not one question that has gone to motive. However, there's a hint that there's been some argument, maybe in writing, on their motive justification, because the judge was able to somewhat articulate their motive theory So I assume that they laid it out in a written motion.
Well, they've been hinting at it. I mean, they never talk straight, so it's hard to tell. But the state's basically been seeming to argue that he knew all this was going to be exposed,
right?
And he wanted to buy himself a month or two of extra time by delaying the exposure, by gaining sympathy for himself, by viciously and brutally butchering the wife and son everybody says he loved and adored.
Which is, when you think about that scenario, like how ridiculous it is that his motive was to buy a month by murder of his loving family.
To do what?
It's like, it's not, nothing goes away. That's why this motive theory is so weak.
Yeah, it's not like he can get all the money and just disappear. There's no.
Yeah. And the likely outcome is you'll be in a far worse position in 1 month with them being murdered.
Because your family would be dead.
And because you're probably going to get caught.
And you might be locked up for double homicide.
Yeah.
Whereas, see, I got a little theory I had a little thought about this case because, see, if the defense can defeat this case, the murder case, they get a not guilty. The way this guy's set up and stashed, he might just settle out the criminal charges. I don't know if he would go away for the rest of his life on the financial crimes.
Oh, they'll never settle.
No, but he might be able to like pay everybody off. I mean, these financial, if he makes everybody whole or at least into a position of whole, he might be able to schmooze his way right into some sort of plea agreement. Now,
I think it's too late for that.
You think? I'm just speculating.
Well,
I'm just
I don't
throwing
know.
it
I
out
mean,
there.
you know, the prosecution wants his head clearly, but imagine, for example, he could actually make all these people whole, maybe a little better than whole. Who's the prosecution calling as witnesses for the financial crime stuff? All the people have been made whole?
Right, like that one kid, the 33-year-old witness, it looks like a kid. Boy, I thought that was pretty good cross to that kid because it's like, oh, so not only were you made whole, you were made more than whole. You got $2 million more than you would have expected had you got the settlement. That's pretty good.
I mean, his big problem is he's been disbarred, so his ability to make money is gone. Right. Unless there's a way to reverse that. If he could still make money, it would be reasonable for him to reach out to the people he ripped off and said, "Listen, I'll pay you all back.
But
I'll pay you all back."
What if he liquidates his estate, declares bankruptcy, and distributes whatever funds it is to all the survivors, and they come up with some global bankruptcy settlement agreement? Then all he's left with is the fraud and the stuff. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's.
What if he's got a generational trust?
Yeah, that trust probably won't let him do that.
No, but the trust won't let him do that. But if he liquidates all of his actual personal assets, is able to make everybody whole, and then he can live off the trust, the trust dollars. That would be a weird thing. I mean, who knows? Who knows what is going on? That's the problem. The state hasn't completed their investigation. I mean, I think that's showing throughout this whole trial is that their theory is bad because they're not done. They weren't done. They weren't ready to bring this thing. They shouldn't have charged him yet. They had time. It's murder. They have forever. They could do it in 2 years. Wasn't he already held on the financial crimes? It's not like he was going to go away.
It's such a weird world here. It's funny when, and of course, when the law comes back into the court, Joe will rise again.
Cindy Lou Hoot, thank you for the donations. Sterling McCann says, "Do you know him biblically?" Risa Kairu says, William Strong, that sounds right for South Carolina. Brian Schultz. Now, all these lawyers have to lie and say Alex stole money from them personally instead of admitting he was the guy funneling it into the Cayman accounts on their behalf, or the whole conspiracy unravels. Yeah, I mean,
I still have that theory.
Yeah, there's a really good Grisham novel-esque theory here where basically once his crimes get exposed, if everybody's skimming, the CFO makes it look like it was just Alec versus everybody else, covers everything up, hires the forensic accountants, gets the books in order for all of their stuff to be, for him to be the patsy for all of them. And he can't say a word, otherwise they'll kill him after they killed his family. Awesome. Awesome story. Captain Spire, Nick, here's praying you continue to be loving and protective father for your wife and children. The world is nuts and these courts feckless. John says, I'm not sure why you two keep talking about murder during this financial trial. If you hire a hitman to kill you and they fail, do you get a refund? Well, to be fair, the bullet grazed him, so I think it'd be prorated.
Yeah.
Brian Schultz. I know a certain Tennessee cop who is very interested in a hung jury. Stop it. Brandon, not Biden. The defense specifically asked if the only phone in the month of June to connect was via Bluetooth was Alex's. I believe they did say her phone had connected prior to June.
That's good evidence for the defense. That's really, I mean, the state is building most of their case on this phone tracking evidence, which it doesn't look like they have. And it sounds to me like the defense might have some whoppers coming in on the phone tracking.
Let's see. Sliper? I don't know. Sniper? Pull up Joe's Twitter and show him why no one can see his posts with the @YouTube missing from it. Helen Herbert sent a sticker. Thank you. Jim, welcome to Paralegal. Chris Reed says, I had a friend that I knew for 7 years who is now in prison for hiring someone to murder her husband. In those 7 years, she was a loving wife. I've never heard her say one bad thing about her husband. After his death, she was crying all the time. It took police a year to find evidence. She pled guilty. I would have said they had a great marriage. Alex's sadness may not mean he is innocent. And we've said that the whole time, that this is why the whole body language and all of that analysis is so problematic, because you can tell when something happens, but you can't know why.
And possibility is not conviction beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right. Doobie says, given the way he's acting while Chiz is talking about them, whether he did it or not, he's probably seeing them the way he found them. Oh, with his wife and son. Chessbone, have you tried to get the civil rights lawyer on the panel? He's on YouTube and I believe practices in South Carolina. I've briefly exchanged communications with him before, but not in regards to this. Obese MMA expert says, so much nicer than biased cow EDB. Great stream. Damn, very rude. Southern Brainwater says, July, shots fired, Joe. IFID says, Bronca murder trial for Yeating Fair and Win. Stega says,
that just flew by. It's like, keep moving.
Stega says, is it plainly difficult that had the radioactive material accident channel you're thinking of? He's great. It might have been. Leon's Law. Nick, it was Hank Reardon and Atlas Shrugged that wouldn't submit to the court, I think. Didn't Rourke do the same thing? It was basically the same scene in both books, if I remember right, but maybe I'm wrong. Entropy Denied says, leave Joe alone. He knows how to use the snipping tool. He's automatically better than 99.99% of people I help with PC problems. Legendary Racing. So sovereign citizen sentence starts when they recognize the court's authority, not when they go to jail. Yes. You can try that out. Potentially Criminal says, wait until I tell my rabbi, muttered Joe.
That was back when he was dealing with YouTube. I thought that was great.
Jamie says, I started off assuming he was guilty. At this point, I'm about to send a sympathy card to the freaking jail.
That's right, man. We should all sign it too.
Let's go. Brandon says, really? Say the word. I'm demoting you to $150 per shot, though. Moncor 002. Thank you for being a paralegal member. P-Dog Knight says, tell Joe he can come on my 1000th episode all day show tomorrow and talk about YouTube strike system, my favorite subject. Mandalore Wise 01, this YouTube account support is more entertaining than the trial. Thanks, Joe. Sauce. Joe, have you tried turning it off and on again? Nora Stevens. Ahern is where my company stayed last week. Ahern Hotel in Vegas is where the venue is for my live show, by the way.
Oh, what was that? What, say it again?
The Ahern Hotel.
Okay. A whole hotel?
Yeah. Yes, Steve. It's the only place that would host me. Used to be a Chinese hotel called the Lucky Dragon. All the windows are red and you get blinded by red in the morning. I'm not staying there, thank God. Cheeses Crisp says, thank you to Legal Vices for introducing me to Elric of Melonborn. Witcher totally ripped Elric off badly.
Legal Vice now of Elric Melonborn. That's one of my all-time favorite fantasy novels. Come on.
Jonathan Prezio says, if you like messing with scammers, you need to watch Jim Browning. He gets into their computers and stalks them. He starts messing with them on camera. I've seen his thumbnails, but I've never watched his videos. Let's go. Brandon says, get to drinking Joe Chop Chop. Entropy Denied. My favorite brick house taste is Chandler's Choice. Oh, no. A generic account. I cordially offered Alex the option to sign over all his properties and make payments. Why am I the bad guy here? Quoting Tinsley. Moni, when my hubby pulls into the drive, my phone connects to his Bluetooth and his phone is connected as well. Big Rig 0485 says, came in a bit late and the witness was so good for the defense that I thought a miracle happened and the state rested. Roby McCann says, my ZL1 Camaro allows 2 phones to connect. My phone is primary for calls and messages, etc., and kids can still play music from their phone.
No kidding. I'll have to look into that on my car.
Miss I won't, because I don't allow my wife to have a phone. That's a joke. Just kidding. Miss McMall says, can we have a link to the spreadsheet, please? Oh, I was having trouble uploading it the other day because I'm an idiot, but I'll try and get that uploaded. K-Dub Smile says, I don't visit my mom for over 15 minutes because of her dementia, and I drive for over an hour. His mom has dementia. Don't prejudge. I don't anyway. I mean, there's plenty of times where when my parents are in town, their house here, their lake house is like 5-6 minutes away. I'd certainly go over to the house, say hi for a minute, and then come home. Like it's not a big deal. That was a weird line of discussion. Melissa Newton Fitzgerald, welcome to Paralegal Status. Bass. Since the beginning, I believe the judge's grandma was relations by Murdaugh's grandpa, and this is revenge. LB says judge is Melissa Newton Fitzgerald says, Joe, I'm trying to help you with your issue. Rottweiler says, just waiting for the judge to ask what are his pronouns. Guppy Lips, glad to see you're alive, Kurt. Hope you're doing well. Sophie, hi from Peru, lost 3 days. What's happened? Who's this? I'm not going through 3 days of this trial. No, sir. Here, nothing happened. Nothing at all. Yaroslav Neshev says, okay, fine. Guilty of double murder because the defendant is such a bad person. David, 6.5 million. Hey, Mom, I need to talk real quick. Oh, no. Make sure you bring the dog. Tanny Simmons says, the way the lawyer asked the questions made me think the son recovered some money. Did he, Alex, ever pay you 1 cent? Someone else may have. Yeah, that's that. I do wonder on that 6.5 million payment. Where did that come from? Did he get paid? Does he just have a judgment that's a piece of paper, or was there a payout from somebody? Was a law firm on the hook for it?
Yeah, they mentioned the law firm was a party that contributed to that 6.5 million PMPED.
Yeah. Mandy Karavichus, good logic, officially has more wins than the Dallas Cowboys in the playoffs. Slick 556 says, reporter from Fit News in court reported Buster flipped off a witness on the stand and kicked a bottle when told to move, and Alex's sister caught passing him unknown item, which triggered a drug test. Mags Designs, welcome to Paralegal Status. Southern Brainwater says, hi, Danny, and then has some nice little puppy emojis. Bill says, next time Danny comes into the chat, we all need to start humming Benny and the Jets. Danny on direct flows so smooth. Maybe a new song.
Danny on direct. That's good. That would work.
That's good. I'll have to make that.
Sue says, Nick's and Shelly Smith's daughter set up a GoFundMe and has received over $7,500. Wouldn't this show bias and motive to testify in a certain way for financial gain? No, not automatically. However, if there were motivated parties contributing to that I think that should be it's at least an ethics problem for Tinsley, which chalks that up to a couple now. Floppy Jan says, hi, Kurt, this is for you. A real fact checker says financial crimes all day long. Prosecution has a hard on for him. Murder, no proof, and less believable as it goes along so far. Also, give Brandon my PayPal, lol. DCV Titan says, he's a cute guy. Yeah, but that lisp says you're on the wrong team. Drake, Chocolate Master is code for Chocolate Lab. Rocky says, friend in 70s kited every nickel out of 2 Tennessee banks, had Learjet to fly between 6 banks supporting the kiting. If you don't know what kiting is, it's where you write checks between your own accounts, and then you move the money before it actually clears the bank. So effectively, you're moving the illusion of money around. And if you do it right and cash out, it's a federal crime and you'll go to prison forever. 200 Watt Studio says, James O'Keefe on paid leave from Project Veritas. Grimwolf, Project Veritas board just ousted James O'Keefe. Put it in the dustbin.
Huge mistake.
Yeah, it's all that's going to happen is Project Veritas is going to go up in smoke, and it's going to be the James O'Keefe project, and all the good people are going to follow him, and that thing's going to turn into irrelevancy.
Or he's going to be in a ditch soon.
Well, he might have information leading to the arrest and conviction of Hillary Clinton.
I'd be much more scared of information leading to the corruption of Pfizer executives than Hillary Clinton.
He's done a
Well,
lot of
this
stuff.
happened soon after they confronted the head of YouTube for taking down that video.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
who knows?
Hillary Clinton had Seth Rich killed. Did you hear what Pfizer had done?
No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Absolutely not. I deny any
Yeah, the
information or knowledge.
DNC had nothing to do
Nothing
with
to
his
do with
death.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
On
was
Rumble,
just, murdered in
It's not
cold
to not
blood in
give
DC
Julian
and had
Assange
it
any
followed on
information.
him.
on Rumble tonight, I'll lay out who Pfizer had killed.
I will be watching.
It was nice knowing you, Rick. It was nice knowing you, Nick. We've got you were a good friend while it lasted.
Magician Sapphire says, "Man, that $6 million screw job really pissed off the law daddy." Cult of Personality says, "I'd want my last meal to be Anna de Armas's cake." Dono says, "Can they request the judge recuse himself?" Sure, and he'll deny it. Cult of Personality says, "Remember when Gosney said he liked this judge?" Lol.
Yes, I do remember that. Well, I'm not. Let's separate these things out. I kind of like him. He'd be a fun judge to be in front of. He's just the wrong judge for this case.
Nancy
He's
Jennings
acting
says,
like a commissioner and not like a judge.
He's acting like a guy who's collected a paycheck. He doesn't care what's in front of him. He gets in, he's gonna punch his clock, he goes to lunch, he ends promptly at 6 o'clock, he shows back up, and it's like, I'll just let it sit. I'm sitting here and I'm getting paid regardless, and just do your thing, lawyers. And I don't know. I mean, he's very laid back, and in a normal courtroom, he'd be of joy. But in this courtroom, in this trial, it's causing a lot of injustice the way I see it. And so I don't want to judge him generally. I think that's wrong because I don't practice in his court. So, but in this case, he's in fact, I'm working on his grade, but he's definitely on the bottom end of the scale. Let's put it that way.
Nancy Jennings says, "Was there ever any suspicious phone activity detected on Alex's phone? Thinking of drug transactions, something that just made no sense." The most suspicious thing on his phone that I remember is there's an allegation that his calls to Maggie that night were deleted. They were not in his call history, but they appeared on her call history. The weird question, of course, being if he's disposing of Maggie's phone, why he doesn't delete the calls from her phone. Because he knew her code.
That's a good point too. See, boy, Nick.
Why would he want to delete? I don't understand. There was nothing wrong with him calling her.
Yeah.
Or if
we don't know that he did. The state just alleged, their expert said that those calls did not appear in the call log recovered from his phone. That's all we know.
I understand, but I don't understand how he benefits by. They're trying to imply he deliberately deleted them.
Right. That would be the
What benefit?
implication. I can't figure it out. I'm just saying that of the suspicious things, that's the most suspicious thing. But it doesn't. I don't know why he would do it.
It adds up to nothing.
Thunder Kid says, "Just got my 3 copies of Bronca's Law of Self-Defense, #free book. One for me, one for Dad, and one for my father-in-law. Thanks."
Smart play. Enjoy him.
Christine says, "No witnesses said that today, so I did." Brady says, "The care person for the M's daughter set up a GoFundMe after she testified. Thoughts?" Again, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. The behavior has to be something a little bit different. A generic account, and that may have happened here. Generic account says, "Alex stole Tinsley's prom date 40 years ago, and he's never let it go. Legit super platinum cucked." Jonathan Prezio says, "Lol, you joking about what's next? Is Buster gay?" Oh my God, that's funny because that's a theory on the witness we haven't seen or heard yet. The gay kid in the middle of the road. Jokes become reality here. Well, that's probably why the joke was made. LB says, "Did the mock jury find out that there's no money?" Not Heisenberg says, "Why are all these witnesses allowed to hear others' testimony in the trial and then refer to it?"
Yeah, no, that's interesting. No rule has been invoked, so I guess, or maybe they don't have it in South Carolina.
I have no idea. Was it because prior to the proffer, they weren't actually witnesses and they got let in after the proffer, and so then they would only be excluded from testimony subsequent to that moment? I don't know. That doesn't seem right, but I have no idea.
But the state knew they wanted to present them.
Yeah.
I mean, they would have been on some kind of witness list.
I should have been excluded, but maybe the court's just permissive. I mean, it's permissive on everything else. So, D-Pat, could Alec go up and do a cross if he wanted? No, when you're represent. Well, I don't know.
No, that'd be hybrid almost at that point still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Captain Spire says this whole trial feels like a roll call for anyone and everyone this guy has offended, ruining Alex while excusing all the illegalities they did. A murder conviction would just be icing on the cake. Kevin says, I have 200 eggs. Does that count? Yes. Aquamarin, this trial really needs one of you drunk per stream. Big Rig says, bring back drunk Kurt. Nancy Jennings, seriously, my heart goes out to this jury. They have to be so confused. Unlucky Irish Chick says, meow, 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 is the only thing I'm hearing from this insurance lawyer. Thomas Heberling says, oh my OMFG, I think the jury would want to see the gun and ammo evidence so they could use it on themselves right now. Big Rig says, South Carolina's first omnibus trial. Jacob Hughes, an argument can be made that the murder is what really brought out the financial crimes, not the boating accident.
Yeah, no, he had been stealing for like 10 years, so it's been a while. I don't know. I would like it would be interesting if we had some sort of graphic or some sort of demonstrative aid that
The
would
state doesn't want that. I think
sh-
it's very clear now that the state does not want a timeline on this thing.
No, but also wouldn't it be interesting to see a timeline of his thefts? Like, was there an increase, like a gradual increase? Was there a peak like this, or was there some triggering event like the Paul boat accident? I mean, there could be some clarity delivered by the state, but I guess they don't want clarity. I mean, that tells me that they don't have it.
Yeah, I think, well, I mean, that came out when the son, when they had the argument over whether or not the son should be stricken. When it's like, the fact is, this phone call happened on June 22nd, 15 days after the murder. And we're now trying to imply that he must have known prior to the murder, even though there's no evidence of it. So therefore he can testify because, well, he contacted him in June. It's like June 22nd. We know the date. We know the fact of when this happened. I think that the state definitely does not want a clear timeline of events. I think it messes their whole case up.
Which is really, really sad. I mean, that is exactly my point about prosecutions and political. Now, is this lead attorney? Is he the elected attorney general?
No, he's an AGA.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, assistant attorney general.
The attorney general has been in the courtroom some days, but he's not actively litigating the case. Fair Frozen 55 says, Nick, the boat case is dead in the waters. Least of Yahoos, if I was on the jury, not guilty on all counts, purely off 6 weeks of numbers, sweet Jesus, can we get jury analysis on if they're allowed to have shoelaces and belts? I'll watch Joe tomorrow. Mary, earlier it was said that the state could have requested to treat the friend lawyer as a hostile witness. Would it have been appropriate in this instance? Well, only if you wanted to alert the jury that he really just shredded your case.
Yeah.
That's the downside of that. And it's not like he was uncooperative. They just treated him as if he would have been uncooperative. It was weird. But to be fair, they're leading a lot of witnesses. UKLSA says, love the show and the panel. Great to have on while writing my paper for tort law module. Taking my law course by correspondence while working was an idiotic idea. Oof. Sternoniswa says, Nick, good job on pronouncing my name right yesterday. It is Sterno Flame Gel Niswa, like from Nice, France, and it's an esoteric Futurama reference. Oh, Sterno Niswa. There you go. Diana Mitchum says, Chief of Tomfoolery, you and your cast are amazing. Your panel should replace CNN.
Oh.
Considering the average live viewership of this show is higher than CNN Plus, I think we did.
And I will say that I was on Megyn Kelly again, and I told them that I'm not going back because I think it was great. I had fun, and it's a fun show, and I like her, but I don't watch that cable stuff, and it's too this is such a better format. I mean, for watching things, you get analysis from all these people, and I let you complete a thought. You let me complete a thought. It's like, there's people that there's real analysis, in-depth, deep analysis, which is what, is needed rather than just sort of this drive-by quick comments and making points and drama,
So Steve is saying he was on Megyn Kelly twice and just not feeling it.
No, I'm not feeling it.
We
Sorry.
saw Megyn Kelly looking for deep analysis, but he never got there.
Well, they were so nice there. I don't want to rag on them at all. It's just, I don't think I'm not the right fit. Like everybody knows I talk too much. So it's like, getting those words in, being succinct. It's hard on my brain and it wears
It's gonna
me
be the
out.
next drama on the farms now. Steve versus Megyn Kelly.
Yes.
No, she was great. They were so nice. I'm just not the right guy. So that's what I'm saying.
Bitter Sweetheart 46 and 2 says, little off topic from this civil case, but perhaps Alex Murdaugh was hurt in the video because he was in his vehicle with the window down. Possible. We've no idea. Although there's no telemetry data suggesting that the car was on at the time of that video. So that would be or that it was on around that time. It started later. So, but I mean, we know that the system just sometimes doesn't pick it up. So who knows? Della Sandor says, civil attorney in deep, you'll see tomorrow. Cards 96 in the prosecution. Is the prosecution going to call Gage Groskowitz as a witness to revive the Kyle Rittenhouse trial? Chase says the law firm is an I short of pimped. That's right. PMPD. Last of Yahoo says, can a juror ask the court if they will hear any evidence of murder for the day? Would that question possibly get you dismissed?
Yes, that would probably get you tossed.
Yeah, don't FAFO. Della Sandor says, Tom Tinsley, juicy. Buster, fed up. Who cares? Coney Upstate, can we fire and remove law licenses from disingenuous state attorneys? It seems like they just try to get convictions no matter how bad the evidence is.
Oh my God, I wish we could really do that, but no, sadly.
Moni2489 says, if defense brings demonstrative presentations, it will go a long way with the jury, in my opinion. Yes, I think so too. Yeah, the problem with the removing the state attorney for acting badly is it's very unfortunate to frame it this way, but the state attorney acting badly favors the state, and the state is the one who would be disciplining the state attorney. It's like when a police officer or a state attorney or whoever perjures themselves on the witness stand, and they would have to be punished by their colleague for doing so. Like, why would you go after them? Oh, also you served my purposes in doing it. It has problems. Desmond Javim says, does this mean Bronca gets Megyn Kelly back?
No. I mean, there's a reason I sent Steve. They had called me to come on the show, and I said, you should have this guy, Steve Gosney, on the show instead.
So I don't know if you like Steve or don't like Steve.
Yeah, I know. Try this. Well,
but my experience has been the same as Steve. That they're lovely, they're gracious. It was nice to be on the show, but the amount of time you actually have to talk is only a few minutes. You're directed by their questions, so you can't. Half the time you can't get to the issues that are really important because they want to talk about things that are not the important issues, but maybe are dramatic and so forth. And from my perspective, I can't plug anything like this book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles. Get the soft cover for free at lawofselfdefense.com/Nick, or get the hardcover, beautiful gift, at lawofselfdefense.com/GetHard. Megyn Kelly won't let me do that. So what's the benefit?
Right. I mean, I didn't sell any books. And I didn't even get my stevegosney.com, my new website, where I'm auctioning off a hardback book to support my next book, which is Prepare. See there, this is the manuscript, which I'm working on.
We didn't plan that. Those.
And so I'm working. If you buy my hardcover book, it goes directly to support the next publishing of my next book, and that's available only at stevegosney.com, not Amazon. And you can buy and bid on the auction, bid it up, and we will announce that at the Nick Rekieta Las Vegas show, which is coming where, Nick?
Where? In Las Vegas at the Ahern Hotel.
When?
February 26th.
Oh, how do I get tickets? I want to go.
You click on the link in the description, Steve.
Oh, okay.
Also,
I don't know.
Oh no, I'm not buying a ticket. I'm a VIP guest. I'm walking in. So, but everybody,
I bought
who
2
would like to
tickets.
join.
It should also be noted that on average, this show outperforms Megyn Kelly by a significant amount.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Point that
It's
out.
the inauthenticity that she's developed throughout her career that has followed her into her YouTube career. YouTube is not the place to be acting like CNN, MSNBC, Fox News. They've got to adapt if they want to survive.
Well, I think that it's the
They
format.
should just die.
It's the
I agree.
format, though. I mean, she was charming. She's smart. She's good. But it's the format. It's like watching a Fox News show, which I don't watch Fox News because
Right.
it's like it's this fast. It's like get the thing, make it dramatic, flashing lights, and
I don't
then
watch any of it because
I don't
all
watch
I'm
any
left
either.
with are more questions than answers. I feel like watching any cable news network is akin to watching this trial, where I hear yada 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 yada, and I'm constantly going, but why? But what? And where was this from? And how do you know this? And where did this come from? It's like they do the opposite of news. Like the news is to report the whole story, not to bury the lead, to put put that little catchy grab on top, fine, but actually give me a full story. And I just feel like that's not what journalism has become. And it's a
Right.
shame.
It's basically just a counter narrative to the left wing narrative on all the other websites. So you get, it's like, dang, and somebody's saying breaking news, dang, and it's like everything's exciting and this is happening. It's just a counter narrative. I don't want a narrative. I want an in-depth discussion of what the truth is, which we're all seeking together. We're trying to explore what the issues are, analyze things. It's a much more thoughtful process, what you've got here. And I feel like when I get done here, I'm happy. I feel like, this is fun. When I get done there, I felt like I was just in a trial and they didn't pay me.
Matches Burn says, curious on how mens rea works in practice. I didn't know it was a crime isn't a legal defense because you still intended to do what you did. But then why is entrapment a legal issue then? Entrapment is so much more complicated than most people think. It requires not that you are simply sort of coaxed into doing something. It requires the standard that you would have not otherwise done it in any way. Like if you just have a female cop pose as a prostitute and then you drive up to her like, hey baby, get in, I'll give you $50. And then she arrests you. That's not entrapment just because she was there. Like you have to not be in the mood to have a prostitute. And then she would have to solicit you and get you to that point.
And how do you know this?
Because I know about entrapment.
Attorney.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
You know this too, Steve.
No, I don't know nothing.
You don't
I
know how
admit
entrapment
nothing.
works?
No, I don't know it about in relation to ladies of the night. No.
Women
otherwise-
of negotiable affection.
Otherwise,
Thanks, Jeff.
if entrapment was that easy, they would stop having vice comp prostitutes. Like they just wouldn't do it. It wouldn't be worth it. Matches Burn says this guy looks just like John Neville, who played the well-manicured man in X-Files. Tillman, quote, I have a presidential pardon on you. Yes, right here. Pulls it out of his vest pocket. Sir, this is a receipt from Wendy's. No, it is a presidential pardon. I think meant Tinsley. Tinsley is Jeffrey Epstein's client list that could lead to the incarceration of Hillary Clinton or on Hunter Biden's laptop. End it, please. And he also says, Nick, do your best to convince me that we're both not dead and this isn't hell. I can't. He also says someone needs to do an anime style powering up transformation sequence for Bronco when he removes his tie. Redone 777. Hey, Nick, what's your favorite breed of dogs? Oh, hi, Danny. I don't really care for dogs. Like other people can have dogs all they want. They're fine. I don't like taking care of animals. So I don't want them.
I do.
Good. You do it. I don't want to do it. I'm not going to stop you. God, what a pain.
But you're imposing your will on. Why are you always telling people what to do?
Matches Burn says to quote Kazuhiro Miller from Metal Gear Solid 5. Why are we still here? Just to suffer. And are you just here to suffer, Nick? Yes. Yes. Last of Yahoo's. So if you can't ask if you'll hear murder evidence, can you ask if you're in the right courtroom? The jurors should not be asking questions of the court at all like this. It could be a mess.
Funny thing is, the judge will be like, "I'll allow it."
Yeah. Coney Upstate. Picture naked Alec Murdaugh coming from the shadows in the kennel with rolls of fat jiggling up and down. He shoots and then gets dressed in clean clothes.
This judge can be pretty short when he wants to be.
He can be. He should do it more.
Yep.
Steve Robertson. Nick, have you considered what it will be like if your chat is all in one room in real life at the same time? I have been to an
That'd be
anime
chaos.
convention, so yes. Della Sandor. Tom means tomorrow. Witness Tinsley just donated to GoFundMe to Witness Smith while both are still sworn witnesses. This is bad. Yeah, but I mean, nothing happened from the court. So all they're going to do is have they'll be able to cross-examine him on it, and he'll probably just say, no, I didn't do it. Or he did. I mean, yeah, sure. I like their story.
Are you going to stream in Vegas? Or are you going to do any kind of
I'm not going to stream the trial in Vegas.
No, I'm saying just like some
live show.
Show or anything.
Sunday evening.
I got to check and see if there will be the ability to, stream from the venue, possibly. But otherwise, I'll probably do some type of streaming from Vegas at some point.
It'd be kind of cool. Be like the Tonight Show. You could bring people on, and our next guest, or like the Kramer Show or the Merv Griffin Show. You remember Seinfeld, the Merv Griffin Show?
Gotta be careful what Kramer did. He did a couple things.
I'm just so excited to come hang out with you guys and break my
that's
New
what I
Year's
mostly
resolution
like
of
to do.
drinking a lot.
Yeah. That's what I mostly like to do at live events is just hang out. But there will be some streaming because I'm going to have some downtime probably. Ari Rose says, maybe this is why the judge is allowing everything in. Alex's great-grandfather owned 23 slaves, and the judge's uncle has his own Wikipedia page because of his role in the civil rights movement.
Is that true? Or is that just...
There's a bunch of stuff on it. I don't know. They had pictures, but I don't want to go through them all. I'll just take it as true.
Yeah, I believe everything Wikipedia says.
Target says, come on, Nick. The prosecution is doing an amazing job. You just want him to be guilty because you're a biased defense lawyer. We know how you think. Just kidding. Yeah. Ryan PD, the kid is not comfortable because the dude is the one who popped Paul and Maggie. He is my number one suspect. Fan 550, Ricada Law. Can someone buy Law of Self-Defense advanced course for someone else, or do you have to buy it for yourself?
I don't know. I've never tried to do that. I don't pay for my own course, as you might imagine, since I'm teaching it. But I would tell you to email support@lawofselfdefense.com, and I'm sure they can set you up.
Listen to this elitist. Gets free tickets to his own class. Ridiculous.
That's crazy.
And I
Ryan
was
P-
just kidding, by the way,
Freeloader.
Nick. I will contribute by buying a ticket.
You don't have to.
It's okay. I'm a responsible adult. I don't want you to, shoulder the burden.
Go ahead.
He yelled at me when I bought my ticket. I got yelled at.
I don't
by
want to be
Nick.
yelled at then. All right.
Nick yells at me.
The ticket when you get there.
Ryan PD 911 says, I don't understand why Project Veritas would have a board. All sorts of reasons. I mean, James O'Keefe could mismanage the corporation and be a huge mess. I don't know. Are they publicly traded? That could be a reason.
I really didn't think there was too much structure and leadership. I thought it was James O'Keefe. I didn't realize there were.
Yeah,
I'd like to. Were they trying to go for 501c3 status like the Salt Lake
maybe.
Tribune here in Utah?
Yeah, if they're a 501c, if they're a nonprofit news entity or something, then they may have to have a board.
Yeah, they may have to. So let me go look.
Well, that's actually all of the chats. We're kind of done.
Never mind.
So yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna wrap up, and I'll be back 11 o'clock tonight. I talked to Camelot. We're gonna have a Friday show tonight, so it'll be a little more laid back, jokes, relaxation to bring in my weekend, even though it's not yours. But I won't be having a Friday show tomorrow, so we're gonna do it tonight instead, and I'll see if we can get some other people on the show. Hope you guys come watch. Della Sandor says, "Oh my God, one of my acting teachers was John Neville. Awesome. By the way, I know what you think about Tinsley, but I'm coming from a dumb juror perspective. Hello. Well, we'll see what happens with Tinsley tomorrow. I mean, we have no idea how that's going to go. But anyway, catch you all later. To my panel, I love you all very much, and we'll see you soon. Peace. Peace.
Bye, everybody.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes better, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an art bag, a bow, more of love rug. The spirits blow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the prom better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all planet folks, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear Lost Planning tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the prom better than Nick. So pour out